Jegs. Jegs. Jegs.
Good morning and welcome to this action-packed week here at the SFG $1.1 million event. I am a mess. I mean, we are a mess. We are talking wall to wall. It's Wednesday and it's going to be the craziest Wednesday you ever saw. We're going to begin the plan. I'm going to tell you the plan, subject to change. But we are going to begin with round 2 of the FTI 100K. Okay, at some point we are going to proceed with the Jegs 20K, picking up in round 2 with the dragsters, because we did not complete round 2 on Monday. So we'll have that. And then somewhere in there is going to be the Fuel Tech Ladies 4K. So we have one heck of a day packed for today. Okay, thank you to Jegs, of course, for bringing Motormania TV here to cover this historic event. And then, and also keeping Motormania TV free to the viewer, as we hope it will always be. That's our pledge. Mark says we'll shut it down before we have to charge. So okay, that's about it. I have no winners to announce yet, but we're gonna have a bunch of winners. Okay, I'm gonna let Kyle take this and tell you about another feature going on this weekend, or this week. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm tired.
It's an interview.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's not?
No, he's gonna tell you about this other deal. Okay, see you in a minute.
What it is, it gives racers that's totally out of the race after the 3rd round another chance at $1.1 million or $500,000. And the way it will work, After the third round is over, anybody that's completely out of the race, you can pay $250 to get into a raffle, and it'll be kept separate. Door car and dragster will be separate, and we'll pull 50 names total, 25 door car names, 25 dragster names. 8 of those guys will go back into the race on each side. The other 34 racers will win $1,000 cash. So you go from being totally out of a race to maybe able to win 1,000 or 1.1 million or 500,000. The way it will work, we'll put the 25 names in with poker chips, and we'll pull them out. The first 8 out will go back into the race. First 8 out on the dragster side will go back into the race. The other 16 racers on each side will win $1,000. So, and the way it will go, they will go directly into fourth round racing each other. The door cars, the 8 door cars and the 8 dragsters, they'll be racing each other. So the winner of that will be in the split round with $1.2 million to split up. If you lose in that race, don't go to the cooler yet. Just hang around till the following day, because we got a 2-day format now.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Jegs. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Don't ever change, we wanted everything.
number 2. Round number 2 presented by Autometer. No box to the lanes. 1 and 2, please. No box. Round number 2 for our FTI Performance 100 grand race to the lanes. Nick Hastings, N390. Nick Hastings, you are the potential buy run. Please bring it up and put it in lane number 5. So once again, the call has gone out on this absolutely gorgeous Wednesday morning here at US 131 Motorsports Park. We need no box, lanes 1 and 2, please. No box to lanes 1 and 2. Your round 2 of the FTI 100 grander presented by Autometer. We need no box to lanes 1 and 2, please, for round 2 action. And I believe the potential buy is Mr. Hastings, and we're looking for you in in lane 5.
Don't come round and waste my time. A generation of my time. There is nothing we can do. Stop this plague from breaking through.
nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Welcome everyone to episode 8 of this 10-part miniseries where Gage Birch and Matt Daddis recap their win at the SFG 500. In this episode, we'll cover Gage's semifinal round against Jeg Coughlin Jr.
Okay, so we're down to the door car final against Jeg Coughlin Jr. and he's a guy that I think all of us have looked up to as we're growing up, and just someone like, I don't know, you'd never really imagine, I guess, running a door car final for $500,000. But it was a really cool experience, I guess you could say. And he's been in plenty of big money finals, 50,000. I've watched him win 50,000 at Bristol before, and it was pretty cool. And I know at this point, like I think he was pretty late on the tree round before, and someone told me, but I'm like I know who I'm racing. I know he's gonna make a good run right here. It's not like he's gonna do it twice. So just had to kind of step it up a little bit, get up on the wheel, and make a good run. Luckily, the truck was there for us too. So, I mean, 1,000 margin to victory. If the truck's a little bit slow right there, we lose. So, thankfully, the truck was dead on again, like pretty much the last 5 rounds. So,
yeah, I think we kind of looked the last couple rounds, and there was a little trend. Maybe it was going to pick up a little bit here and there. You're getting a little colder as the night goes on. You actually, I think 3:30 in the morning, you're starting to maybe burn off a little humidity. So it's like, okay, it might go a little faster, dial it down. And I think we both said kind of the same thing we said the last couple rounds was just hit the tree and make them beat us. You know, if you're 00 and can go dead on, I mean, make them get inside of that. And luckily Gage let go on time finally. And truck bailed us out a little bit. I didn't think it'd go that, but Gage said he's like, let's put a 50 on it and just hope for the best. And I think, you know, we both kind of came to the consensus that it would go a 50 something, but I didn't think it'd go a 50 with a 7. But yeah, I mean, just at that point, you're you're racing Jeg Coughlin down to 4 cars for $500,000. Like, it doesn't get much better than this. And then see your win light come on, you know, that's unreal. You're going to the final now for $500,000. Like, it's unreal. You know, I mean, at that point, I think we were all pretty jacked up. So pretty sweet.
oh yeah, 100%. I remember specific round letting go, and I was obviously the 3 rounds before I think I was like 17, 19, 20. Not very good. I let go right here, and I was like, ooh, that was a lot better than that. Drove by it green. I was like, that's got to be 00. And I turned around and looked back, and I was like, man, he must have been 00 too, because he's pretty close. And I'm like, hopefully the truck's going to be there for me. And luckily we just did enough to make it happen. Ended up getting there 1,000 to go dead ons. So
Here we go. Door car final. We're down to 4. Gage Birch left side, dialed 650. The Ford Ranger will leave first as he'll take on Jeg Coughlin Jr. Jeggy dialed in 603. Gage Birch on the left, Jeg Coughlin Jr. on the right. Tree comes down. 3 fouls separate them up front. Pit line goes to Gage Birch. 8 dead, 7 gets there, 1 foul. Jeggy 11 dead, 6 and 13 10 foul behind. Gage Birch to the final of the 525.
rolling in the water, I'm literally like gonna trust the truck to my life right here. Like, I might take 15 to go 1,000 under, but I'm at the point where it's like the truck's moved less than 100th in the last 8 hours. Why am I gonna try to, be better in the truck when I know like the truck's better than me at this point. So we're on down through there, and I was pretty, like, we crossed through, and I was like, it was close, but I'm like 95% sure I got there. I didn't think it was a 1,000. I thought it was like 4 or 5, but got there a Chicklet, and I don't know, good head on, just unreal feeling to go into the final.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, you're going to the final, and I think we were kind of all still in shock. You know, I mean, you want to be super excited, but it almost doesn't hit you. You know, I was going nuts on the starting line, as probably a million people saw, but you get back and start talking, you know, you still got a job to do at that point. There's still one more round left. You know, it's you start talking racing again, and it's like you're still in, you know, second, third, fourth round, whenever. But I guess with that, like, it's cool. Like, I think Gage and I complement each other really well that way. We can both, you know, joke around and have a good time, but then get down to, hey, get down talking to numbers, you know, and that's, I enjoy that. And I mean, I think it make a pretty decent team doing it.
Jegs. I am with Williams Squared. FTI Performance, of course, is a huge part of what's going on here this week, and the Williams guys are always representing them. They're going to be here to support customers. They're obviously here racing. And you, young man, you and me have history about big money racing. So back in like 07, 08, somewhere there, you won the Mosier Mania shootout that happened at the IHRA World Nationals. It was a huge deal. I think it paid $50,000 at the time. So I come waddling up there to interview you in front of the whole crowd, and I said, man, this is going to be about the biggest paycheck you've ever won. You said, nope. Thanks for playing, guys.
I think you said no, one of them. But well, yeah. It was pretty interesting.
That being said, this is the biggest paycheck anybody's ever going to win, or anybody has ever won.
Everyone in the history of drag racing, top fuel included. Yeah, it's amazing to have the opportunity to even race for this kind of money. Kyle really brought it to the next level. I think he's inspired a lot of other promoters to step up and actually pay the racers. And I mean, just man, I would have never believed it. You know, the actual opportunity to win $1 million, or 1.1 actually.
In FTI, we're talking about a $100,000 warm-up race that FTI is a huge part of. So let's just talk a little bit about FTI's involvement here.
Well, I mean, we've been on board since day one with Kyle. I mean, actually, I think I've only ever missed one SFG race, period. You know, just the sheer number of customers that are on the property, it makes it a no-brainer for any performance company to get aligned with these guys. I mean, nowhere else can you come and have a captive audience of 700 or 800 people, you know, or 800 customers actually hands-on and
using the product.
Absolutely, yeah. We're here to support them. I mean, we have everything on board to freshen trannies, to fix any breakage they may have. We have a complete stock of torque converters, so anything that they need, we're here to help.
And of course, both of these guys are insanely killer racers, and you race continually with a lot of the people that are on the grounds here. When we start getting late in the rounds, do you guys kind of have the book on everybody else? When you go in, you know, okay, this guy's tendency is to try this guy's tendency is to try that.
Well, we definitely get to see all the tactics that they do all over the country, but, you know, a lot of that stuff, not saying it'll change for this kind of money, but a lot of people don't get quite out of the box. You know, they're really going to try to square it up and make it as easy as you make the car's performance and all that stuff take care of what it can. I don't think that, you know, there'll be anybody just flat holding tents or doing anything real crazy or stuff, but it'll definitely...
They probably won't get too creative for this kind of money.
And I guess the last question, both of you have run for big amounts of money over the course of your careers. If you get yourself way late in the rounds of this one, does it feel different? Do you think it'll feel different? I mean, you know, obviously nobody's ever run for this type of money, but 100,000 versus 1.1 million. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to probably feel different, but you're going to try your best to make sure you don't race it any different. You still want to try to do the same thing you've always done to get to the round before even, you know. You got to win the first round to win the last one. So you got to try to win all of them, but, you know, you definitely want to do anything stupid late in a race. So just the main thing I do is double check stuff more. Just mainly with the car, I just double check stuff more. That's about it.
I mean, I think you'll be able to cut the tension with a knife. I mean,
oh, yeah.
I just think back to the first few actual, you know, $1 million race that was a couple $100,000, you know, ultimately to win. And I just know the tension and everybody's attitudes there. You know, everybody wakes up early in the morning that day, you know, and it's a different feel. I can't even imagine whenever they come down and tell you, you know, basically you have at 16 or less are going to come down and say, we have 1.2 million. What are you guys going to do? And it's going to be like, whoa.
Oh, that's going to be like a hostage negotiation. Figuring out the split is
right.
going to be unbelievable.
The amount of time it'll take for that will probably be longer than the whole round.
I was telling Gary on the way here, we ought to sketch some stuff out, just try to figure out about how the cars are going to fall and get some stuff written out so it's not that bad. But hopefully we're involved.
The Williams boys have been in the late rounds of big money races before. Odds are they may be there again this week. Stay tuned on the feed all week long, MotorMania TV. See how many transmissions they fix and how many rounds they win.
Happened here, and Lord, we give thanks for that today, Lord, and this race facility, SFG Promotions, all the sponsors have put a lot into and made a huge effort, Lord, to make this race successful. I pray for blessings upon each and every one of them. Today, Lord, I pray that you would watch over our racers, keep them safe, be with our pit crews and everybody that is on the grounds today. For our pit crews and for our track crews and just all the people that are making this happen, Lord, would you give us safety? Lord, we give you the praise, we give you the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Now, if you have not already, please stand, and gentlemen, please uncover for the playing of the national anthem of the United States.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And with that, it is
Jegs.
going to be a great day of competition. It was fantastic yesterday, and by the end of this day, we are planning on paying somebody $100,000, this FTI $100,000 event as part of the Jegs SFG Million here at US 131 Motorsports Park in Martin, Michigan. Those of you tuning in on MotorMania TV, welcome and hello. You can tell by the shot there at the starting line, it is absolutely gorgeous today. A little bit of a breeze. Temperature is going to be hovering in the 80-degree range as they were yesterday. So consistency in the weather will likely help our competitors with their tune-ups, keep everybody consistent on the racetrack as well. Bunch of stuff going on today, whether it's this FTI $100,000 race, whether we're going to be talking about making some more inroads into the $20,000 event that started off the week, or we're talking about the special ladies race that's planned for later on. We're going to have a whole lot of fun here on this Wednesday. And spread the link to the feed around. Share it on your social media. Tell everybody that you're watching. We want to grow the audience as big as possible. And, of course, it is going to be massive by the time we get to the main event of the $1.1 million payout this weekend. But as we work our way through the week, it is high-stakes poker every single day with $100,000 on the line. About 550 people already tuned in and watching on Wednesday morning as the first set of burnouts complete. No box action here. A couple of dozen competitors left in the no box category, and we're going to chop them in half. Still more than 500 entries on the table. We had our re-entry round one run yesterday. We had our first round of the FTI $100,000 event run yesterday as well. Cole Castile, left side of the racetrack, and Lee Zane on the right side. Zane dialed 616, Castile dialed 638. Foot brake action, here we go. Red light start for Lee Zane by just 4 measly stinking thousandths of a second, so Zane eliminated Cole Castile. 6:4:06 at 106.23 miles an hour. Castile hit the tree for a 26, and Zane was 4th thou early. Run 6:12 at 113.26 after the red light. And we have a competitor on the clock. The 2-minute clock has started as they are trying to get that machine fired up. So a little bit of drama here this morning. AJ down there monitoring the situation. And again, the 2-minute clock began more than a minute ago. They're going to try to work this thing right down to the wire. And unfortunately, time has expired on that competitor, so it will be a competition single here. Tough break on a Wednesday morning. Obviously, the car got to the staging lanes, but problems to get it fired up and around past the ready line. So a comp single for Brian Credo coming up right now. Credo in the Camaro dialed 634 out of Niles, Ohio. He will be heading to the round of 12 in foot brake. So on this solo pass, we'll find out how close Credo can run to that 6.34 second dial in. Going through his normal routine again, just barely nibbling that car ahead to get it staged. And Credo 635.1 at 107.97 miles an hour. Matt Richeza coming up on the right side, 639 the dial-in on the Fox Mustang, and it's Andy Schmall, left-hand side, Chevy Beretta, dialed 603. Lots of very hardcore foot brake competitors out here. I should say no box competitors. It is fun to watch these racers duke it out. Obviously, the winner of the no box category will end up in the main $100,000 race by the time we are done. We'll be down to a dozen of them once we are through this round. Both racers leave clean. We're going to find out who got a good night's sleep last night, and it will be Matt Richeza getting the win light. 40 on the trees, 39.2 on a 39 dial-in. And unfortunately for Andy Schmall, he was better on the tree, but took 21 thou at the finish line and ended up going too quickly. 6:02.4 on a 6:03 dial-in. Schmall got there too quick, and that means Matt Richeza with a 40 light and a 39.2 on a 39 dial will advance on to the next round. Cameron Mason and Seth Phillips coming up now. Mason, left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed 690. Phillips dialed 676 in the Mopar. Mason looking to her right, or his right rather, seeing Seth Phillips, and it will be Mason. 90 with a 6 on a 90 dial with a 26 light. Again, not all-star crazy tight stuff, but a good enough package for Cameron Mason to advance on to the next round as Seth Phillips, 679 on a 76 dial with a 42 light. Not competitive enough. As you can see, Mason running just 6 thou off the dial, and that was really the key to victory in that one, as Cameron Mason also had about 16 thou in the back pocket off of the starting line. Here comes Curtis, right-hand side of the racetrack from Flagstaff, Arizona. And that big old Roadrunner satellite there on the right-hand side, taking on the 55 Chevrolet on the left. 55 Chev is dialed 665. Curtis dialed at 639, right-hand side of the drag strip. Wheels up launch for the Mopar. The 55 Chevrolet had the starting line head start, and it will be the 55 Chevrolet. 67 on a 65, 001 on the tree. Beautiful run there. Curtis just gave up too much of the starting line. He was 10 at the step and then goes 637.9. Got to the finish line first by 0.03 of a second. Unfortunately for Curtis, just too quick. So it will be the 55 Chevrolet. That 001 reaction time certainly getting the job done. 667.6 at 103.88 miles an hour. Chad Connor and Dave Engler. Connor, 627 to dial in the red Camaro. Engler dialed 677 in that showpiece of a Charger on the right-hand side. Door car, double entries and red run stickers to the lanes. Door car, double entries and red run stickers to the lanes is Chad Connor. 21 thou red light. He is eliminated. Dave Engler, 676.8, 101.51, goes on to the next round, and Connor red lit his way out of competition. We need a door car, double entries and red stickers. Door car, double entries and red run stickers to the lanes, please. Mike O'Rourke rolling up left side. Great looking Pontiac Firebird right side, and with a little Chevy Nova station wagon. Mike O'Rourke in that beautiful Pontiac, dialed 598, a 588 dial in for the wheel standing Chevy 2 wagon. A red light start for the Pontiac by 6 thou. O'Rourke on the left-hand side just couldn't leave on time. 585.2 for the station wagon. Running out the back door at 118 miles an hour. But a Mike O'Rourke 006 red then proceeds to go 597 at 116. The Pontiac is out, the wagon stays in. John Carr and Brett Williamson coming up right now. Williamson, the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, and John Carr in the Chevrolet pickup truck. Big pickup dialed 692. Brett Williamson dialed 614. Finally, a pair of clean launches here. Going to have ourselves a race to the finish line. Two big boxy Chevys, and it's going to be Brett Williamson. 17 on a 14, 26 light. Got himself there by 15 thousandths, and he moves on to the next round. John Carr, 696. 4 hunt off the dial of a 692 and a 34 light in the pickup. Again, not tight enough. Nice piece of driving there by Williamson. Gets it done. Took himself just enough at the end of the racetrack. Nick Engler and Sam Peterson coming up now. Peterson, 613 left side. Engler, 661 to dial in on the right side. The Engler family again fielding a great-looking pair of Mopars here this weekend. We'll find out if Nick Engler can do what the other Engler did a little earlier and move on. Engler going to have a head start here. Red light start for Sam Peterson by 31 thou. So Nick Engler, 11 green, 62-2 on a 61 dial-in, gets it done. Sam Peterson ran down through 614 at 108 miles an hour, but missed the tree by 3 on. Nate Alexander and Kevin Pollard rolling up right now. Pollard, little Chevy love truck, dial 540. Nate Alexander, 633. The number on the window of the Vega. Once again, we have called door car double entries and red run stickers. Door car double entries and red run stickers to the staging lanes, please. Pretty significant head start here for Alexander. Red light start for Alexander, 005, as Pollard's truck launches up the starting line with the front end in the air. Goes 5.405 with a 009 light, 14 thousandths package. He just needs to keep repeating that, especially against guys that don't red light next to him. Nate Alexander, 632 after the 005 red. Nate Schroeder, left side. Right side, little duster over there. Now we need red and white run sticker door cars. Red and white run sticker door cars to the lanes, please. Red and white run stickers to the lanes, please, door cars. The wristband police are out, so make sure your wristbands are installed properly. Red light start for the duster on the right-hand side, 003 red. Nate Schroeder gets a free pass into the next round. Red light-itis all over the place out here in this second round of competition. 6:16, 5:112 for Schroeder. And here comes the final pair of no-box cars. Tucker Creech and Nick Hastings coming up. Hastings has had success recently, won $25,000 at the FTI 350 not too long ago. So Hastings going to try to really increase the earnings this year, but 25 grand already in the bank for Nick Hastings in 2020. 614 the dial-in for Hastings in the Chevette. Tucker Creech dialed 580. We need those red and white door car stickers, run stickers to the lanes. Make sure that, again, your wristband is on. We are checking. Hastings going to be leaving on Creech here. We'll find out how accurate he can be. Majority of pairs this round seemingly decided by red lights on both sides of the drag strip. This one won't be, though. And Tucker Creech ain't scared. He left strong, but it is going to be Nick Hastings. 14-3 on a 14 with a 16 light, 19th thou pack. Took himself 5 thousandths at the stripe. Hastings, pro level over there, doing his job as Tucker Creech, 581, 115. On the 580 dial-in, had a 13 light. He was in it to start with, but couldn't close it at the finish line. So Nick Hastings advances on to the round of 12. That's right, too. The Pontiac T1000. How dare I? How dare I once again? Thank you to Jake Hodge for the correction there. And now we move into door car. We again have double entries in the lanes. We have red and white run stickers. Ford Thunderbird rolling up on the right side. Jeremy Kessler, 549 the dial, and George Hoff, left-hand side. Westminster, Maryland in the Ford. Fair lane. Off rolling the car into pre-stage. Slamming the door shut, getting ready to rock and roll. Two very different approaches here to Durslammer Racing. Classic 60s muscle car, then you got the old school early 90s Thunderbird. Red light start for George Huff by 14. It's Kessler getting the pass. 49.3 and a 49 dial, and he certainly has the tune-up right. So Kessler will advance. Hoff goes 14 red, runs it down 7:05 at 96 miles an hour. Chris Mancini and Kelly Smith coming up now. Smith in the S10 truck, 6:58 on the right side, and Chris Mancini, 6:19 in the Chevy Nova from Allison, Pennsylvania. BP Racing Fuel side for Chris Mancini and Gun Lake Casino for Kelly Smith. Smith in the pickup truck waiting for Mancini to arrive, and Mancini arrives just about right on time. 20 with an 8, 19 dial, 14 light. Took over 300s at the finish line. Bold strategy, Cotton, but it did work out for him. So Chris Mancini gets the job done, 6:208 on the 619 dial, and Kelly Smith was 60 on the tree, and that's where the problems really started. Goes 6:58.4, fourth thou off the dial, which was pretty solid, but unfortunately for the reaction time disadvantage that Kelly Smith was in, not fixable. Jack Liggett and Matt Daddis coming up right now. Daddis from Vermilion, Ohio, the Pontiac Starfire, Chevrolet Power, and Jack Liggett on the left-hand side, the 1979 Malibu. Top sportsmen and top dragster competitors, if you have not come to the timing tower to give us your car number, we do need you to do that at some point today. So 5 and 4. So there's not that many of you, but if you've not come to the timing tower to give us your car number, we need it because that's going to help us determine your qualifying and all the other stuff. Daddis and Liggett heading down the racetrack. And it will be the Starfire of Matt Daddis. 6:43.2, 43 dial, 8 reaction time. 10th out pack, and he took 26 at the finish line stripe. Daddis gets it done. Jack Liggett, 20 on the hit. Goes 6:21.8 on the 620 dial-in, but Daddis on both ends of that one were very, very solid. Howard Westbury and Jason Jensen coming up. Jensen from Vicksburg, Michigan. 6:07 the dial, beautiful 65 Chevelle, and Westbury from Harleyville, South Carolina, and the low-slung Nova dialed 572. That's looking more like it. A couple of laser-sharp reaction times, and it is going to be Jensen. Jensen goes set 079 on an 07 dial, 002 light. 11th out pack. That is seemingly where a lot of the great racers are ending up here, between that 10 and 15,000 package in this first round. Howard Westbury wasn't bad. He was 12 on the tree, then went 73 on a 72. Good, but not good enough. So Jason Jensen got to the finish line first by 11th thou and moves on to the next round in door car. Steve Vandersloot and Steve Cisco coming up now. Cisco in the third gen Camaro, 651 dialed. Vandersloot dialed 519 in the Corvette. One of several roadsters we have in competition. Vandersloot going to be peeking between the bars of the roll cage. Cisco going to be looking out the passenger window as they get down to the top end, or even if they get to 60 feet. If you trained your eyes, you can tell one racer had a very, very strong reaction time. How about you? How about you, Steve Cisco? 3,000s pack. 3 on the hit, 10 on a 10. Very well done by Steve Cisco, and you were just not going to beat that. You're not going to beat it with a 34 light, I can tell you that. So Steve Vandersloot retired. He goes 19 on his 19 dial with a 4, but again, 34 light to Cisco's 3. It was over then. Chris Dixon and Matty Malone coming up now. Dixon, Chevy 2. Malone, the 66 Chevy 2. Malone's car in gold on the right-hand side. Dixon, left-hand side of the racetrack, but Matty Malone, 26 red from Tuscumbia, Alabama. Matty Malone is taken out by the foul start, and Chris Dixon had that one sewed up soon as he saw the red light come on. So Chris Dixon advances, going 649 at 104.85 in the red Chevy 2. Jake Coughlin Jr., Delaware, Ohio, coming up in the wagon. And Rob Saunders, 69 Nova, the 427 in the front of it, dialed 592. Coughlin dialed 607. Jeg fully staged. Here comes Saunders. Saunders' car bouncing its way down the racetrack. Coughlin better on the starting line, but not better at the finish line. Wow. Jake Coughlin and Saunders both quick, but Coughlin got there first, and he breaks out 6:05.1 on his 6:07 dial. He had a 0:07 reaction time, took 13th thou at the end of the racetrack, but he was too quick. And Saunders was 15 on the step of the throttle, 5:9:07 on his 5:92 dial-in, and it's Rob Saunders moving on as Jag was just a little too greedy at the top end. Kevin Pruitt left side in the wagon, and Marco Abruzzi. Warren, Ohio, right side. 6:32 the dial-in for Abruzzi, and Kevin Pruitt, 5:75 on the left side, the 1967 Nova. Abruzzi has been at this game a very long time. Pruitt is also a seasoned veteran, and it's going to be Abruzzi with a 7th thou pack. Second best of the day so far. 32.3 on a 32 with a 004 light. Very nicely done there by Abruzzi. Kevin Pruitt was 8 on the tree, got to the finish line a hun quicker than Abruzzi, but broke out 73.8 on his 75 dial. Abruzzi advances. We need red, white, and blue door car run stickers. Red, white, and blue door car run stickers to the lanes as Corey Butler and Lee Newmeyer come up. Red, white, and blue door car run stickers to the lanes, please. 76 Vega for Newmeyer. Butler in the classic T Roadster. Corey Butler may have to turn some magic here, and he can't do it. Butler, 99.8 with a 34 light on a 98 dial, isn't going to get it done, but Newmeyer is. Hit the tree for 18, 74.3 on a 73 dial-in, and he goes 21 ahead of Butler across the stripe to get the win. So Lee Newmeyer in the 76 Vega going to advance. Butler is eliminated. Ryan Kirkpatrick coming up in the Malibu station wagon. Third gen Camaro sitting across from him, dialed 636. Kirkpatrick dialed 675. Red, white, and blue run stickers. Red, white, and blue door car run stickers to the lanes. Red light start for Kirkpatrick by just 2 thou. Camaro was tight with a 5 light and goes 35.5 at 107 miles an hour. But Ryan Kirkpatrick, red light start, proceeds to run 674 at 100. So Kirkpatrick is gonzo. The Camaro stays in. Ray Holmes and Jimmy Francisco coming up now. Francisco in the Nova, Ray Holmes in the 1963 full-bodied Corvette. Holmes in the Corvette dialed 575. Francisco with a 571 on the dial-in board. Once again, red, white, and blue door car run stickers. Load them up. Wheels up on both sides of the drag strip. A bunch of zeros in both of the reaction times, and the win light will come on for Holmes. Holmes is 004 on the tree, 76.7 on a 75 dial. Took the stripe by 18 thou and got himself a win light. Was 4 thou better than Francisco on the starting line. Jimmy was 8 on the tree. Goes 74 at 120 on his 71 dial-in. 31 thou off the dial. Holmes was a little bit better on the starting line and certainly tighter at the stripe. Only 17 thou off his dial. Kevin Crawford and Ryan Kozlik coming up right now, I should say. Kozlik from Grand Haven, Michigan in the Chevy 2. Crawford, Jefferson, South Carolina. Regular at Darlington Dragway. Big wheel stand for Kozlik out there. And Kozlik with the wheel stand was good looking, but the reaction time wasn't. Crawford, a 23 thou pack, 14.1 on a 14 with a 22 light, took the stripe by 11. Chris Kolzik was 35 on the reaction time side of things and ran the dial with a 0, was 77.0 on a 77, but did not get off the starting blocks in time. Speed of 117.55 for Kolzik. Kevin Crawford did the better job and gets the win light, moving on to the next round. Tim Sloan and Eric Tenney now. Tenney, the 1969 Dart out of Forest Hill, Maryland, and Tim Sloan out of Columbia, Tennessee, in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. 484 the dial in for Sloan, 651 for Tenney. Sloan going to try to make it up with horsepower here, and he can't do it. Tenney ate him up on the starting line. 52-2 on a 51 dial, 14 light for Tenney. That was what he needed to get the job done. He arrived at the finish line 29 thou ahead of Eric Tenney. Tim Sloan was 50 on the reaction time, ran the dial with a 5, but a 55 package not going to get you out of round 2 here, presented by Aeromotive in this FTI 100 Grander. Austin Sloan and Kevin Brandon now. Brandon right side, Sloan left side. 543 the dial in on Sloan's open roof Corvette Roadster. Win light for Kevin Brandon. Brandon hit the tree 009, goes 62.8, 61 dial, gets the job done, takes a stripe by 29 thou. Sloan runs the dial with a 5, but was 52 on the tree. That was his downfall. Billy Hill and Randy Scheuer Jr. Billy Hill and that screaming green Maverick dialed 654. Scheuer 615 the dial in. Red, white, and blue door car run stickers. We get you stacked up deep out there. We are running you hard and fast, so make sure you're in the lanes and you're with your car in those staging lanes. Wristbands must be on. Dial-ins must be secured before you cross the top of staging. So Billy Hill going to try to make the most of his 400th head start here. Randy Scheuer Jr., second to stage. Red light start for Scheuer Jr., 009 red. That means Billy Hill with an 11 reaction time and a hard charge in 6:51.6 at 105 miles an hour moves on. Scheuer was 5 thou quick. Or rather, 9 thousandths too quick to leave the starting line for Scheuer. Then he runs 6:14 at 112. Ryan Burkell and Wayne Ezel coming up right now. Ezel, right side of the racetrack, 635 is the dial-in. For Burkell, it is 611. Drivers, we need you to stay by your cars in the staging lanes. Do not wander off. We run a tight program here. We're running a lot of cars down this racetrack. We need you to stay by your cars in the lanes. No red lights here. Burkell left side. Ezel on the right side in the Nova. And it will be a 6:13.3 on a 6:11 dial-in with an 11 reaction time for Burkell. Took 35 at the finish line. Wins the drag race. Ezel was 27, and then the car ran off 6:39.2 on a 6:35 dial, 104 miles an hour. So Ezel is eliminated. Burkell, a fairly aggressive amount of stripe taken down there, got the win light. Joey Harrison and Jeff Ledford coming up. Ledford's a guy who has certainly been around this big money bracket racing game forever. The Mid-Michigan Motorplex back in the day, really one of the foundational tracks that got this whole big money stuff going. Jim Ledford, his dad, the World Super Pro Challenge, they found it up there. And Ledford himself has won some money so far this year, trying to go for the big money here in the 1.1 race, and he will move on to the next round, beating Joey Harrison. 27.7 on the 26 dial for Ledford, the 16 light. Harrison better on the tree with an 11 reaction time, but got to the finish line 2 hun ahead of Ledford, broke out 6:207 on a 6:21 dial-in. So Harrison just too quick getting down to the big end of the racetrack, was waiting for Ledford to show up, and he didn't. And unfortunately for Harrison, he didn't lift early enough. 109 miles an hour the speed for Joey. Ledford will advance. Now it is Danny Argyle and Steve Hayes coming up. Hayes from Aurora, Colorado in the Camaro. Dialed 528. Argyle dialed 624, and that mustard yellow Mustang on the left side. They're not going to make it easy on each other. Argyle was 006 and gets the win light. 25-1 on a 24 dial with a 006 light as Steve Hayes was better. He was 1 on the tree. He hustled to the finish line and took a ton. He was 47 ahead of Argyle at the stripe, and he breaks out. Hayes runs 25 on a 28 dial, and again took a whole bunch down there. And Danny Argyle, the beneficiary of that, 25-1 on a 24 with a 006 light. Argyle moves on. John Corbin and Dave White coming up. White 583 the dial in. Corbin 557. Here are Camaros. Corbin and White are clean on the starting line, and it will be Corbin. Corbin gets the win light and gets to the finish line by 8/10 thou for the victory. Dave White was 14, runs 81.5 on an 83 dial. Corbin was 8, runs 56.0 on a 57, gets there 8/10 thou ahead of Dave White. Off the dial by 9 thou for Corbin, off the dial by 14 thou for White. Jason Hemmerline and Eric Thomas. Hemmerline, the 1986 Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Unionville, Michigan, dialed 584, and the Camaro dialed 565 for Eric Thomas. Red light start for Thomas by 16. So Thomas eliminated by his own hand, and Hemmerline goes 583.6, 117. 003 light for Hemmerline. Thomas ran it through 565.8 at 120. Chase McKay and Ricky Atkins coming up right now. Atkins from Milan, Michigan, the 1968 Pontiac GTO, and Chase McKay from New Boston, Michigan, the 1968 Camaro. See what the Bulldog over there can do with a 603 dial. For McKay, it is 643. That's the magic number. Atkins looks like he's running that baby high gear only, and it's going to work good for him. 15 on the step, 604.9 on a 603 dial for Ricky Atkins to move ahead. Chase McKay was 27 ahead of him at the stripe, and he broke out going 42 on a 43 with a 16 light. McKay took the aggressive approach down there, but just was too quick by a hun at the stripe, breaking out. That means Atkins will move on. Jerry Burdess and Mia Tedesco coming up right now. We saw Mia yesterday running the dragster in the re-entry round as well as the first round of the 100K, and now she's in her Camaro from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And Jerry Burdess from Cuba, Illinois, in the Roadster. Tedesco looking out to her right, wondering where he's going, and Tedesco will get the win light. Tedesco was out first, 006, goes 582 on a 582 dial, a 7 thou pack from Mia. Woo. Jerry took 33 at the finish line and broke out by 6. 71 on a 77. So Mia Tedesco with that 7 thou package advances. David Davis and Dave Engler coming up. We saw Engler, who was running in door car category as well as no box, advanced in door car. Now we'll see what he can do here in no box next to Dave Davis. Davis dialed 657 and the big old Mopar dialed 676 on the right side. light start for Davis by 2 thou. 6:54.9 for Davis, running it through after a 002 red light. So Dave Engler moves on again, 004, and then he proceeds to run down the racetrack, 75.9 at 101.74. So Dave Engler is honing his foot brake skills in that Mopar, hitting the tree very strong, and David Davis was just too early. Got that silver Malibu right-hand side of the drag strip, and Andy Robolewski coming up on the left side. GTW Enterprises and Lane Auto, the sponsors for the LaPorte, Indiana-based Robolewski. And again, these guys just beating up on each other in the starting line. It is Robolewski, as unfortunately for his competitor, 19 light takes a thou of stripe and breaks out by 1. Oh man, that's brutal. Robolewski with the win light was 1 on the tree, 63.8 on a 62. He'll take that 19 thousandths package and drive it right onto the next lane and right onto the next round. But unfortunately for his competitor, took a thou at the finish line, and that was a problem. Blake Richardson and Derek Davish. Richardson in the pickup truck, dialed 625. Davish dialed 554. Davish in the Vega, waiting in pre-stage. Big head start here for Richardson. Gonna have his head craned just about around backwards. Davish will be making the run at him at the top end. Wheels up launch for Richardson in the truck, and here comes Derek Davish. And Davish didn't waste the opportunity. 001 on the step of the throttle, 556.4 on a 554 dial-in, and Blake Richardson took 51 at the finish line. Breaks out by a bunch, 621.5 on that 25 dial, and Davish moves on in the Vega. And for those of you running a dial-in board, which is obviously most of you, the dial-in boards must be on before you come around past the head of staging. The dial-in boards must be on before you come around the top of staging. Jeff Smith from Plymouth, Indiana, the 1980 Buick Skylark on the right side. Left-hand side, his competitor will take the win light. Huge starting line advantage on the left-hand side of 16 to Smith's 56, and that was pretty much all she wrote there. Margin of victory defined basically by the reaction time margin. So Jeff Smith, 529 and a 27 is eliminated. 53 and a 52 for his competitor is good enough to move on. Yeah, the dial-in board has to be on, and you cannot change it past the ready line. That's one of the announcements we'll continue to make. The board must be on so we can see it, and you cannot make changes to the dial-in past the ready line. Jody Davies and John Scott coming up right now. Davies in the Camaro. Scott from Kinzers, Pennsylvania, in the 1971 Vega. The Vega making a hard run at Davies at the finish line, but it is Jody Davies from Gallatin, Tennessee. Davies did a nice job there as Scott took 17 at the finish line, breaking out, goes 7 on a 9 dial with a 20 light. Davies ate him up at the starting line, 004, then proceeds to run 664.6 at 102.67. So John Scott took 17, broke out. All color door slammer or door car run stickers. All color door car run stickers to the lanes, please. All color door car run stickers to the lanes, please. Sean Carpenter, Carmen Thornton. Thornton, the 79 Malibu. Carpenter down 596 and goes red in the Camaro 002. So Carmen Thornton will take that beautiful Malibu on to the next round as Carpenter 002 red. 673.9 for Carmen Thornton at 106 miles an hour as Sean Carpenter went 593.1 at 114 after a 002 red light start. Quan Spain coming up from Brandywine, Maryland, the 85 Chevette. Not a T1000, this is a real deal Chevette. And Josh Kessler on the right side. Kessler in the beautiful Olds Cutlass. Little Chevette creeping its way in. 634 the dial on the Chevette. Kessler dialed 505, so a 1.3 second head start and a red light for Quain Spain by 14th thou with the wheels in the air. So Josh Kessler, 505.2. 505 dial. Nice tight run there for him. Quain Spain missed the tree by 14 and then runs down to 635. Dan Fletcher and Jesse Alberts coming up right now. Fletcher, of course, one of the most decorated sportsman racers in history, made it all the way down to the very, very late rounds. Shouldn't say the late rounds. At the fling down there in Galat, he was as late as you can go. Did not turn on that last win light, though. Drove himself like a boss down there. 003 red in the final for the big wagon that Dan Fletcher pilots here. He's dialed 657. Alberts dialed 581. Red light start as Albert's car crept its way through the beams. And Dan Fletcher goes 13, then he goes 54.9, legging it through at 104.58. Jesse Albert's car kind of lurched as he went to come up on the RPM, and it rolled its way through the beams.
Completing the burnout play. That Corvette dialed in at a 532. Right side, Matt Polius. In the Mustang, dialed in 599.
Randy Folk and Mike Stokes coming to the starting line. Stokes, Kaliba, Michigan, 536 the dial. He's got that beautiful Challenger over there in green, and there goes Randy Folk with the wheels up. Mike Stokes goes 007 red. Folk fans the brake pedal. 012 on a flat dial. Moves on to the next round. Mike Stokes, 7,000th red, then proceeds to go 36.5 on a 36, but it was over at the starting line. 127 mile an hour speed for Stokes in the Mopar. Randy Folk, 6012, 115 miles an hour with 16 on the tree. Robbie Gear and Scott Taylor coming up now. Taylor, 484 on the right-hand side of the racetrack in his Camaro Roadster. And Robbie Gear from Kansas City, Missouri. Got Old Glory on the roof. Backlot Cars, the sponsor. The 1974 Nova dialed 553. Stand for Gear, but a 0003 red light start. Gear is out. Gear is eliminated as Scott Taylor runs through 482.0, 145 miles an hour, and Robbie Gear 0003 on the bad side of the starting line, 5501 at 126 after the red light. Taylor advances. Ray Boyer and Cole Castile coming up. We saw Castile, one of the first pairs out this morning, and he is continuing to refine the setup here as Ray Boyer, 004, a red light start on the right side, 619.9, but it is Boyer red lighting his chances away. Castile, 8 green, 38 on a 40 with the hammer down at 106 miles an hour. Brian Rockwell and Dave Wassler coming up. Wassler in the red pickup truck, Rockwell dialed 591 in the Roadster. Wassler 646, the dial in the truck. A reminder, your dial-in boards need to be on and they cannot be changed once you pass the top of staging. We are paying mighty close attention to those two things. Red light start for Wassler. A string of red lights here over the last couple of pairs. They seem to come in clumps, at least they have over the last couple of days. Rockwell 5.904, 115. We'll move on to round number 3 as Wassler, after the 16 red light, goes 6:43 at 107 miles an hour. Josh Gant from Grafton, Ohio, 71 Nova. Really unique paint scheme on this car, just beautiful, light blue. And Blaine Hurst from Wellington, Ohio. Late second gen Camaro, red light start for Gant. 0009 red. Ugh. Gant didn't miss it by much, but he did miss it. Goes 6:02.8, 118. But Blaine Hurst in that second gen Camaro on the right hand side of the drag strip will advance, going 695 at 99 miles an hour. Leighton Jones and Vinny Guido coming up right now. Spotswood, New Jersey, home for Guido, the 632 dial and the silver Nova. And Leighton Jones in the Camaro is dialed in at 575. Welcome to our viewers on Motor Mania TV. Make sure you share the fact that we are racing and that you are watching. A couple of thousand people hanging out on the live stream right now. We said last night we want to make it 1 million watching over the course of the week, or 1.1 million to truly match the payout. Another red light start as Jones goes 18 red. Guido 6.303, 108.99 miles an hour as Leighton Jones goes 5.72.2, but missed the tree by 18 thou. Chuck Flanagan and Howard Westbury coming up. Westbury from Haleyville, South Carolina. Flanagan from Lima, Ohio. Chuck Flanagan and Howard Westbury. Westbury right side, dialed 571 in the Nova, and the big 65 Pontiac GTO, dialed 622 on the left side. Chuck Flanagan, second to stage in the GTO. Monster wheel stand by Westbury. Not only a great wheel stand, but also a great wind light. Finally, a pair not decided by a red light. This one actually decided by Chuck Flanagan's breakout. Howard Westbury, 004. 5702 and a 571 dial, but we look over at Chuck Flanagan, was 19 on the tree. Got there 6 thou ahead of Westbury, but runs 619 on a 622 dial in. So Chuck Flanagan breaks his way out. Howard Westbury moves on to the next round. Daddy Mac from Batesville, Indiana, right side, and Larry Hamby, left side. FTI, BLP, the major sponsors on the 1955 Chevrolet. Hamby dialed 668, Mac dialed 574. Red light start for Hamby by a single thou. 001 red light start for the Chevrolet. Should say the 55 Chevrolet is Daddy Mac. Goes 5704 at 120 on a 574 dial-in. Hamby 666.9 after the red light. Leon Robertson and Larry Meary coming up right now. Meary driving that 2016 Mustang Cobra Jet Roadster. 514 cubic inch. 385 series stroked Ford big block in the front, dialed 579. And Leon Robertson dialed 670 in the very unassuming looking white Fox body Mustang. Red light start for Robertson by 3. Larry goes 580 flat on his 79 dial with an 18 light. So the 19 thou pack, well done. Academic, though, after the red light, after Robertson missed it by 3, he ran through a 67.8 at 103.23 in the Mustang. Matt Brewer and Chuck O'Neill. We continue on to this round of a couple of hundred of our door slammer or door car competitors. 230 some, I believe, is what we had on the sheet for this round, somewhere in that neighborhood. The FTI 100K warm-up race. That's what we do around here. We have $100,000 warm-up races at the SFG Jegs Million. Florida home for Brewer. Chuck O'Neill, red lighting. When the bulb is the color of your car on the starting line, not good news for Chuck O'Neill. 8th hour early. O'Neill runs through after the red light, 682 at 100. Matt Brewer was 38 on the tree, and then he legs it through 653.9 at 104.1 miles an hour. Wayne Honeycutt and Kelly Smith. Smith in the 2000 S10, 658 the dial for the truck, 628 the dial for the little Chevy 2 on the left-hand side. Both drivers clean and pretty tight on the reaction time. This one's going to go over to Wayne Honeycutt. Honeycutt, the least of the two offenders. Both drivers under their predicted dial-in, 627.3 and a 628 for Honeycutt with a 005 light, as Smith was 56.8 on a 58 prediction at 101.95 miles an hour. Smith was 17 on the tree to Honeycutt's 5. Smith was 11 off the dial, Honeycutt 6. Kenny Underwood. Curtis Zinzalita from Flagstaff, Arizona. Foot braking and running indoor car. Kenny Underwood from Delaware, Ohio. Of course, got the big wheels up launch, that Jegs Pontiac Firebird. Underwood, one of the grizzled veterans out here, getting it done. 17 on an 07 with a 003 dial. Zinzaletta was just late. He was 87 on the tree. Underwood played it like the veteran that he is. Got the job done. Kenny Underwood advances. Took himself 5.5 feet of stripe in terms of distance, and that was plenty. Did not risk his position at all. 17 on a 7 dial. Peeps Pennington and Carly Truler coming up right now. Truler on the left side, 627 dial, All-Star Performance. The sponsor, All-Star Performance, a huge supporter of SFG Promotions, and the title on our $1 million race this weekend. Peeps Pennington, 471. The Roadster dialed on the right-hand side. Truler, a 1.5 second head start effectively here. Red light start for Truler by 7. This one's over. Pennington, 472.5, 471 dial, 07 on the tree. 628.7 at 111 for Truler after the red light. Dustin Long and Mark Payne coming up right now. Payne, the turbocharged LS-powered Cavalier. Top sportsman runner, 449 the dial-in. Dustin Long dialed 528 in the Corvette Roadster. So the House of Payne, Mark Payne owned and driven Cavalier. And Dustin Long, his head out in the breeze here in his good-looking Corvette Roadster. Wheels up launch and a red light start for Payne by a foul. Payne eliminated him on the red light, runs a 46 after the fact. Dustin Long goes 525.5, 131. After a 15 reaction time. So Mark Payne, that 001 red, ended his hope of this $100,000 race. Jason Barnes and Aaron Vale. The Napa-sponsored 73 Pontiac Trans Am, great-looking car. And Jason Barnes from Portland, Tennessee, dialed 657 in the S10. Nice wheels up launch for the Poncho. Barnes got the front end up of the pickup truck a little bit. And it's Barnes, 57.7 on a 57 with an 8 light. So he puts a nice 15 thousandths pack together. Took 28 at the finish line to get the win light. Vale, 28 on the tree, runs 70 on a 69. It is getting tougher and tougher out here as each round goes by. But Barnes, 15 thousandths pack, taking 28 at the finish line. Who will get it done? Mark Nettesheim and Kevin Rodden. Rodden from Cleveland, Tennessee. Nettesheim from Hartland, Wisconsin. Nettesheim staged, as is Rodden. Rodden goes red by 11. Nettesheim, free pass into the next round of the FTI 100-grander. This second round action being presented by Autometer. Once again, as a basic rule of bracket racing, and certainly a hard rule here at SFG Promotions, when you stage to a dial-in, you own it. So make sure you check your dial-in. We have the board set up directly ahead of the water box. When you're sitting there getting ready to do your burnout, look up and check your dial-in. If you stage to an incorrect dial, you own it. It's not just a rule here, it's pretty much a given rule across the sport of drag racing, so make sure you're checking the dial-in boards. Jaden Durst and Nick Engler. More Engler Mopar action here, and it is going to be Engler. 61-1 on a 61 dial with 11 reaction time. That is a 12 thou pack, and that 12 thou pack brought the heat to Jaden Durst. Durst was a little bit better on the tree, 008, but Durst took 4 thou at the finish line. He took 7.9 inches, and that was the difference between winning and losing for Jaden Durst, as Durst breaks out by 3/10 thou, taking a measly 7.9 inches at the end of the racetrack. So Nick Engler, in a very tight drag race, moves on to the next one. That was a battle, about the best one we've seen so far today. Bruce Thrift and Chris Galitti coming up right now. Galitti in the Nova, dial 539, and Thrift dial 427 in that nitrous-assisted Top Sportsman Pontiac GTO. Charlie Buck racing engine under the hood of this thing. He has several kits of nitrous he can use, but we understand that he's just spraying one of them here. 1.102 seconds is the spread here. Chris Galitti going to be running for his life, and Bruce Thrift is going to show up in a hurry. Bruce's car wanders a little at the top end. It's Galitti. Galitti on the starting line, goes 40 with a 7 on a 39, 15 light. For Bruce Thrift, he runs 25.8 on a 27 dial-in. Gets to the finish line first by 19 thou and breaks out. 24 light. Chris Galitti was 15. And Bruce Thrift came up on him hard and fast, but just was too aggressive down there at the end of the racetrack. Chris Galitti moves on to the next round. Dustin Shore and Joe Hansen coming up. Shore in the rear windowless 1971 Pinto. Get that good air circulation going on in there. And Joe Hansen dialed 621 on the right side. The Monza for Hansen, the Pinto for Shore, and the Winlight for Shore. Hansen breaks out, unfortunately for him, as Shore was 009, then he goes 12 with a 3 on an 11 dial-in. A little over 20 thou pack there, and Joe Hansen was 18 on the tree, goes 19 on a 21, took 14 at the finish line stripe, which is just under 30 inches. Trying to make up for the reaction time disadvantage. Hansen breaks out and loses the race. Dustin Shore is moving on to the Pinto. Danny Bastinelli and Corey Saint coming up. Bastinelli from Georgetown at Delaware, 575 to dial on his Nova. Saint dialed 650. Nice wheels up launch for Bastinelli. Bastinelli is eliminated out of this one as Saint goes 507 on a 50 dial with a 009 light, 16 thou, took 9 thou at the finish line. Again, just under 20 inches there is Corey Saint driving it like a pro at 103.9 miles an hour. Bastinelli, 006 red light start, ended his day. Corey Saint wasn't taking any chances, treating every single run like it is the final round and doing his best and make sure he trains himself on how to be the best at the starting line and the finish line. Nice piece of driving by Saint. Tough break for Bastinelli. Donnie Hagar and A.J. Buchanan coming up now. Buchanan, Trick Flow, Weisco, Finish Line Race Fuels, the sponsors. On that little Pontiac. And Donnie Hagar, 632 the dial in, the Clark Lake, Michigan-based Chevy S10. Hagar fully staged. Red light start for Buchanan. By 0007, Buchanan goes red. Donnie Hagar in a Michigan pickup truck moves on. Hagar 31-0 on a 32 at 109.44. Buchanan 639 at 107. So George Hoff left side in the fair lane. They got the right-hand side of the racetrack. The S10 pickup truck. George Hoff goes down the racetrack and earns himself a breakout. Win light happened on the right side of the racetrack for the S10 truck, 52-1 on that 53, but George Hoff got to the finish line first by 5 feet in his car, and he earns himself the loss for doing that. 7 flat on an 05 dial for Hoff. He was 27 on the tree, his competitor 30. Kevin Chess and Phil Hurst. Hurst is in his Fox Mustang 649 dial, and Kevin Chess from Ashworth, Ohio, in the Chevy Malibu dial 575. This one going to be a chess match at the top end. The reaction time's just about even, and it is going to be Phil Hurst. Hurst goes 501 on a 49 dial, 13 light. Kevin Chess took himself 17 at the finish line, and that's what did him in. 574.4 on a 575 dial with a 12 light. Kevin Chess got there first and got there too quickly. Jake Huntington and Matty Gill coming up right now. Matty Gill from Grafton, Ohio, and Jake Huntington from Belleville, Michigan. 69 Chevelle on the left side. Red with the black rally stripes over the roof. Vinyl roof, I should say. 666 the dial in for Jake. Gill dialed 598. And huge problems for Huntington as the car did not leave the starting line. Matty Gill lifts and goes 610 at 105 miles an hour, knowing that there was nobody in the other lane. She did the right thing. And Jake Huntington got to be disappointed there as he will slowly motor his Chevelle down the racetrack. Gill advances. Jack Liggett and Randy Schuer Jr. 614 the dial in for Schuer is Jack Liggett in the wagon, dialed 622. Second round of Door Car here at the FTI 100K. It's part of Wednesday, the Jegs SFG Million. APD, Mickey Thompson, Weisco, and Penske, the sponsors for Schuer Jr. Schuer takes a deep breath and rolls that truck into pre-stage. Jack Liggett was 002, and Jack Liggett, wow, 002, 22-0 on a 22. He has a 2,000 package, best of the day so far for Jack Liggett. Well-driven drag race, 22-0 on a 22 dial, 002 light, 107.48 miles an hour. Took himself 17 at the finish line, which works out to about 35 inches, as Randy Schuer, 13.5 at 112. 0.25 reaction time, but Jack Liggett got the job done down there. Brilliant, brilliant piece of driving. Max Brewer and Jeremy Kessler coming up. Kessler right-hand side in the Ford Thunderbird, and Max Brewer, the race shop sponsored Chevy Vega. We got a lot of Vegas here. This one is incredibly clean. 72 model year. Beautiful car. Chrysler, the faster car, the Thunderbird, 50 with a 5 on a 50 dial with a 7 light. 12 thousandths package, took himself a mere 5 thousandths. Only 10 inches at the finish line stripe, so Kessler out there like a boss as well. Brewer runs his dial with an O, goes 13-0 on a 13 with a 17 light. Yikes. Deep end of the pool right there. 17 thousandths package on one side. Going to win you a lot of rounds, especially it could have won you a lot of side-by-sides early in this second round of competition. But when the guy in the other lane is 7, Eric Johnson and Jason Overstreet. Overstreet goes 0.63 on a 5 dial in with a 23 light to get himself a win light. That's Eric Johnson moving on to the 66 Nova. Overstreet took about 3 feet of stripe down there and breaks out. 16 thou on the clock, 3 feet on the tape measure as far as how much stripe he took. 6.054 and a 6.06 dial in. Overstreet is retired and Johnson moves on. Kevin Pollard and Gerald Engel coming up. Engel from Huntington, Indiana. The roof rack equipped 1966 Chevy 2 station wagon. And Kevin Pollard in this awesome wheel standing Love truck. Watch this truck leave the starting line. It is brutal. Well, the wagon pulled the front end up and turned the red light on. Got the height advantage on the wheelie, but it's Pollard moving on because of the red light start by Engel. Engel was 12 red. Pollard legs it through 5.406 and 127. Pollard was 0.06 on the reaction time side of things, but Engel 6.43.7 at 105. Ran the number with the 7 behind it, but he did so after a 12 thousandths red light start. Todd Ostig and Wes Weaver coming up. Weaver from Orange, Virginia, the 1981 Camaro on the left side. Good-looking car, got the factory chrome trim around the windows. Todd Ostig. Beautiful Corvette, dial 562. Ostig goes 10 red. 561.4 for Ostig, but he fouled himself out with that 10 red light. Wes Weaver, 546 at 128.5 miles per hour, advances in the Camaro. Ann Jackson and Bobby Love coming up right now. So Love 594 is the number on the Nova, 694 the number on the pickup truck from Effingham, South Carolina. Red light start for Love by 23. Here we go again. When we see one of those red lights, they seem to start falling out of the sky on us. Ann Jackson, 692.6, 100.36 miles an hour, and Bobby Love, 597.7. After that 23 red light. Jason Jensen and Rick LaRoque coming up. LaRoque from Michigan, the 2000 Mustang, and Jason Jensen from Vicksburg, Michigan, the 1965 Chevelle. 607 the dial. The Chevelle. Jensen has won the 50 grander up there, or I should say there in Stanton, Michigan. And Rick LaRoque got a 651 number on the window of the black Mustang. Jason Jensen getting it done on the starting line, goes 054 and an 07 dial with a 003 light. LaRoque loses this one. Was 10 on the tree, then runs 48.9 on a 51 dial in. Both of them are quick, but LaRoque Too quick for his own good. 21 off the number, Jensen 16 off, and Jensen moves on. Dan Gorby and Tanner Miller are coming up right now. Miller, the Vegas station wagon. Gorby, the 1969 Camaro. Classic looking piece with a 427 big block. Dialed 621 Ford Gorby. Racers beyond the dial-in board, beyond the dial-in, you must be ready when you come across the top of staging with your gloves, your helmet, and all safety equipment on, ready to go. As Tanner Miller, 13 red, is eliminated. Oh, 13 red, and then he runs 30 with a 5 on a 30 dial. Dan Gorby will move on to the next round. Gorby, 622.7 at 109, 621 dial-in for the Camaro. Advances, and Miller, that 13 red light. Gone, baby, gone. Steve Cisco and Chad Duke coming up. Duke from Wilmington, North Carolina. Cisco on the left-hand side, little squared up Nova. 618 the dial-in for Cisco as Chad Duke is dialed 550. Both cars leaving with the front ends in the air, but one car doing a better job than the other. That was Steve Cisco, but he is not going to get the win light as Chad Duke, 49.5 on a 50 dial with a 37 light, is going to actually move him along as Steve Cisco got to the finish line about 4 feet ahead of him, took 24 thou and broke out. 6:17.5, 108 miles an hour as Cisco. Tough luck there. 13 on the tree to Duke's 37, and it's Cisco that gets sent packing. Joe Hansen and Jimmy Bradshaw coming up right now. Bradshaw, 627 the dial. Hansen dialed 564. Couple of good-looking Camaros. First and second gen side by side there in the starting line. Red light start for Joe Hansen. Hansen 004 red, 566.1 at 122. Jimmy Bradshaw advances 625.4 at 107.89. He will take it. Gary Fury Jr. 591 on the purple Camaro, and Tom Tidwell left side. Guilford, Indiana home for Tidwell, who is dialed to 623. Fury dialed 591. Gary Fury goes 17 thou red. Tom Tidwell goes 623.7, taking the win light with a 122 reaction time. So Tidwell got away with murder on that one as Gary Fury left early, and Tidwell will be counting his blessings when he reads that time slip. And he must have known in the car that he probably figured he was dead meat until he saw Fury go red. Apparently we had some local TV coverage out here earlier, and they were very happy with what they were seeing as far as people being socially distanced and doing what they need to do to remain safe, sound, and happy out here. So thanks to everybody for doing your part to social distance and keep us looking good. Nick Folk and Lee Newmeyer. Newmeyer dialed 573. Nick Folk dialed 573 as well. See what Folk can do here in the little Chevy Cobalt. Newmeyer, grizzled bracket racing veteran, takes out Nick Folk. Newmeyer's 003 goes 74.4 on a 73 dial, takes 12th out at the stripe, and drives himself on to the next round. Folk was 23, runs 73.6 on his 73 dial-in for the 29th thou combined package, but it wasn't enough to hang with Newmeyer. That 003 light Run 11 off, 14th out pack, takes 12th out at the stripe, so Lee Newmeyer, well done by him on both ends. Eric Tenney and Roy St. Dennis coming up now. St. Dennis in the Ford Thunderbird. 69 dart, right side for Eric Tenney, dialed 653. Red light start for St. Dennis, 002 red for the Thunderbird. Tenney was 12 green, goes 51.9 at 105 miles an hour. St. Dennis goes 21.0 at 112. Kevin Pruitt in the station wagon, dialed 574, and Mike Marcette, dialed 553. Kevin Pruitt and Mike Marcette heading down the racetrack. Marcette of that 1996 Dodge will move ahead. 52.0 at 124 miles an hour and a 53 dial. He had an 07 light. We look at what Kevin Pruitt did over there. Pruitt was 72.9 on a 74 dial with a 12 reaction time. So Mike Marcette, least worst, moves on. Antoine Jett, right side out of New Jersey. In the black Malibu, and Bob Payton, 616 the dial-in for Payton. In the Chevy 2, Jett dialed to 621. Continuing to claw our way through. Second round of door car here. Antoine Jett stands it up on the rear tires, but did he do it quickly enough? He did not. 17.2 on a 16 with a 31 light for Bob Payton. Keeps going back to the old adage, you don't have to be the best in the joint, just going to be better than the other guy. Payton was significantly better than Jett off the starting line. Jett had a 67 light, then goes 20 with a 5 on a 21 dial. Bob Payton got to the finish line first and did not get there too quickly. 17.2 on a 16 with a 31 light. Bob Payton will take it. Won't brag about it, but he'll take it. Chris Gee, right side, 68 Mustang. And Caroline McCarty. McCarty driving the 1968 Rambler station wagon, dialed 610. Little Rambler leaves with the front end up in the air and a brilliant reaction time for McCarty along with a win light. How about 0006 for the reaction time of Carolyn McCarty? Goes 11.3 on a 10 dial. 13 pack for Caroline. Very nicely done. Took 4.6 feet or 25 thou at the stripe at 110 miles an hour. Gee was 004. Goes 75 on a 72. The car just didn't perform at the top end, but 0006 for McCarty. Lights out driving by Caroline. Brad Pierce and Dave Connolly coming up right now. Connolly in his white station wagon. Brad Pierce from Riverside, California, dialed 624. Connolly dialed 589. Connolly going to take a starting line advantage and parlay it into a victory, taking 8/10 thou at the stripe. That is snug. 1.7 inches at the finish line. Woo, baby, for Dave Connolly. 593, 111 miles an hour on an 89 dial. He was 19 on the tree. Pierce was 25.8 on a 24, but was 43 on the reaction time. And Dave Connolly, razor tight down there at the stripe. Mike Morgan and Mark Daniels on the way on down the racetrack now. 96 Firebird for Daniels as Morgan dialed 590 in his S10 truck. The truck's scampering down, but here comes Daniels in that fast Pontiac to claim victory. Mike Morgan drove himself right out of that one as Mark Daniels goes 23.9 on a 25 dial with a 23 light. But what did Morgan do? Unfortunately, took way too much at the finish line. Goes 87.1 on a 90 dial. Was 007 on the tree, but then took about 10 feet at the finish line. 33.5, rather 33 thou, I should say, down there at the stripe 3 hun. Mike Morgan, too heavy-footed. Mark Daniels, the benefit of that decision-making as Nate Schroeder and Marco Abruzzi coming up right now. Nathan Schroeder sit in the S10 pickup truck. Marco Abruzzi in a slightly newer S10 pickup truck. Abruzzi dialed 632 and Schroeder dialed 617. Abruzzi and Schroeder go down, and it's Abruzzi getting the win light. 15 reaction time, 34.9 on a 32 dial. Schroeder went 6:16.8 at 109 miles an hour. Got to the finish line first by 8 thousandths of a second, but did it too quickly. He was dialed at 6:17. So Nate Schroeder, a little too aggressive. Got the break out there as Marco Abruzzi. We'll move on to the next round in his truck as Ryan Kirkpatrick and Dan Galinas come up. Galinas dialed 620. Kirkpatrick dialed 674. Red light start for the wheel standing 87 Porsche out of New Jersey. 009 red for Galinas as Ryan Kirkpatrick 675.2 at 98 miles an hour. Moves on. Galinas 6201 at 109 miles an hour. Only ran off the dial by a thou, but missed the tree early by 9. Colin Estes and Ray Holmes. Richmond, Virginia for Holmes, 575 the dial, and Estes from Rockford, Illinois. In that Chevy Acadian, 593. Dialing for the beautiful little Chevy. Red light start for Ray Holmes. Car snatched the front end right out of the beams. 002 red for Holmes. And the Acadian, 587 at 118 miles an hour, moves on. Colin Estes advancing on to round number 3. All run sticker colors remaining in the Duracar category. You should be in the lanes. All run sticker colors remaining in Duracar. You should be in the lanes. Matty Malone and John Platt Jr. Malone dialed 583. Platt Jr. dialed 582. Rip roaring launch for Platt. Precise launch for Malone. A 12 thou pack for Matty Malone is good enough to get the job done. 583.8. 004 light on a 583 dial in for Matty Malone. So a 12 thousandths package. Very nicely done there for Malone. Platt was 009. Then went 5807 on a 582 dial. Got to the finish line first by 16 thou. Matty Malone painted him in a box on the starting line. John Carr in the white pickup truck left side. And Racer X on the right side in that third generation Camaro. Dialed 636. Carr dialed 695. Red light start for Carr by 88. 635.4 at 107 miles an hour. The Camaro advances on to the next round. Got that Sublime 1970 Cuda coming up, 512 cubic inch, stroker big block Chrysler engine, dialed 611, and Steve Folk out of Rock City, Illinois. The Folk family continuing on out here, 427-inch engine in the wagon, 614 the dial for Steve. Nice wheels up launch for Steve Folk. Looked good, but wasn't quick enough. It is. Wow, turn of events there as Steve Folk, 17.9 on a 14 dial, gets there by 24, wins the race at a 43 light. Prim was 14 on the tree, but then could only muster a 20 on an 11 dial. leaving Steve Folk plenty of room to work with down there. Folk advances. Aaron Dissinger and Gene Skyberg coming up. Skyberg 642 dial, Dissinger 620. Monticello, Indiana, home for Aaron Dissinger. Tama, Iowa, home for Gene Skyberg in the Pontiac Firebird. Nice wheels up launch for Dissinger. Skyberg apparently wanted to admire it as they get to the finish line. Dissinger, 13th out pack. That is how it is done here in round number 2. 6209 on a 620 dial in, 004 light. Skyberg was 53 on the tree and then ran way, way under. 31.7 on a 42 dial in. Got to the finish line by a country mile first. So Skyberg's Gonzo, Aaron Dissinger moves on. Casey Pensall. Tracy Sons coming up right now. Sons in that magnificent Corvette Roadster, dialed 504. The pickup truck dialed 654. The spread between the truck and the Roadster, and here comes the Roadster. Huge charge up there, but it's going to be the truck. 54.6, 54 dial, 8 light. 14th out pack for the pickup. Sons was 058 on an 04 dial in with a 26 light, and again, fairly tight. Pensall was airtight. Very nicely done. Took 300 the hunt at the finish line, which works out to about 6 feet at 103.47 miles an hour. Ricky Atkins coming back up again at his 68 GTO, dialed 605. Greg Walker sitting to his left in the Camaro, dialed to 554. Atkins bumped out of this one as Greg Walker. 16 on the tree, goes 53.4 on a 54 dial, but on Atkins' side of the racetrack, bigger problems than that as he was 10 on the tree. Got to the finish line first, but went 604.2 on a 605 dial. Got himself there by 7 thou, only 15 inches, just over a foot. But for Atkins, it was too much as he breaks out and hands that one to Greg Walker. Tough break for Ricky Atkins. Dave Triplett and Tom Articus coming up right now. Artakis, rather. 69 Barracuda. Super stock style hood on that baby. Good looking car. Dave Triplett. 72 Vega, 421. Stretched out small block under the hood of the 72. Dial 588. Artakis dialed 645. Artakis, the Michigander, is locked in. And he has locked himself out with a red light. 004 red for Artakis in the Barracuda. Dave Triplett, finish line stripe, 587.9 with a speed of 117.96. Artakis, 645.0 at 106.91. Brett Williamson and James Barnes coming up. Williamson, the 1957 Chevrolet. Barnes over there in the little Chevy Vega, dialed 594. Williamson dialed 614. And this one's going to come down to who's got the guts at the finish line, and it's going to be Williamson. 16 light. 16.4 on a 14 dial, got there by 2 thou. 4.3 inches the separation between Williamson and Barnes, and that was enough. Barnes was 11 on the tree, goes 97.1 on the 94th dial-in, and just left Brett Williamson 4.3 inches of room, and Williamson drove a 57 Chevy right through it onto the next round. Chris Dixon and Bob Prose. Prose from Terre Haute, Indiana. And Chris Dixon from Roxborough, North Carolina. 6:49 the dial-in for Dixon, and here comes Prose going red. Prose in the Roadster, 27 red is toast. Dixon goes 50 with an O on a 49 dial with a 12 light. Jeff Ledford and Ron Johnson coming up right now. Johnson 642 dial, Ledford 526 in the Corvette Roadster. Pro Systems Carburetors, the sponsors over there, the major sponsor for Jeff Ledford. So Ron Johnson. Red light start for Johnson by 4. Jeff Ledford, free pass into the next round. Ledford dialed to 26, goes to 27, 131 miles an hour. Johnson, 37.9 at 107 after the 4 red light. Todd Burks, 96 Camaro. Competition on the right side, maybe in trouble here as Burks ate him up on a starting line, and Burks will eat him up at the finish line as well, taking just 6 thousandths of stripe. Todd Burks, 43.5 at a 41 dial, 008 reaction time. Nice piece of work there by Burks to move himself on to the next round. His competitor was 46 on the tree, and that's pretty much where the story stops. 633 on a 34 dial after the 46 reaction time. David Davis and Tucker Creech. Creech dialed 580, Silver Nova. David Davis dialed 656. Toledo, Ohio in the 88 Camaro. Davis nibbling his way in. Creech is there waiting for him. Creech didn't wait long enough. 001 red for Tucker Creech is David Davis. 6:54.9 at 104 miles an hour, and a win light for Davis as Creech goes red, then runs 5:77.6 at 117.22. Jimmy Francisco and Amanda Manuel coming up. Manuel, 623 dial in the truck, and Francisco dialed 575. Manual pre-stage, Francisco 575 dial, about a half a second spread between the two. Manual in the truck will get the jump. Red light start for Francisco by 4 thou, so the Nova eliminates itself. 624 flat, 623 dial, 109 miles an hour for Manual with the win light, as Jimmy Francisco is eliminated from this 100-grander, going 572.7, 121 after fouling out by 4 thousandths of a second. Billy Hill and Noah Carpenter coming. So there they go off the starting line, and Billy Hill goes red, 008. Once again, they come in groups. This is wild. Every time I see a red light, it's usually followed by 3 or 4 behind it. As Noah Carpenter, 6:21.7, 107.68, moves on to the next round, but Billy Hill 8 early, then goes 51 at 105.76 miles an hour. Edmund Richardson and Tim Sloan coming up right now. Edmund dialed 592, Sloan dialed 484. Huntsville engine horsepower for Tim Sloan. And Edmund Richardson. Trying to turn on another round win light in a career that has seen so many. Richardson looking right. Here comes Tim Sloan with the horses galloping. It's going to be Sloan. 84.8 on an 84 dial with an 8 light. Tim Sloan, that 12 thousandths package, gets the job done beautifully. Beautifully driven drag race there by Tim Sloan. Richardson, 88.8, 92 dial, 002 reaction time. Richardson took 45 at the finish line, which works out to about 10 feet. But with Sloan coming in a car 30 miles an hour faster, that complicated things exponentially for Edmund Richardson. John LeBouse, Wes May. LeBouse in his Corvette Roadster. 515 dialing for LeBouse. May dialed 674. So Wes May in that Buick Regal taking on LeBouse, and Wes May eliminates himself, 004. LeBouse got a freebie on this one. LeBouse goes 5:14.6 at 141 miles an hour. May goes 6:72.8 at 101.19. Scott Curtis out of Epping, New Hampshire, home in New England Dragway, leaves the starting line next to Steve Hayes, and it's going to be Hayes stealing one back from Curtis. Hayes was 002, Curtis was 001. Hayes goes 5:3:05 on a 27 dial-in, and Scott Curtis 6:36.9. He took 46 at the finish line, about 9 feet worth of stripe, and it was just too much. He was 001 on the leave, but Hayes ate him up as Scott Curtis got there too quickly. Jake Coughlin and Jacob Burtis leaving the starting line now. Burtis in the 1972 Nova, Coughlin in the wagon, and it is Coughlin. 050 on an 05 dial, 16 light, 16 thousandths pack, 3.5 inches of stripe for Jake Coughlin, as Burtis was 003, had a starting line advantage, but unfortunately couldn't finish the deal. 571 on a 70 dial at 117 miles an hour. Jake Burtis got a run around by Jake Coughlin. Jody Davies and John Parks coming up now. Parks from Cadillac, Michigan, dialed 536. Davies dialed 662. There's the spread. Here comes the Roadster, and the Roadster will arrive not on time because the win light will come up for Jody Davies. Davies was 13, Parks was 23. We look at the finish of this race, 663.8 on a 662 dial. Got there by 19. Jody Davies gets the win. Parks 538.7 on a 536 dial at 121 miles an hour. Jeff Parrish and Eric Thomas. Thomas 565 dial, Parrish 522 on his side of the Christmas tree. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here in this second round of door car action. A red light start for Jeff Parrish by 2 thou means that Eric Thomas moves on to the next round. Thomas 566-1, 120 miles an hour, 27 green. Parrish was 2 red, then goes 5204 at 133.65. Blaine Parrish and Gary Gross coming up. Gross in the Roadster dialed 535. Parrish dialed 588 in Clayton, North Carolina. Away we go, wheels up launch for Blaine Parrish. Gary Gross, here he comes in the Roadster, and it will be the Roadster. 36.5, 35 dial, 21 light. Gross gets there by 9 thousandths of a second, just 20 inches for Gary Gross. Precise operation over there as Parrish was 36 on the tree. Then he runs 89 flat on an 88. 37 thousandths package is not going to get the job done here in this particular format of competition. It's Chris Mancini and Marilyn Laster coming up right now. Laster dialed 590 and Chris Mancini dialed 618. Mancini from Allison, Pennsylvania. In goes Laster and down comes the tree. Red light start for Marilyn Laster, 002 red. Chris Mancini on the left-hand side of the racetrack gets the win light, goes 6:19.7 after a 004 reaction time at 108 miles an hour. And Marilyn Laster, 5:92.3 after the 002 red light. We need round 2, double-enter dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Round 2, double-enter dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. Round 2, double-enter dragsters to lanes 3 and 4 as Steve Vandersloot and Sean Carpenter get ready to run down the racetrack. Carpenter dialed 594, Vandersloot dialed 519. Once again, the roads are going to be putting on the big speed there at the top end. You can see the closing distance here for Vandersloot. He runs 19 with a 9 and loses the drag race. Carpenter was 12 on the tree, runs 94.8, a 20 thou pack for Sean Carpenter, got there by 14, and Carpenter knocks out Steve Vandersloot. Vandersloot was 25 on the tree, runs 19.9 on a 19 dial-in, just was not quick enough. Cody Knott, left side of the racetrack. Beautiful Chevy Nova on the right side. Can almost count on both hands and both feet on how many we got left here in this round of door car. 570 dial in for Knott left side and a 637 dial for the Nova. We're going to find out who can do the better job and advance to round number 3 in door car here. Reaction time split, only a single thou, and it's going to be Cody Knott. 71.8 on a 70 dial, got there by 28. Knott gets the win light. He was 6 on the tree. Right-hand side was 7, then runs 38.9 on a 37. So Cody Knott, nice piece of driving there. 2 thou at the stripe, just 5 inches, not getting it done. And we have one competitor on the 2-minute clock at the end of the staging lanes. Back area of the car, maybe something to do with battery electrical. You can see a couple of folks thrashing on it down there. If anybody in the starting line has a jump box, we got a competitor that needs it right now, and he is on the clock, and they need it now. Less than 1 minute. If anybody around the starting line has a jump box, unfortunately, it does not appear we have one. It does look like we have a last-minute arrival of a jump box. And that car is fired, so this is going to be a drag race here. We got to have two side by side. That was a last-second thrash to the end. A.J. Ash down there monitoring things, and they closed it in within 5 seconds of running out of the 2-minute clock. And big sportsmanship on the other side of that, too, is his competitor did not drive over the ready line. He waited for that car to be fired up. So that's exactly how you want to do it out here. We appreciate the sportsmanship and certainly appreciate the jump box and that last-minute thrash. And again, 2-minute clock that was running right in front of us up here at 1:55. That car fired. Ray Boyer and John Corbin. It was Boyer that waited for Corbin to get his car fired. 6:19 the dial-in for the 79 Camaro of Boyer as Corbin dialed 5:56. Now, John Corbin's heart was probably turning about 9,500 RPM when they were waiting to get that car fired up. We'll see if he can tame his emotions here in the starting line. Ray Boyer dialed 6:19, cool as a cucumber over there. Wants to take his shot and move on to the next round in competition. Corbin taking a second to gather his thoughts, and now he is going to advance towards pre-stage. Corbin wins the round. They'll be back in the pits thrashing to figure out what their electrical issue is. Boyer wins the round. He's going to take a deep breath and know that his sportsmanship was rewarded. Let's see what happens here as Boyer goes in second. And it's going to come down to the finish line. Great side-by-side matchup, and the win light comes on for Corbin. Wow, 56.7, 56 dial, 17 light, 24 thou pack, and Corbin took 5 thousandths at the finish line, the equivalent of just 10 inches. So John Corbin has ice water in his veins, was not shaken up at all. Boyer was 20 on a 19 dial with a 19 light, so that was a really, really nice drag race down there. Good stuff, and great sportsmanship again shown by Ray Boyer. Racing Jason Lynch and Carmen Thornton come to the starting line. Thornton in the Malibu and Lynch in that Chevy 2 with the Mosier decals on the side. So Lynch and Thornton powering to the finish line, and it's Jason. 40 with a 1 on a 39 dial, 006 light. Thornton was 16 on the tree and then took too much. Got to the finish line by 2 thou and broke out. 674.9, 675 dial. Tough stuff for Carmen Thornton, but Jason Lynch did not leave a whole lot of options there. Ryan Burkle, Disco era Chevy Nova, and Matt Feister. Feister dialed 604, Burkle dialed 612. And you saw Burkle flickering the light there. Burkle will take it slowly down his side of the racetrack. And again, folks, there is no stage lock in this system. You have to make sure you are fully locked into the stage position. And that car, as the tree was armed, flickered the light. You saw the red light come on, and Matt Feister, 6025 at 111.5 miles an hour. Thomas Fletcher and Chris Kolslick. So Thomas Fletcher and Chris Kozlick coming up. Grand Haven, Michigan, 577 the dial-in for the 63 Chevy 2. Fletcher dialed 693. Wheels up launch for Kozlik. And Chris Kozlik was 4 zeros perfect on the Christmas tree. 4 zeros across the reaction timer. Then he goes 76.76 at 117 miles an hour. We have packages. Dave Triplett and Anthony Bertozzi. We have packages for you up here in the race control area. Triplett and Bertozzi. We got valve train parts and racer enhancement products. Thomas Fletcher, 691.5 on a 693 dial-in. Chris Kozlik won that drag race by a very slim margin with that perfect reaction time as Mike Stokes and Stacy Schroeder just ran down the racetrack with Mike Stokes in the Mopar getting the win light. 537.0, 536 dial-in, 008 green. For Mike Stokes, got the win light. For Stacy Schroeder, 17 on the tree, and then going too quickly, getting to the finish line, running 5:10.7 on a 5:12 dial-in. Chase McKay and Isaac Harris coming up now. $540 the dial-in for Isaac Harris. Chris McKay dialed 642 in his 1968 Camaro. Chase McKay in there. And here comes Isaac Harris charging down the right side of the Corvette, and Harris cannot get the job done as Chase McKay. 006 on the reaction time, 6:42.0, a 6 thou package for Chase McKay. Takes 6 hun at the stripe, gets the win. Isaac Harris, 12 green, 45 on a 40. Way too much room between the dial-in and the elapsed time for Isaac Hayes. So Chase McKay gets it done with a 6 thou pack. Not the best of the day, but probably a top 10 right now. We've seen a 002, a 003, that 006, a top 10 package we have seen. Danny Argyle and Rob Birchneed coming up right now. Birchneed right side in the Monte Carlo, dialed 617. This car got very loose yesterday at the top end. It left and moved the left off the starting line, and Birchneed had his hands full. Danny Argyle dialed 625 in that bright yellow Mustang. The Monte Carlo not suffering any of the problems it did yesterday, and that means a win light for Rob Birchneed, who's 27 on the reaction time, 16.4 on a 17 dial, and Danny Argyle took 44 at the finish line and ran 622.5 on a 625 dial with a 001 light. Got there first and got there in a hurry. Kevin Crawford and Todd Osting coming up right now. Osting right side of the racetrack in the Corvette. Crawford 613 the dial-in on the left side of the PD Fleet Services Camaro. Couple of absolutely tough reaction times out here, and tough in a good way, as Todd Osting 62.5 on a 61 dial, 002 light, and took 2 thou at the finish line. 4 inches of margin for Todd Osting. Boss level. Kevin Crawford, 614.2, 613 dial, 007 light. Not a whole lot wrong with it. 19th thou pack for Crawford, but not good enough as Scotty Richardson and Steve Hughes come up. Hughes dialed 522, Richardson dialed 627. Steve Hughes going to make this one tough on Scotty, but Scotty is going to handle his business. 15 light, 27.3 and a 27 dial, 18 pack, and a margin of 8 thou for Scotty Richardson. Got there just under 2 feet ahead of Steve Hughes. Hughes 23 on a 22 with 16 on the tree. Again, you're racing your local track on a Sunday, no problem. Steve Hughes is walking on to the next round. You're next to Scotty Richardson, you are crying in your beer. Yeah, and he scrubbed off 6. Charlie Flanagan and Ding Holmes coming up right now. Holmes right side from Richmond, Virginia, and that bright yellow Camaro, and Steve Flanagan, the big old 1965 GTO dialed 620. Top end, 6:10.5 at 111 for Dink Holmes on a 5.99 dial-in. Gets him a win light because of a 001 reaction time. Charlie Flanagan was 31 on a 20 dial. Performance-wise, that thing just fell apart for him down there. Tanner Miller and Leon Robertson coming up. Robertson, 637, the dial into the black pickup truck. Tanner Miller, the wheel-standing Vega station wagon, dialed 631. Little Vega wagon. In and gone. Miller snatched the front end up and turned on a red light last time. He definitely got more conservative on the starting line, but it worked for him. A 39 light, Robertson was 54 in the truck, and Miller runs 32.6 on a 31 dial, takes 200 at the finish line stripe and advances as Robertson 39 on a 37, but the 54 light is what is going to cause his disappointment there. Is Jason Overstreet and Ronald Zeller coming up. Overstreet. Little Mustang 2. Ron Zeller, 602 dial-in on the silver S10 pickup. Overstreet's in. They both leave. 3,000 between the two dial-ins, so they are right next to each other the whole way down the racetrack, and chalk one up to Jason Overstreet. 068 on an 05 dial, 14 reaction time, and took 5 at the finish line. Zeller, 6035, 602 dial. He was 23 on the tree. Again, not a bad run, but Jason Overstreet better on the starting line and certainly better at the finish line as Aaron Vail and Nick Hastings. The T1000 for the first time in 2 days. I'm going to not call this a Chevette finally. Hastings, 614 the dial-in, a car that has been a veritable cash machine in the world of drag racing, not just recently, but for a very long time, as Aaron Vail, left side, dialed 668. Vail getting there, and here comes Hastings. Vail goes for red. Nick Hastings. Moving on down the line is Hastings 612.7, 112 miles an hour. Vail 667.6 at 104.42 after the 4 red light.
Have nearly 3,000 people watching.
An audience of 3,000 watching right now on Motor Mania TV. Once again, thank you for tuning in, and please spread the word, spread the fun, share it on your social media channels. We are racing for big money all week long. These $100,000 warm-up races, this one, the FTI 100K, we're going to work our way up to the big $1.1 million grand finale of this event over the course of the weekend. Donnie Hager from Clark Lake, Michigan, dialed 632, and Eric Johnson from Okama, Michigan, dialed at 606. Big problems on the starting line for Johnson, and that means Donnie Hagar will take care of business. Johnson, a 25, and I mean a .25 reaction time. Trouble there as he runs 6:05.27, but Hagar handling his business. 007 light, lifts at the top end, knowing he had a very wide margin there. Had over a tenth of a second, almost 2/10 stripe, but then again, Johnson was over 2/10 on the starting line. So Donnie Hagar moves on in the truck as Austin Sloan and John Parks on the starting line. Sloan dialed 543 in the blacked out Corvette Roadster, and John Parks 536 on the right side of the racetrack. Camaro Roadster for Parks. On that pair, it was Austin Sloan getting the win light. Sloan was 17 on the tree, runs 42.4 on a 43 dial, and Parks goes 34.5 at 124 miles an hour with a 62 light. This is a great pair. How about Dan Fletcher and Caroline McCarty, a pair of station wagons. Fletcher, the 1969 Chevelle wagon, dialed 657, and McCarty, the wheel-standing 1968 Rambler station wagon, dialed 611. So Fletcher going to leave first in his battle barge over there, and then Caroline McCarty going to try to chase him down in her family truckster. And Fletcher apparently was not in deep enough. We saw the tree flash red as it was armed. 6:10.9 at 111 miles an hour for McCarty. She will advance. And it will be Annalise LeBlanc coming up right now. Annalise, great racer from up there in the New England area. Dennis LeBlanc looking on. He racing his dragster this weekend. She is in the Vegas station wagon. Annalise dialed 6 flat. Annalise goes 23 green on her solo run. She got a 6 flat dial and goes 6 flat 4 at 114.1. We need dragster red run sticker. Dragster red run sticker to the lanes, please. Dragster red run sticker to the staging lanes, please. So that was the first car, or rather the last car in that round, that second round of door car category action. Hey everybody, I'm Brian Loans. You are watching the Jegs SFG Million here at US 131 Motorsports Park in Martin, Michigan. It is an incredible place. It is an incredible field of cars, and what we have seen so far is absolutely incredible competition. Big thanks to everybody at FTI supporting this $100,000 race. Big thanks to Autometer for being the second round sponsor, and we have a lot of great stuff going on over the course of this week-long drag race. Some of these competitors have been here since the beginning of last weekend. They competed at the IHRA Sportsman Spectacular event. They had 500-some entries, and many racers have had half a dozen plus runs already, and we are basically at Wednesday. We started the $20,000 race on Monday. We're going to be working that race to completion over the course of the next couple days. The goal for today is to finish up this FTI 100 grander and to run the ladies race tonight. Yes, that's right. We have a special ladies race. Fuel Tech, the presenting sponsor on that, and it will be really, really fun to watch our female competitors take it on this afternoon and take on each other into the evening. So thanks everybody for tuning in so far to Motor Mania TV. We have thousands of you watching from all over the world right now, and rightfully so. This is the richest, highest paying drag race in the history of the sport, and it is populated by the greatest names in sportsman racing from coast to coast. We have racers here from Arizona, from Florida, from California, Massachusetts, a lot of local Michiganders as well, racers from the New England area, Midwest. They've come from all over the place. This morning we did a rough calculation. About half of the states in the United States are represented at this event, and of course Puerto Rico is represented as well. So a lot of great stuff happening here at US 131. Going to be exciting to ramp this thing up over the course of the week. And as we joked about earlier, the fact that you have multiple $100,000 warm-up races before the main event is absolutely astonishing. So thanks to everybody for tuning in, and looking forward to getting things kicked off in round 2 of Dragster here. First round was run yesterday, as was the re-entry round. Had about a 90% buyback rate yesterday, which means we still have about 500, or we did before we started this morning, about 500 competitors left in competition when we started this second round. Had about 230 door cars. The smallest group we have are the no-box racers. Had 24 of them. We've cut that to 12. Had 230 in the door car category. We've cut that in half to 115, and now we're going to go to work on our dragster category, which is about the same size as door car, 230, 240 of those. So one thing you need to know, you will have plenty of drag racing to watch over the course of this day. You can see how tight the program has been run, how tight the program will be run. There is not a lot of waiting around here. We get things started, we get the track prepared, and then we get ripping down the racetrack. Thanks to everybody at US 131 Motorsports Park. The staff here has been unbelievable, and it has been a lot of fun to be involved in this event in its early stages. So we are just moments away from getting going with second round of Dragster, so stick with us. Another reminder to our competitors, there is no stage lock on this Christmas tree, and you must check your dial before you stage. If you stage to an incorrect dial, you own it. We need Dragster red run stickers. Dragster red run stickers to the lanes, please. Dragster red run stickers to the lanes, please. Steve McCrory and Johnny Carter are going to be the first pair of Dragsters coming up to the starting line. .484 the dial in from McCrory as Johnny Carter is dialed .494. Start for Johnny Carter, 005. So that means Steve McCrory moves on to the next round. McCrory 79.7 at 144.83 on the gas down there at the top end. Carter, 005 red, is eliminated. Nick Eisenhower and Richard Jellish coming up. Jellish dialed 470, Eisenhower dialed 492. Both cars sitting in pre-stage right now. Eisenhower. He out 22 thou on Jellish. He Jellish's job to close the gap on time. And Eisenhower is not going to give a lot of opportunity to do it. Eisenhower, 94.2 on a 92 dial. 0003 reaction time for Nick Eisenhower. He took 8 at the stripe for the win light. Rich Jellish, 71.6 on a 70 dial, was 15 on the tree, but Eisenhower slammed the door shut on him with that 0003 reaction time. We are into dragster action. We have one of our ace door racers here, and of course the voice you are most familiar with here at SFG Productions. We got Hank rolling in, going to take you through round 2 of dragster. Sir, take it away.
Thank you, Brian. Wednesday, $100,000 to win. Austin and Carly are up here checking out the race in action. $13 red to left for Tim Kelly. Travis Laster right side, 008. 3 under on the red light victory, running it out the back door. The Laster clan. There's a lot of them down there. They got a couple older sisters. I think one's going to be a brain surgeon, one's going to be a rocket scientist. Over my pay grade. FTI, Jegs, Fuel Tech. Vintage Race Trailers, Troy and Shanna Stone on the property with us. So glad to have them. Even his golf cart is top fuel. Like custom bucket seats front and rear. Noah Rambo left side, 008 green. Little bit under the dial in. John Edwards right side, 60 red. Something not going right there for him. Eight. Jerry Brewer left side, Dustin Wirtz right side. Jerry Brewer 34 green, 4 above for the win. Dustin Wirtz 003 red, 200s under in the right, no good. Winner left side, Jerry Brewer. It says Tanner McDonald in the right lane, 492 the dial. Left side, Rick Verkler, 467 the dial. Tanner, Seward, Illinois, goes red by 35. Rick Verkler, 10 green, 1 above, 1 for the win in the left-hand lane. Wesley Washington left side 007. Joe Williams right side 49. Winner Wesley Washington 007, 3 above in the left-hand lane for the win. Roger Thornton left side 464. Hugh Meeks, Pike Road, Alabama 465. Joni and I are thinking about relocating. Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina. We're ready. Joni is ready to travel full time in the motorhome. Call it a day. Fourth thou separates them up front. Winner, right side, Hugh Meeks, 16 and 1 thou under on the double breakout victory. Left side, Roger Thornton was 20 and 8 thou under for the loss. Hunter Patton, left side, 464. Kenny Carson, right side, 475. Hunter Patton, don't be late today. Three thou to the right side, but no good. Hunter, 14 and 4 thou under for the win in the left lane. Kenny Carson was 11, took too much stripe. He is 16 thou under. Winner, Hunter Patton, left side. Lucas Fisher, left side, 520 the dial. Bailey Ferraro, 480 the dial-in. Hunter Patton, the Fireworks Mafia. Bailey Charlie Ferraro, 5,000ths of a second too soon. Gonna turn on the red light bulb. Win goes to Lucas Fisher, left side, 21 4th out under on the time run. Tuesday, FTI Performance 100K, we call it. We know it's Wednesday. It's round number 2. We will run this race to completion this evening. We will give away 100,000 SFG dollars. I won't personally, but Kyle will. He's got a pocket full. He's ready to give it out. And a lot of big checks. Troy Coughlin, 26, dead 5 for the win in the left. Braden Taylor, 17 and 9th out under in the right. No good. Winner left side, Troy Coughlin. Brian Kennedy, left side, Texas, 461 the dial. Donnie Burleson, right side, Texas, 454. Two-thou separated them up front. Donnie was 006, dead 410 total in the right. Trip zip at the stripe. Brian was 008, dead 2 in the left, 10 total. Margin of victory, 0.0000. So it's 10,000ths column, truly. What are we going, 100,000ths column then? Is that the 5th digit? Wow. Them guys wanted their money's worth. That is, oh yeah, okay, 10,000, no. Because it was 0000. I'm going to the 5th digit. See, this is why you went to college, Austin, and I drank beer. I'm a mechanic, you're a rocket scientist. Big difference. The winner, Donnie Burleson, right side. Austin Tadlock, right side. Brent Martin, left side. Winner, 007, 8th out under on the double breakout run. Winner, right side, Austin Tadlock. Brent Martin was 18 and 9th out under in the left, no good. Sherman Adcock, Florida, right side. Maybe Georgia. I think Sherman's from Georgia. Left side, Chris Reynolds. Reynolds towing. 450 in the left, 465 in the right. Dead 1 will get you a lot of wins. Sherman Adcock, right side for the win. Chris Reynolds, left lane, was 13, dead 7, 20 total, no good in the left. Ladies and gentlemen, drivers, boys and girls, you have to get in solid on the stage beam. We do not have stage guard active this weekend. We've had a lot of you, I know you flicker it, you flicker it, you flicker it, and we've already had a couple today that have flickered it and dropped the tree red on themselves. So make sure you get in. We hate to see the tree go red like that. We will run Monday's 20K race tonight at the end of the conclusion of this 100K. We will bring dragsters back up for their finish, their round 2 tonight for the 20K. Sean Langdon, 005, 13th out under on the double breakout victory. Left lane was 20 and 16th out under, no good. Right side, Sean Langdon, your winner. Bryson, I gotta go to bed by 8:15 or my mama is looking for me, Scruggs. Left side, Andre paddled a canoe here from Puerto Rico. Nunez, right side, Fuel Tech, sponsored driver in the right, Mosier sponsored driver in the left. Bryson hired by his uncle Jason Lynch. Catfish. Bryson trip, zip, 2 thou under in the left for the win. Andre was 28, 9 thou under in the right, no good. Winner left lane, Bryson Scruggs. Aunt Mimi, she'll be happy. Mama Mimi. Scott Sill, right side, 466. David Farwell, left side, 499. Right side, Scott Still turns at 106 red. Left side, 10 on the lamp, David Farwell. Holden 5 on the red light, Victory in the left-hand side. Chris Bear, left side, 472 the dial. APD, Ambrusi Transmissions, Mickey Thompson Tire, Mosier Engineering, Penske Sox, Weisco Pistons, and American Race Cars. Mike Bodner, right side. He didn't put nothing down for sponsors. 472 in the left, 490 in the right. The track wants you to know they have a lot of M1 fuel available at the fuel pumps. Methanol available from the track. Mike Bodner, red lights, 0.003. Too soon. Chris Bear gets the victory in the left lane. He's 17, holding a cup of Honda in his pocket. He's going on to third round. We're in FTI Performance second round dragsters. We will run this race to completion tonight. Someone will win $100,000. And you know what? That's not even 10% of what we're going to give away Saturday night. Val Torres Jr., Chino, California, left side, right side not on file. 468 in the left, 511 in the right. Winner, right side, 6 dead, 1-7 total. Val Torres was 16 and 1 thou under for the loss in the left lane. Cameron Manuel, right side. Marty Martin, left side. Cameron won himself $250,000 SFG dollars a couple years back. Super Bowl of bracket racing. I got to thank Miss Jackie Howard, her daughter Jessie, Lisa Riley, Jenny Miles, knocking it out of the park at the front gate at registration all week so far. Thank you, ladies. Love you, girls. Cameron Manuel, 15 200s under the dial for the win in the right-hand side. Marty Martin was 12 red. That's not going to do it. Shannon Justice, right side, 476 the dial. Eric Pavicic, Polo, Illinois. Good to have you with us, Eric, and the Pavicic family. growing up in and around my hometown of Dixon, Illinois, and their dads, Mike and Andy, racing with my dad back in the day at Byron Dragway in Cordova, Union Grove, Wisconsin. The 3 tracks ran a lot around there. We're second generation now. I got a nephew, Caden, 16, got his driver's license, and he's ready for the big car. His dad's been on the hunt. KJ, my brother. Eric Pavicic, 006, 1 thou under, gonna get the double breakout victory. Ouch. Right side, 002 and 11 thou under. Eric Pavicic gonna move on to round 3 from Polo, Illinois. Ricky Harbaugh, left side. Bob Mandel, right side. My brother Sean, he's got the bug now, putting a 584 Schmidt motor in a Danny Nelson car. FTI transmissions and converters helping them out. ATM carburetors on board. Bob Mandel with a 600ths advantage in the tree. He's 11, 1 above 3, taking 72 win stripe, pretty confident of his dialing. Ricky Harbaugh, tardy, and 1 above, no good. Winner right side, Bob Mandel. Johnny Coughlin, my man, I'm coming to see you in Anderson, Indiana in 2 weeks. We're putting the band back together. Colton Munson, left side. Bill Swain, right side. Jegs.com, the mail order giant. They're everywhere. I'm going to an ARCA race. You gonna be able to get me some parking there, Johnny? Trip, zip in the right. 1 above 5 for the win, and the left for Bill Swain. Colton Munson, his day is over. He was 46 and 2 thou under, no good. You hanging in there? Austin Truler, taking SFG to another level. We have conference calls for 8 months about this race. Thursday night at 7. He has to dial my phone number and everything for me. He dials the number, then he puts the code in. All I got to do is pick the phone up and sit there. But there were a lot of hours put in on the phone, a lot of email correspondence that goes into putting these races on. We went to a trade show to gather more product sponsorships, round sponsorships, giveaways. Tanya Pruitt, 006, lets out of the gas, coast through. Kirby McLennan, 34. He's still out on the track having some trouble. Well, he's getting there. Winner, Tanya Pruitt, left side. Souvenir stand, US 131 Motorsports Park. Souvenir stand is open. Snack bar is open. And let me just tell you, if you have not got the deluxe breakfast in the morning here yet, you're missing it. Yes, I like my food. Yes, that's obvious when I'm walking around the pits. You can spot me. Ha-ha. We don't have no scales in our house. No body shaming at our house, Anjoni. But that deluxe breakfast is the bomb. Biscuits and gravy, put an egg in it, and tater tots. It's golden. James DeJocko, left side. Travis Laster, right side. DeJaco 17, 7th out under the dial from Hopewell, New York, which is just west of New York City, he tells me. About 20 minutes, I think he told me it was. He's in the body shop repair business. He's got a big body shop. Winner left side, James DeJaco. Travis Laster Jr., 2th out red, no good. Well, Johnny C, don't go to lunch yet. Paige Coughlin is up, left side, 459 the dial. David Elliott, right side, 484 the dial. Oh. Paige Coughlin, 24 and 5 above for the win in the left. David Elliott, 18 and 7 above in the right, no good. Paige Coughlin, winner, left side. Will Boom Boom Holloman in the right-hand lane, 446 the dial. Lane Dickin, left side, 455 the dial. Will out of Portland, Tennessee. Lane out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Lane used to live in the Davenport, Iowa, Quad City area, Mississippi River, Illinois, Iowa border, west side of Iowa. East side, I'm sorry. Lane Dickens, 17 dead, 3 for the win. Boom Boom, little tardy. 446 dial goes 6 dial under, can't make it a win light. Left side, Lane Dickin winner. Jason Enfinger, right lane, 23 dead, 8 for the win. Jeff Taylor was 004 in the left, 8th out under, taking 34 stripe. Had to take 26 or less to get the win. He did not do it. Jason Enfinger, Columbia, Alabama, right lane for the win. Winner, right side, David George, 507 dial, 28 on the lamp. He gets the red light victory, runs it out the back door. He was holding 25. He's going to the third round. Kendall Little, left side, 4 thousandths too early on the red light, no good. Sean Parker, right side, 442 the dial. Brandon Bachmeyer, left side, 487 the dial. thou separated them up front. Brandon Bachmeyer 008, 2 above 0 for the win in the left-hand lane. Sean Parker 003, 13 thou under, taking 37 stripe. No good in the right. Winner Brandon Bachmeyer left-hand side. Gary Ingold left side 483 the dial. Right side Teddy Atkins 510 the dial. Teddy, he got a pretty wild paint job on there, kind of like some, almost like a tiger, you know, except it's purple and yellow and orange. But it's splashed up pretty nice. FTI Performance Transmissions and Converters, round number 2 in the dragster category. Someone going to bed tonight with 100,000 cash. One thou separated them up front. 002 in the right, 003 in the left. Double breakout right side, 100th under the dial for the win. Teddy Atkins, winner, right side. Tom the Red Rocket Dauba, Medford, New Jersey. Lester Atkins, Corydon, Kentucky. Both of them been doing this a long time. Lester running the Midwest a lot of areas, Bowling Green, Beach Bend, the 10 Tucks. Separates them up front. Dauba, 12 and 2 thou under for the win in the left. Lester Atkins, 17, 5 thou under in the right, no good. Tom Dauba, left side, getting the win. Lauren Freer, 465 in the left. Justin Clark, 490 in the right. Justin Clark, 004, 2 thou under for the win in the right. Lauren Freer, 16 and 100th under in the left. Yeah, we haven't even called color. Dragster drivers, door car drivers, only come when your color is called. That's the whole situation or idea, concept behind the different colors. We won't have traffic jams. You won't have to wait a long time. We've called one color of dragsters and the lanes have been full for an hour. The septic and fresh water trucks will be back on the grounds today. 15 thou separate them up front. Winner Darren Lotz, right side 26 and 1 above. Left side was 11 and 4 above. Winner right side Darren Lotz. Tim Butler, Florida, left side, 489. Tim Thomas, right side, 468. Three fouls separated them up front. Tim Thomas was the worst of the two. He was 11, dead 0 in the right for the win. Tim Butler, 008, dead 6, no good in the left. Winner, right side, Tim Thomas. Zach Fisher, right side, 407, the dial. 407 dialing. Benny Ulmer had a birthday yesterday. 449 the dialing. Benny Ulmer, 006, dead 7 for the win in the left. Zach Fisher, 38 and 400s under the dial. 180.72 mile an hour, Austin. John Brannon, left side, driving for Randy Folk. Fred Schwett, Sheboygan, Michigan, right side, 459 in the left, 520 in the right. 1 thou separates them up front. Fred, right lane, 21, 1 above 1 for the win. John in the left lane was 12 thou under, taking 21. Kendall Payne, right side, 470. Kent Hanley, left side, Raleigh, North Carolina, 471. Kent gonna leave first by 100th of a second in the left lane. He's supposed to anyhow. Kent still carrying his white and red Winnebago Motorhome sponsorship paint job. Winner, right side, 24. 9 thou under the dial for the win in the right lane. Keep the pit vehicles out of the staging lanes. Park them in the grassy area. Only come up when your color has been called. Stay with your car. Right on, Joanne, right on. Pretty simple rules, it really. Don't forget to feed your announcer. Ice cream would be the thing today, you know? I think ice cream at breakfast is still sitting pretty heavy. National Creative Ice Cream. Every day is something. John Angel, right side. Donovan Williams, left side. Donovan driving the FTI Performance Transmissions and Converters. John, 478, 480 in the left. Advantage 300s. Donovan 002, dead 0 for the win in the left. Right side 32 and 300s under, trying to make a race out of it. No good for John Angel. Donovan Williams, left side winner. McKenna Brown, left side, 457, jegs.com. Carl Drake Jr., right side. New York, 430 in the right, 457 in the left. Jeg Coughlin Jr., they call him Jeggy. He's looking on. AJ says Carl is a tree cutter by trade. Let's see if he can do it. Right side, Carl Drake Jr., 13, 2 above 5 for the win. McKenna Brown, 19 thousandths red, dead 7. McKenna's day is done. As I say, from here on out the rest of the day, 2 go down, only 1 comes back. Neither driver on file for me. 490 in the left, 474 in the right. Right-hand side, 001, coast through with his opponent having finished. ET problems here. Starting line, 235, runs through 1173 on the 490 dial, no good. Right side winner. Rick Schneider, left side, 473. Carson Wheeler, right side, 450. Separated them up front. Carson Wheeler was the better at 11, dead 2 for the win. Rick Schneider, 13, 18th out under, no good in the left. Winner, right side, Carson Wheeler. Says Jake Hodge in the left lane. Jake, I love fireworks. Hodge in the left-hand side. I think he's my insurance agent for any miscues with the fireworks, is he not? George Sinkler Jr. in the right lane. Jake, 458 in the left. George, 522 in the right. Jake Hodge, 007, 3 above 3 for the win in the left lane. George, 41, 1 above 9, no good in the right lane. Winner, left lane, Jake Hodge. Jake Stansberry, Bettendorf, Iowa, left side, 524. Schuler Wagner, right side, 468. Skylar Wagner, trip, zip, dead 8 total for the win in the right-hand side. Jake Stansberry was 32, and that's a lot under. 24 under. It's a lot of math for me this early in the day. Let's admit it. It's math any time of the day for me is going to be tough. Winner, right side, Skylar Wagner. Ryan Richardson. Yup, that Richardson family. Dad, Edmund. Huge shoes to fill. I don't even know if I'd ever do that. You know, I'd probably just change my name, Austin. I would change my name. Wouldn't want to call myself Richardson. Like when I get in the truck, it ain't Hank Richardson. It's Hank Mulligan. And I drove it accordingly. That's right. 51 stride, baby. Johnny Bracket Racer Ezel 003 red in the right side. For the loss, Ryan Richardson 110 thou red in the left lane behind him. Goes 461.3 on the 463 dial. Winner, Ryan Richardson, left side. Going to the third round. If you're driving the Strut Master Dragster, you need to pull it up in the lanes. Stay with your cars, please. It's not rocket scientist here, boys and girls. Stay with your car. Joan, go over the rules again. Stay with your car. Keep the pit vehicles out of the staging lanes. And what's the third one, Joanne? Terrell Thompson, right side, 11 dead, 516 total. Nice lap. That will get you a lot of win lights. Winner, right side, Terrell Thompson. Steve Taylor was 19 and 1 above 7 in the left, no good. Blake Richardson, left side, Greenbrier, Tennessee. Yup, same family, brother of Ryan, brother of Austin. Austin, where are you this weekend? Sitting in a recliner, I'm sure. White dragsters, white run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Allison Pros, right side, Terre Haute, Indiana. Blake, 11 dead 6, gets the win in the left side. Blake and Ryan Richardson go into the third round. Strutmaster Dragster, pull ahead. Please come to your car, Strutmaster Dragster. Thomas Fletcher, pull the dragster up. Craig Vandersloot, left side, 005, 21 thou under the dial in the red light. Victory, left lane, Craig Vandersloot. Robbie Gear was 5 thou red in the right lane, no good. Leighton Sumter, left side, Silver Spring, Maryland. Wesley Washington, right side, 499 the dial. beats him up front. Winner left side, Leighton Sumter, 28-9 above for the win in the left lane. Troy Pontillo right side, 55 up front, 4:35 on the dial. On the red light victory with his comp eliminator dragster. Spencer Massey was 001 red in the left from Fort Worth, Texas. No good. Day's over. You lose this round, that's it. You're off for the night. Unless you're in that $20,000 race from Monday that we still have to complete. Rob Leipzinger, left side, 460. Scotty Taylor, right side, 452. Scotty Taylor right side, 005, 2 above 6 for the win in the right lane. Rob in the left lane was 38 dead 6, no good. Jamie Scirocco left side, Watertown, Connecticut. Carol McCarty, Hazelhurst, Georgia. 448 in the left, 463 in the right. Left side, Jamie Scirocco, 001, 5 above 1 for the win in the left lane. Carroll was 48, 2 above, no good in the right. Done in the big race, FTI Performance 100K race. PJ Brains to your dragster, pull it forward. Stay with your car. We have 700 cars, and we're trying to run it in a timely fashion. Please, please, please work with us. When you pull in the lanes, there's no reason you need to leave your car. There's nothing up here. There's nowhere to go. PJ Rains, pull your car up. Stay with your car. Simple concept. Right side not on file, 22 above 8 for the win. Matt Edwards, Ashland, Virginia in the left was 11, 5 thou under, no good. Winner right side, 230X, no driver. Jeff Hura, Collins, Ohio, right side, 494 the dial. Kenny Skinny Underwood, Delaware, Ohio, it says. I think he's living in Florida, though, but Maybe he swaps with the good weather and the bad weather. 482 in the left, Jegs.com, Mickey Thompson Tires, FTI Transmissions and Converters. Advantage. Underwood wearing the hood scoop, rocking the hood scoop, they call it. 008, 1 above 7 for the win in the left-hand lane. Thank you, PJ Rains. Stay with your car, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with your car. If you're gone too long, the fat man might jump in and make a lap in it. AJ just can't get in everybody's car. He's too tall. I can get in all the cars. There's no guarantee I can touch the pedals, though. I thought I'd get over that after I was 8 years old and I couldn't reach them. I don't know what. Tommy Cable 009, 2 above 7 for the win. It said Brandon Williams, 511, dial 57 on the lamp, dead 0 on the left, no good. Adam Sweet, Adam, I will light fireworks at your feet, sweet, on the left-hand side. Tom Stallman Jr., right side. Stalba, 21, 2 above 5 for the win in the right-hand side. Hugh Meeks, right side, Pike Road, Alabama. Josh Lutke, Boonville, Indiana. 2019, Danny Nelson, 453 in the left, 465 in the right. 1 thou separates him up front. Josh Lutke, left side, 11, dead 8 for the win. Scott Marsden, left side, 009, dead 3 for the win. Sherman Adcock, right side, was 002, 1 thou under. Took 100, had to take 9 thou or less. Winner, left side, Scott Marsden, Davenport, Iowa. Rick Verkler, left side, Bart Nelson, right side. Separated him up front. Rick Verkler with the advantage out of Donahue, Iowa. Rick, 11, dead 3, winner, left-hand lane. The Overkill Motorsports left-hand side. Bart Nelson last time down, 14 dead 4, 18 total, not a bad lap. Just didn't get it done against a 14 lap. Scott Sanders left side, 482. Chris Bochow, 466 in the right. And it's not Scott Sanders, it's going to be the champ, Stephen McCrory, driving that. The champ lays down 2 total, 002, dead 0. What do you think of that, Ron? 2 total. That'll get you a lot of win lights, 2 total. Does leave a little room for error, 1 at each end, I suppose. The champ, 002, dead 2, winner left lane, Chris Bochow, 51 red. Now go. Donnie Burleson, right side, 454. Troy Williams, FTI, Performance Transmissions and Converters, 484. Donnie having some ET difficulties. He's 20 in the right lane, 30 over the number. You can't do that with Troy Williams, 009, coasting on through, taking the easy win in the left-hand side. Travis, I Am American Race Cars, Colangelo, right side. Corey Goletti, please check my fuel tank. Nasty. Oh. Travis, 12, dead 1, 13 total. Winner, right lane. Corey Goletti, trip, zip. 1 above 8, 18 total. Getting behind 4 thou. Winner, right side, Travis Colangelo. Chris Gall, left side, Gall Motorsport TV, I believe it is. Gall Star TV. Tommy Plott, right side, 472. Chris Gall, left side, 476. Penske Racing Shocks, ATM Carburetor Solutions. Vintage Trailers, gorgeous trailer. Jegs, FTI, Fuel Tech. 18-1 above 3, Tommy Plott, winner right side. Gall, 004, 15 thou under. No good, left lane. Braden Taylor, right side. Roanoke, Virginia. In the house, 461, the dial on the right. Jason Hill, Shiloh, Ohio, left side, 506, the dial. Charlie Hammer, Digital Delay, Motor Mania TV. Left side, Advantage, 007, 1 above. For the win in the left, Taylor, 20, dead 6, no good. Autometer instruments and competition gauges, I think they go by. Don Higgins and his Crew Chief Pro software to dial your bracket car in. Seth Folk, standing guard back there. I see him. Looking like a little teapot back there. Travis Laster, 421, the dial on the right. Jake Woodring, left side, 471, the dial in. Jake, 8 thou, red light in the left, no good. Travis Laster, 10 green, holding 300s, I don't know if you could do that at 421 dialing, but he did it. 418 on a 421, 169 miles an hour in the 8th mile. Wow. The left lane from Texas. Canaan Barilla. Thank you, AJ. Conroe, Texas. Left side, 469 the dial. Cortland Carter, right side, 497 the dial. Fourth dial separates them up front. 004, one above 9 in the left lane for the win. Canaan. There we go. Cortland was 008, 2 above, no good in the right. Severn Johnson, Crownsville, Maryland in the right, 470 the dial. Gabriel Torres, he goes by Gabriel. But I think it's just Gabe Torres, Valinda, California, 463 the dial in the left. Right side, Severn Johnson, 19 green, 15 thou under. On the red light, initiated victory from Gabe Torres in the left. Gabe was 9 thou red. Severn runs it out the back door. Had a little change in his pocket. Brian Folk, the VB Fuels Lubricants machine in the left lane. Folk Race Cars, Hoosier Tires. I think the Hoosier Tires is eliminated. It's got Mickey Thompson's on it. Austin Tadlock, right side, 492 on the right. Ryan Folk, B Folk we call him, 462 on the left. Folk, 5 thou red. Austin Tadlock, 16 and 1 above 4. Folk goes 458-1 on the 462 dial. 458-1. He was holding a little. Red, white, blue run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Blue dragsters to the lanes. Blue run stickers to the lanes, please. Paul Campanella, right side. Dennis Rock, left side. 483 in the left. 469 in the right. Paul Campanello, 009, dead 9, 18 total in the right. Dennis Rock was 20, dead 6, 26 total, no good. Paul Campy, they call him, Campanella. Right-hand side, Wilmington, Delaware, going to get the win. Scott Lemon, left side, Gallatin, Tennessee, 465 the dial. Kenny Carson, right side, 472 the dial. Drag Race Solutions, left-hand side. Scott Lemon and his company, Lynn Ellison. Hot Lemon 10, 4th out under the dial for the win. And the left runs it out the back door. Kenny Carson, trip, zip, red, no good in the right lane. Cameron Manuel, left side, Louisville, North Carolina. Mike Bloomfield, right side, 472. Iron Mike, Fuquay, where are you at? Cameron Manuel, 003 up front, 1 above 6 for the win in the left-hand lane. Mikey Bloomfield, 2.5 Bud Lights too many. 20, dead 7, no good in the right. He will be readjusting the beer can count this evening, not touching the delay box. I didn't eat enough last night, Ron, that's the problem. My stuff was going 6 hundo under because I did not change the dial-in for the non-steak I didn't eat. Samantha Kaufman, left side. Juan Spain, right. Samantha, 11, 900ths above the dial, gonna get the win. Juan, 008, 490 on a 472. No good. Colin Estes, right side, 26, 16th out under on the red light initiated victory. Left side was 3th out red. Colin Estes going to round number 3. Jackson Warders, 484 in the right. Tracy Sons, 462 in the left. Jackson and his dad were out late last night with sparklers. The Sparkler Mafia. Let's see how Jackson does today. I'm going to take the over. If I had to bet, I'm going with the over on the react here. Yeah. Left side, Tracy Sons, 12, 2th out under. Jackson, same delay box as Mikey Bloomfield, 25. 18th out under, trying to make, but you know what, Jackson? I think you had a good time. I think you had fun. That's the name of the game. Those that can do, those that can't announce. And here I am. That's how that works. I had someone tell me that a long time ago. Bill Warders, right side, 005, dead 4 for the win in the right. Tim Kelly, 18, 2 above, no good. Right side, Bill Warders getting the win. Carol McCarty, right side, 465. PJ, I don't stay with my car, Reigns, 468 in the left. lanes, 003, 8th out under for the win in the left. Carol McCarty, 11, 12th out under, no good. Our boy Ben Wenzel, he's up here, the poor guy. He's got a front wheel drive. He's got double entries and everything, and he's had 3 transmission failures this week already. He's drove home, he picks him up, he gets back at 4 a.m., he puts him in till 6 a.m. I don't think he's had any sleep yet this week. That guy loves racing. Bob Mandel, 007, dead 2 in the right for the win. Bryson needs to go to bed a little earlier. 26, 1 above 9 in the left. Fat Matt's Real Pit Barbecue Sauce just made its way up here to the tower from Ben. And it's only got 45 calories. I could drink this whole bottle. My wife won't even hate me. Well, no, she'll still hate me. She'll still. I love you, Joni. Hope you're up to having more fun at work today. Thank you so much, Ben. You brought your good mojo juju to the tower. Training's going to be intact the rest of the week. You're good to go now. Rick Harbaugh left side, Val Torres right side. 3 south separates them up front. Winner, Val Torres, Valinda, California. 16 dead, 5. Showing his brother Gabe how to do it. Souvenirs are open. US 131 Motorsports Park souvenirs. Get them while they're hot. Hunter Fireworks Patent in the left. I'll show you how much is in my checkbook right now. Just give me another firework. Michael Carpenter, right side, 480 the dial. Hunter Crockett, Texas, Davy Crockett, 462 in the left. Tried talking Hunter into taking his dragster out last night and oiling the track down so we could get a little later start today, but it was vetoed. As a group whole, it was a bad idea. Hunter Patton, 009, 3 thou under, doing what he does. Daylight, dark, full moon, no moon. Don't bother Hunter. Hunter Patton, winner left side. Michael Carpenter, 7 thou red, was 12 thou under. Troy Coughlin left side. Troy Coughlin Jr. Top Fuel, Pro Mod, Pro Stock. He's Carson Brown right side, 36 dead, 9 for the win. Red, white, blue, and yellow. You have been called to the lanes for dragsters. Come see Josh and the boys in the lanes. Josh, Paddleboy Melvin. Fastest scooter pilot this side of the Mississippi, I guarantee you. Troy Coughlin was 006 red last time down. Neither of these drivers are on file. Driver in the right lane dialed 453, car number 48. He's 002. Lets out as his opponent has problems. Tommy Norton, left side, 472 the dial. Darren Lotz, right side, 479 the dial. Look at that happy family spending time together. Father, son, daughter, future son-in-law, Matt Daddis. You know it. Steak dinner last night at the Truler camp. They waited sure all the food was gone, and then they texted me, hey, were you coming over for steaks tonight? I get there, that table was cleaned off. Advantage, left side, 009, 2 above 4 for the win for Tommy Norton. He'll be going to the third round in FTI Performance 100K today, the warm-up race. Friend of mine letting me wheel one of his cars here today. I tried to do it justice. I was 008 up front. And I took half a track of wind stripe. I didn't freight train him though. I mean, he was coming. He was on the track with me. Tommy Norton, 009, 2 above 4 for the win in the left lane last time down. Darren Lotz was 42 and 2 thou under, no good. David George, right side, Moncton, Maryland. Brandon Bachmeyer, left side. 3 thou separates him up front. David George, 31, 1 above 0 for the win in the right lane. Brandon, 34, lets him go 3 above, no good in the left lane. Winner, David George, right side. Travis Laster Jr., right side, 478 the dial. Brandon Phillips, Fulton, Illinois, left side, 525 the dial-in. Advantage right side, Travis Laster, 008, 2 above, 1 for the win in the right lane. Brandon Phillips, 28, 3 thou under, no good in the left. Tim Thomas, right side, 9,000ths, red light. Left side, Kendall Little, 15 green, 1 above 7. Out of the team, 14 Motorsports Noble Race Engines for the win. So Timothy Thomas was red, and now Tim Thomas is up. Paige Coughlin in the left, Tim Thomas in the right, 461 in the left, 469 in the right. Not very nice of Paige Coughlin. She's trip, zip, dead 4 for total. Left lane, Jegs.com, the winner. Tim Thomas, 15, not even close. Dead 3. No good, Tim Thomas. Dan Wheeler, right side, 461, the dial-in. Nick, the neutron bomb folk in the left lane, 458 for the bomb. Nick, the neutron bomb folk, left side, 458. Dan Wheeler, right side, 461. Wheeler, 15, dead 8 for the win. Right side, Nick, 20 and 7 thou under. Nick went to bed earlier than me to go 20. Hank stays up for a couple more hours, goes 008. So I don't think there's any logic to the whole I'm racing, I got to go to bed early thing. Yeah. I still can't drive the finish line. Nick can do that, so. Lane Dickin, right side, team slushy. Jeff Burns, my buddy Jeff Burns, love that guy. Hope he's feeling good. 438 in the right. Tanya Pruitt, 470 in the left. Left side, 14, one above 4 for Tanya for the win. Right side, Lane Dickin, 19, dead 9, no good. What'd you get? I don't know. Nice. Tanya Pruitt, left side, gonna pick the win up over Lane Dickin. FTI Performance 100K. We are in the second round eliminations of dragsters. Still, we had, was it 709 entries for the $100,000 race. 4 thou separates them up front. Left side, David Foxwell, 39, dead 3, 42 total. For the win in the left lane, Carla was 35, 2 above 1, no good. Jeff Smith, left side, Bill Swain, right side. Beautiful weather. Got 2 clouds in the sky, one over each lane of the drag strip. No wind. Lots of traffic going by on the interstate. A little bit of a breeze from the right to the left or east to west. I had to guess that's the direction this track's going. Is that correct? Then I am correct. Bill Swain, right side, 25, dead 8, gets the win. Jeff Smith in the left was 16, 11 thou under, taking 29, no good. Purple run stickered dragsters to the lanes, please. Purple, now's your time to shine. Purple run stickered dragsters to the lanes, please. Colton Munson, left side. Carol Bell Visconti. I hope I got all that right. That's a tough one. Swedes Body Shop and Powder Coating in the left. From Bath, South Dakota, 486 in the left, 501 in the right. .007, 1 above 9 for the win in the right. Carol Bell Visconti. right side. Winner, Colton, 20, 2 above, no good. Dustin Shore, left side, 28. 5 thou under the dial in for the win in the left lane on the double breakout race. Adam Bashan was 12 and a whole hundredth under, taking 21 in the right lane, no good. Dustin Long, Mitchell, South Dakota, left side. Turns at 12, red, hands the victory to Sean I Am, Top Fuel, Funny Car, Langdon. 17, green, dead 4 in the right. Jake from State Farm Hodge up here saying hi. Hi, buddy. Sorry, I didn't know we were keeping you up. Boom. And that is not a mic drop boom. If you feel better, Jake, I had to sweep the whole pit road. Johnny, Mr. Bracket Racer, Ezel, right side. Lenny Boucher, left side, 477 in the left, 478 in the hardtail drags, turn the right lane. And he makes it work. 1 thou separates him up front. Johnny, 008, dead 0 for the win in the right. Lenny was 007 and 9 thou under, no good in the left. Winner, right side, Johnny Ezel. Scotty Richardson, left side, 5-time NHRA world champion, one of NHRA's top 50 drivers. Tied, I think, for first place 2 other times and lost on the tiebreaker. Very accomplished racer. Hasn't done any of the NHRA point stuff in years. I would have been curious to see, how many championships him and Edmund or national events they would have won if they would have stuck after it the way they did in the 90s, chasing points and going to, 10 national events. Now I don't even know if they go any 1 or 2 maybe. I hear Scotty talk about dropping here and there once in a while, but this year's a crazy schedule. They're all canceled, whatever's going on. Scotty, 009, 1 above 9, left-hand side for the win. Terrell Sinkler, right side, was 20 and 2 thou under, no good. Chris Reynolds, right side, 452 the dial. Noah Rambo, left side, 457 the dial. Noah Rambo, left side, 14, dead 6 for the win. Chris Reynolds, 35, 9 thou under in the right, no good. I just called purple, so I think I've called all the colors. Troy Williams Jr. left side, Rick Wanamaker right side. Wanamaker 008, dead 2, 10 total for the win in the right. Oh man. Troy Williams 11 dead 0 in the left. Margin of victory 1 thou. Rick Wanamaker right side gonna get the win. All colors of the dragster second round have been called. If you are in today's $100,000 race in a dragster, second round deep, this is your time to shine. You should be here. All dragster colors have been called, please. Brad Cole left side, 505. Scott Sill right side, 466. Kyle Riley, you can thank your God. I appreciate it for the SFG vision in the middle of the night and starting this whole deal off. Last year when you did the 525. Scott Sill 28, 1 above 1 for the win in the right lane. Brad Cole 002, can't run the number, 3 above 9 in the left, no good. $525,000 he paid last year, SFG and Kyle Riley. And as soon as it was over, he says, Hank, I want to do $1 million next year. And I was like, dude, you're crazy. You're gambling. I mean, that's a horrible risk. I gamble, and I still thought I would have been a little chicken on that. So, but here we are, 1 year later. Kyle Riley and his team all year long, working all winter, going to trade shows, gathering up free stuff for the racers, for giveaways, for best losing packages, gaining some new sponsors and Jegs and vintage trailers and things coming on board, and ATM Solutions or carburetors, Fuel Tech, Jegs, Lane Automotive. There's just a lot of people that come on board and help. Law Chevrolet Buick. Zach Fisher right side, gonna get the win. 23 and 8 thou under the dial. Steve Law, Boonville, Indiana, 4 thou red in the left for the loss. Nick Eisenhower left side, 493. Will Boom Boom Holloman, 446 in the right. Advantage right side 200s. Will Holloman 009, 1 above 3. Portland, Tennessee, getting the win in the right lane. Driving the drag. No, he's driving for Chris Reynolds today in that car. McKenna Brown left side 458 the dial. Bob Pros right side 465 the dial. Nick Eisenhower last time down in the left was 34 and 6 thou under, no good. Even when they lose, their friends and family and co-workers at home want to know what the packages were or how they did, what they do. McKenna Brown 458, Jegs.com. Bob Pros 465. And if we did the family tree correctly, we're going to say McKenna is the daughter of Mike Coughlin. And she is going to get a win. Uncle Jeggy watching on. Jeggy, is McKenna... Yeah, can't hear me. McKenna Brown, 457 on the 458 dial it. Bob, trip, zip, 1 red in the right lane, no good. Dustin Wirtz, right side, 27 dead, 300s total for the win in the right lane. Jerry Brewer, 17 and 27 above, no good in the left. Bob Koski, right side, Red Oak, Texas. Left side, James DeJaco, Hopewell, New York. Jimmy's Auto Outlet. Jimmy DeJaco, 19 dead, 6 in the left. Gonna get the win over Bob Koski, 32 and 3 thou under in the right, no good. Jimmy DeJaco, left lane winner. Separates them up front. Gary Ingold, 003, 8th out under on the double breakout victory, left lane. Kirby McLennan, right side, was 008 and 100th under the dial. No good, broke out by more than his opponent. Winner, Gary Ingold, left side. Tyler Sizemore, Boonville, Indiana, left side, 467. Bobby Johns, right side, driving for Randy Folk, Tampa, Florida address for Bobby. And if I am correct, I think Bobby is a retired postal employee. Could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. Tyler Sizemore, 11, 1 above 9, getting there first by 1 thou. Winner left lane. Bobby Johns, 14, 1 above 7, no good in the right. Kyle Cotrera, left side. Mickey Thompson Tires, VP Fuels, Axle Hauling, In Motion Solutions. We got all kinds of help. Vince Schroeder. 452 in the right for Vince, 463 in the left for Kyle. All colors of dragsters you have been called. We're beginning to narrow down the dragsters. We're just probably 20 pairs of dragsters left. Kyle was 21 in the left and 5 thou under on the double breakout victory. Vince in the right was 26, also 5 thou under. Winner left lane, Kyle Cotrera. Troy Stone, Vintage Race Car Trailers. Wife Shanna, looking on. Dan Davies, left side, 421 in the left, 445 in the right. Troy goes 4th thou red in the right lane. No good. Dan Davies 20 green in the left. Couple hundo under the dial on the red light victory, running it out the back door. Tom Dauber. I love just saying that. Teddy Atkins right side, Tom Dauber left side. Catholic Kathy, we call her, his better half. She went to church in 2 different states on the same day. She got a little turned around and lost. She didn't know where she was at until it said, "Welcome to South Carolina." Rear Morrison Racing Engines, Biondo Racing Products, Motorsports Innovations, helping out Dauber. 470 in the left for Dauber, 509 in the right for Teddy Atkins. Dauber is perfect up front. Dauber trip zip, 1 above 3 for the win in the left. Teddy Atkins was 10 and 1 thou under in the right, no good. Dauber trip zip, 1 above 3, getting the win in the left-hand lane. Justin Showtime Daniels right side, son of Scott and Dawn, sister to Kaylee May, brother-in-law Wes May. A lot of racers on that side of the family tree. Left side not on file, 467 in the left, 529 in the right. Justin Daniels, 005 and 2 thou under on the double breakout victory. His opponent, 21 and 12 thou under. No good. Justin Daniels, right lane, gonna get the win. So I'm picking up what you're laying down, our Motor Mania viewers, about the win lights. In the bright sunshine, they are hard to see on the top of the scoreboards. So as you have requested, I try and announce the winner and the lane at each pair. So I'm helping. I'm trying. I'm doing what I can. Hank Mulligan. Gene Lampshire, right side. Lorraine, Ohio. Lauren Freer, left side. 5 thou separated them up front. The worst of the reaction time, not bad, but just the slower one of the two gets the win. Gene Lampshire, 20, 1 above 3 for the win in the right lane. Lauren Freer in the left was 15, 2 above 7, no good in the left for Lauren. Kent Burkhart, right side. Jeff Taylor, Apache, Arizona, left side. Jeff was holding 22 in the reaction time advantage, left side. Jeff Taylor, 006, 2 above 3 for the win in the left lane. Kent Burkhart, 28, dead 2, no good, 30 total in the right. Kip's day is done. Tommy Zimmerman, right side. 482 the dial. Chris Bear, left side, 470 the dial. And we are in Jegs, round number 2 of the FTI Performance 100K. Try as I might, Brad, I cannot say that Jegs. I can't do that cool. I tried. I'm like, how do they do Jegs? I can't do it. Yeah, my voice won't do it. Nope. But I got my gorgeous Jegs double easy up awning shelter. Scott Woody Woodruff. Tommy Zimmerman 10 dead 1 in the right for the win. Chris Baird, 005, dead 9 for the loss in the left. Tommy Zimmerman, right lane winner. Scott Woody Woodruff. If I'm correct, the story is him and Jeggy went to grade school together and have been lifelong best friends since then. Jake Woodring, left side, 462 the dial. Dennis LeBlanc, right side, 485 the dial. I know, if I remember, Jeggy was planning on this being his last year in pro stock, but with the shortened season and the schedule and everything, I wonder if we can coerce him into coming out one more year next year. That's a lot, though, wife and kids and 23 races all over the United States. I mean, that's half the weekends of the year you're gone racing. Jake Woodring, 007, 1 above 9 for the win in the left. Dennis LeBlanc was 24 and 1 thou under in the right, no good. Madison McCormick, they call her Maddie, Chainsaw's daughter, left side, 484 the dial. Brian Kennedy, 461 the dial on the right. Brian Kennedy, right side, 25 green, 1 thou under. Madison McCormick leaving a half a tenth too soon on the tree. Brian Kennedy, right side, getting the win. Shanna Stone, right side, 443 the dial. Matt Visconi, 524 the dial in the left. Shanna Vintage Race Trailers, right side. Wife of Troy. Great people. Funny story about that is both their parents, before they started dating, lived like a half a block from each other in Florida, their winter homes. So like now when they, now that they are married, they go to Florida to visit, they can walk down the street to the other set of parents' house, so that they kind of get to visit both sets of parents at the same time. Shannon, 24 dead for the win in the right lane. Matt, 17 and 14 thou under, no good in the left. Shanna Stone going to the third round. Troy, how does that work out when she's going and you're not? How's that little competition within the household go? Jeff Hura, right side, 497. Matthew Edwards, left side, 510. All colors of dragsters you've been called. We're running out of dragsters. You were supposed to be in the dragster category in the second round today. You're going to miss it. Get up here, please. Matt Edwards, left side, 0036 thou under the dial-in for the win. Jeff Hura, 15, 14 thou under, no good in the right lane. Winner, left side, Matthew Edwards. Let me pose this trivia question. Who did or does the Jegs commercial that says it like that? Was it Dave McClelland? Is that the voice that did the original Jeg saying in the way that they do that? Lester Atkins, left side. Lexi Tanner, right side. Lexi, 005, 2 above for the win in the right. Lester was 17 and 1 above, no good. Lexi Tanner, right side, gonna get the win. Andre Nunez, Puerto Rico, San Juan, Puerto Rico. This is a kid that met up with the Williams boys, and they had a race in Puerto Rico, and the Williams boys went there to bracket race, and he met them, and then they invited him to come to America and drive a car of theirs at a bracket race in the wintertime or something, and they've been friends since, and Andre's been here forever racing. Lucas Fisher, left side. Lucas, 009, 1 above 7 for the win in the left lane. Andre was 14, 2 above 5, 39 total in the right lane, no good. John Brannon, left side, 491 the dial. David Elliott, right side, 484 the dial. Hurdle, North Carolina, 07 Race Tech. 700 separates him in the dial-in. I like that car on the left. John Brannon's paint job, kind of fancy. Now there's another odd green. Joanne, check that green out. It's a little more lime. It's a little brighter. It's a little more slime TV green colored. Maniac green. Joanne's got all the nicknames for these colors. I love it. Joanne, were you always into cars? Did you always have a car thing somewhere in your family tree? Dad was a hot rodder or something when you were growing up that you got into cars? Or how did you get into the TV stuff? Foul separated them up front. John Brannon, left side, 15, 1 above 8 for the win in the left-hand lane. David Elliott was 22 above 0, so he's 40 total. No good in the right lane. Brent Martin, La Plata, Maryland. Get a lot of Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, South Dakota, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Arizona, Texas, Iowa, Missouri. What else we got? I haven't seen any Kansas. New Hampshire, wow. 002 in the left, 1 thou under on the double breakout victory for Brent Martin in the left lane. Brad Clark, left side. Sean Parker, right side. No box lanes 3 and 4, please. Third round of eliminations. No box to lanes 3 and 4, please. Sean Parker, right side, 003, 1 above, running it out the back door on the red light. Victory. Brad Clark, left lane, 2000s too soon on the red light. Nick Hastings, you will carry the bye in the no box category in third round. No box. 3 and 4. Third round, please. Jason Enfinger, right side, 444. Dialing. Logan Jameson, left side, 482 dialing. Third round of no box to the lanes, please. If you were supposed to be in second round of dragsters for $100,000 to win today, you are about to miss the round. We got about 8 pairs left. Logan Jameson, Boonville, Indiana, left side, 003, 3 thou under the dial-in for the win in the left lane. Jason Enfinger, right side, 009 red, would have been 4.445 on the 444 dial. Jason's day is done. Logan goes to third round. Gary Williams Jr., right side, FTI, Mosier, Mickey Thompson Tires, and Jegs. G-Dub, they affectionately call him. 485 in the right. Marty Martin, 489 in the left. Left-hand side, Marty Martin, 24. Green, and runs it out the back door. He was holding 23. Gary Williams turns it uncharacteristically. That's a tough one today. Gary Williams, 23 red in the right lane. Jeff Sarah, right side. Gabe Torres, left side. 463 in the left, 480 in the right. Jeff gets sponsorship from FTI, Mickey Thompson Tires, and Nesbitt Engines. Gabe Torres, 23 green, 11th out under the dial in the left lane for the win. Jeff Sarah, 1/1000th of a second too soon. Red lights his chances away today. Left lane, Gabe Torres gets the win, goes to the third round. Kevin Brannon, 449 in the left. Eric Pavicic, 481 in the right. Eric, Polo, Illinois. I'm not sure if him and Corey Pavicic are brothers or cousins. I think they're brothers. Digital Delay, Sunset Engines, and the Get 'em Garage in the right lane, giving Eric Pavicic help, pardon me. Running out of dragsters. Eric Pavicic goes 001 red in the right lane, no good. Kevin Brannon, he did it right. He went 001 green in the left lane. He runs it out on the red light, 447.8. He goes 12th thou under the dial. Kevin Brannon going to the third round. Tim Butler, left side, 489 in the left. Roman Cosner, right side, 513 in the right. Tim Butler, 36, one above for the win. Roman Cosner, 0055 above, no good. Tim Butler left side for the win. Kyle Coltrera left side, Mickey Thompson Tires, VP Fuels, giving him help, 453 on the left. Tom Stalba Jr., right side, 482. Great to see Tom out here racing with us. Many-time Division I Super Comp, Super Gas Division champion, national event winner. His wife has raced Alcohol Dragster. Stalba Auto Salvage, I believe it is. Last pair of dragsters for Jegs round number 2 of the FTI Performance 100K. Stalba, 006 green, 480 with an 8 on the red light, victory in the right lane. Coltrera was 13 red. That's it for me. I get to take a break. I'm going to give it over to a real announcer. TV experience. How cool is that? Brian Loans, our NHRA 5.
Jegs. Jegs.
What it is, it gives racers that's totally out of the race after the third round another chance at $1.1 million or $500,000. And the way it will work, after the third round is over, anybody that's completely out of the race, you can pay $250 bucks to get into a raffle, and it'll be kept separate. Door car and dragster will be separate, and we'll pull 50 names total, 25 door car names, 25 dragster names. 8 of those guys will go back into the race on each side. The other 34 racers will win $1,000 cash. So you go from being totally out of the race to maybe able to win $1,000 or $1.1 million or $500,000. The way it will work, we'll put the 25 names in with poker chips and we'll pull them out. The first 8 out will go back into the race. First 8 out on the dragster side will go back into the race. The other 16 racers on each side will win $1,000. So, and the way it will go, they will go directly into fourth round racing each other. The door cars, the 8 door cars and the 8 dragsters, they'll be racing each other. So the winner of that will be in the split round with $1.2 million to split up. If you lose in that race, don't go to the cooler yet. Just hang around till the following day because we got a 2-day format now.
Customer service and technical support second to none. FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
We need those double enter door cars to the staging lanes, please. Double enter door cars. We need you to the lanes. Pretty please. Let's roll them in here as we're just about done getting the track tuned up, and it will be no box time here in just a moment. Double entered door cars. Double entered door cars. We have all of our no box racers in there. Thank you for the response. No box, double entered door cars. And red colored run stickers. Red colored run stickers and double entered door cars to the lanes. Red colored run stickers and double entered door cars to the lanes. Robbie Gear, you have a package and registration. Robbie Gear, you have a package and registration. Please go grab it. Robbie Gear, registration, you got a package. Go snag it. So a little shot of the traction compound coming our way here. Sprayer down there by the 8th mile. You'll see the traction compound being applied here momentarily. As always, a huge thank you to Jegs for their support of the SFG $1.1 million this weekend. FTI Performance bringing us this $100,000 event here. We're going to begin round 3 momentarily. And Autometer involved in SFG Promotions as well. The sponsor of a round 2 action that you just watched over a great part of this early part of the day.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at Jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at Jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is Jegs.com.
So for those of you just tuning in on Motor Mania TV, we are cranking our way through round 3 action. Thumbs up from Jimmy Bradshaw. That's a good sign for our racers because it means that the traction is on point. And that thumbs up should bring us to the sound of some rumbling race cars momentarily, and here they come. We need red and white run stickers. Door car, red and white run stickers, please. Red and white run stickers for door cars to the lanes. As here comes the remaining 12 cars in no box. All right, burnouts beginning here for round number 3. As we get ready to cut the fields in half yet again. Cole Castile left side and Kevin Pollard, who is folded up like a piece of origami inside this little pickup truck. You'd figure a guy that wedged himself into that cab wouldn't be like 7 feet tall, but apparently he is. 640 the dial in for Cole Castile. Kevin Pollard dialed in at 541 on the right side of the racetrack. So Champs Performance round number 3 officially begins right now. Red light start for Kevin Pollard. 4,000's too quick to leave the starting line as Pollard in the pickup truck. So Cole Castile at his S10, 638.8, 105.96. Castile only 45 on the tree. Thankful that Pollard got a little antsy there in the starting line. Pollard ran it through a 5.401 at 127.26. Cameron Mason coming up now. That tricolored Camaro on the left-hand side, dialed 691. And Dave Conley, right side of the racetrack, dialed 587. Red and white run stickers. Door car, red and white door car run stickers to the lanes, please. Red and white door car run stickers to the lanes. And we'll take blue as well. Red, white, and blue. Door car run stickers to the lanes, please. You know we're starting to hammer these fields down when we start moving through the colors quickly. Mason leaves and Conley goes red. 009 for Conley on the red side. So Cameron Mason moves to round at number 4. 6940 on a 691 dial. It was over when Conley missed the tree. He does run his dial at 87 with a 5 on the 87, but 009 on the wrong side of good for Dave Conley. So Cameron Mason on to round number 4 will be the round of 6. Anthony Riley and Matt Richeza coming up. 638 the dial in for Richeza in the Mustang. And Big Bob Riley, 668 the dial in that 55 Chevrolet. Big Bob inching the 55 in. Bob's looking over at a Fox body that's out by about a fender, and that's a bad sign at that part of the racetrack as Richeza, 6397 on a 638 dial, goes 5 on the tree. Riley was 79 on the tree, 662. Got to the finish line stripe 12 thou ahead of Richeza, and that was too much. Nick Engler. Nick Engler and Brian Cerruti on the right side of the racetrack. I thank you for the help that I've gotten from about 7 people not screwing that one up. It has come in from around the nation. So Brian Cerruti, right-hand side. From Niles, Ohio, 634 the dial-in, and Nick Engler. The Engler family fielding some of the neatest Chrysler products out here this weekend, dialed 662. And Cerruti looking to make mincemeat of the big Mopar, and he does. 36.5, 34 dial, 4 on the tree. Took himself 22 thou at the stripe. So Cerruti, by 3.4 feet, gets the win light. Engler was 29 on the tree, 664 on a 62 dial at 101.40. Now it is Dave Engler and Brett Williamson coming up. Second to last pair, last full pair, if you will. Oh, there's a pair. Okay, so second to last pair. Engler and Williamson side by side. One Engler removed from competition a minute ago. We'll find out if this Engler can fight on. Brett Williamson pulls up next to the Charger, and Williamson turns on the win light. 16.9 on a 15 dial. He was 15 on the tree. Got to the finish line 64.10 thou, only 11 inches ahead of Dave Engler, who was 006 green, and then went 80 on a 77. So Engler had the starting line advantage by a very slight margin and then just couldn't hang on to it. 6.804 at 101 miles an hour on the losing run for Engler. Williamson 6.16.9 on that 615 dial with a 15 light. Final pair of no box round 3. Nate Schroeder and Nick Hastings. Mentioned before, Hastings and the T1000 have been stacking up the money so far this year. This car has been stacking up the money for years in this style of drag racing. They're both locked in. Hastings looks to his left and peeks to his right, but it's going to be Nate Schroeder. 618 on a 17 dial. He was 10 on the tree. Hastings was 7. They go down to the end of the racetrack. Hastings goes 15-8 on a 14 dial. He was 18th thou off. Schroeder was 13th thou off. And the margin, 19 10,000ths or 3.7 inches at the finish line for Nate Schroeder. That was an absolute dogfight down there for Schroeder and Hastings, and Nate earned every inch of that one, all 3.7 of them at the stripe. All color run stickers and door car. All color door car run stickers. All color door car run stickers to the lanes, please. Robbie Gear, Dave Connolly, and Hunter Patton, you have packages at registration. Gear, Connolly, and Patton. Jeremy Kessler, right-hand side of the racetrack, the Ford Thunderbird, dial 551. And a little Chevy 2 of Chris Mancini of Allison, Pennsylvania, on the left side of the racetrack, dialed 619. They're in. Look at the amount of real estate Kessler has to make up, and he is unable to do it. It is Chris Mancini, runs 20 on a 19, 13 at the tree. Margin is 11. Mancini took 11th thou at the stripe. On Kessler's side of the racetrack, he was 29, so he gave up 16th thou on the leave to Mancini, and then he was 52 and a 51. Kessler was just a little bit better towards the dial, but Mancini had so much of an advantage off the starting line, he took it right down to the stripe. Chris Mancini by 11th thou. So in about 15 minutes from right now, which would put us just before 2 p.m., T-shirt sales will be happening at the tent just across the drag strip from the timing tower, the big Jegs and SFG Million tents. That's where the T-shirt sales will take place, and those will be starting in about 15 minutes. John Corbin and Larry Meary coming up right now. Meary leaves the starting line in that unique Cobra Jet Roadster. John Corbin in the not-so-unique but beautiful Camaro goes 5:59.8 at 124 miles an hour and a 5:57 dial with a 14 reaction time to win, as Larry left first, got to the finish line first, and broke out by 11 thou. Went 5:808 on a 5:82 dial-in. So Meary breaks himself out, and John Corbin goes on to the next round. Meary was about half a car length ahead of Corbin as they crossed the stripe, just too much. Ryan Burkle and Rob Saunders coming up. Saunders in the Nova, Burkle in the Nova. They're even both white, just slightly different eras. Wheel standing launch for Rob Saunders, as that car has done all week long, and Saunders owns the starting line and owns the finish line. Saunders goes 6:10 on a 6:12 dial. Brother Burkle goes 6:10 on a 6:12 dial. Saunders 93.4 on a 591 dial with a 008 reaction time. Burkle got to the finish line 3 thousandths ahead of Saunders. Chris Dixon and Jason Jensen coming up now. Dixon leaves first, and Jensen has all type of problems as that car finally comes to life at about 60 feet, and Chris Dixon doesn't waste the opportunity, coasting to a 673 at just 83 miles an hour, and for Jensen, the car simply would not move. 7:27 reaction time, trouble for Jason Jensen on the starting line. Dixon was 24 and then lifted to make sure he didn't break out. All colors of run stickers. All colors of run stickers. We need you to the staging lanes, please. All run sticker colors to the lanes. Of door car, yes. Door car only. All run stickers, door car only to the lanes. Donnie Hagar and Trey Bunner coming up. Bunner right side, dialed 635, and Donnie Hagar left side of the racetrack, 632. Haven't seen anybody really drop a crazy tight package yet in this first round, or this third round, I should say, these first couple of pairs in this third round, presented by Champs Performance. 35.6 on a 32 is not good enough for Donnie Hagar. Trey Bunners, 28 on the tree. Then he runs a 637 on a 635 dial-in, taking 3 thou at the end of the racetrack for the win light. We're seeing just a lot of solid runs here, none of the real jaw droppers. Donnie Hagar was 11 thou better towards Bunner leaving. He was 17 to Bunner's 28, but it's Bunner doing a better job at the finish line as Jody Davies and Howard Westbury sitting next to each other now. Westbury, right-hand side. Jody Davies dialed 663 on the left. Nice big wheel stand for Howard Westbury. Picture-perfect launch, but no win light because Jody Davies, 665.0 and a 663 is good enough to take the win light. Davies was 10 on the starting line. Westbury went too quickly. Broke out 5704 on a 571 dial. He was 11 on the tree, got to the finish line 25 thousandths or 4 feet ahead of Jody Davies, but he broke out running 5 thou underneath his dial. Andy Robluski and Jeff Ledford coming up right now. Ledford from Stan, Michigan, of course, a longtime runner in big money drag racing, has gotten the job done again. Now we're starting to talk some good tight package racing here. 12 reaction time for Ledford, 26.4 on a 26 dial. So there's a 16 thou pack for you. Robleski wasn't bad, but he was 30 on the tree, and then he ran only 9 thou off his dial, going 562.9 on a 562. The 30 light is what his biggest problem was there. Ledford took care of business. Jason Emerly and Marco Abruzzi coming up right now. Hemmerline from Unionville, Michigan, the 1986 Cutlass in gray, and Marco Abruzzi from Warren, Ohio. Of course, orange. Pretty much everything Marco's ever raced has been primarily orange. He had the Camaro that was orange and white that he terrorized the top sportsman ranks and bracket racing world with for years. His pickup truck's a very nice piece as well. Hammerline in the Cutlass trying to run up next to the pickup truck. Can't do it. Abruzzi hits the tree for 6, goes 636 on a 634 to win. Hammerline breaks out, gets to the finish line 11 ahead of Abruzzi, running 583.9 on a 584 dial. He is 9 stinking 10 thou too quick. Hammerline loses, Abruzzi moves on. Mia Tedesco and Lee Newmeyer coming up right now. Tedesco made the final at the Sportsman Spectacular race on Sunday. Trying to make it a Mondo payday, or Mondo paydays as the case could be this week. In goes Newmeyer. Tedesco's already there. Lee Newmeyer, the 1976 Vega, is your winner in that pair. 75.9 on a 73 dial, 002 on the tree. Wins the drag race by 72.10 thou, just over a foot. Tedesco was 33 on the tree, then runs 84.4. She was only 4 thou off the dial, where Newmeyer was 29 off, but the reaction time advantage was a little bit bigger than that, with Newmeyer being 2 and Mia being 33. Steve Sisko and Tanner Miller. Miller, 631 in the wheel standing 1972 Vega wagon, and Steve Sisko, 652. Left-hand side of the racetrack out of Williamstown, New Jersey. Once again, all color run stickers of door car. We need you to the staging lanes remaining in competition. All remaining cars in competition in door car for this FTI 100K. Come on down. Earlier red light might have freaked him out a little bit. He's been a little more conservative the last 2 runs. He was in the 30s. Now he's 40 on this run. Sisko was 13, and Steve Sisko 653.8 on a 652 dial. takes himself 7th thou stripe at the finish line and gets the win as Tanner Miller runs 6:3:09 at 105 miles an hour in the losing effort with a 40 light. No pit vehicles in the staging lanes. No golf carts, no scooters. All pit vehicles out of the staging lanes. The only thing allowed in those lanes are race cars. We do not need we have enough cars and stuff as it is. We need all the room we can get. Caroline McCarty and Brian Rockwell lead the starting line. Rockwell in the Roadster, McCarty in that Rambler wagon, and it's going to be Rockwell. 94.4 and a 91 dial. He was 13 on the tree. Took 2 at the margin, or rather 2 at the stripe. Wins by 4.6 inches as Caroline McCarty, 6:12.7 on a 6:11 dial, but a 32 reaction time. She ran 109.73 on the speed. Rockwell, 5:94.4, 114. The Roadster moves on. Big thanks to Scott Lemon, DragRaceSolutions.com. There'll be a drawing for everybody that has earned a buy run, whether you use it or not. Today, the DragRaceSolutions.com buy run draw will be happening later on. And we look down the racetrack to see a win light coming on for Wes Weaver, running 5:48.3 on a 5:48 dial with a 005 light. So Weaver puts together an 8 thou package, wins the drag race. Very well done. Eric Tenney broke out trying to win himself on the other side of the racetrack. Tenney was 006 on the tree, and he runs 6:52.5 on a 6:53 dial, getting to the finish line 7th thou ahead of Weaver and breaking out by 5 thou. Tough stuff there for Eric Tenney. You put together a nice run like that, and you just can't get a win light turned on. But Wes Weaver, beautiful, and one of the tightest packages of the round. Crawford and Holmes lead the starting line. Holmes in the Corvette on the right, Kevin Crawford in the Camaro on the left, and it's Kevin Crawford. 6:15.2, 6:14 dial, 12 reaction time, and 13 thou of an advantage at the finish line. Ray Holmes in the Corvette, he went 5:77. He had dialed at 5:75, had an 18 light, and again, good but not great. Kevin Crawford was better. Left side of the racetrack. Beautiful Olds Cutlass on the right side, and it's the Cutlass. 486 on a 485 dial, 26 light. The Cutlass punches through to the next round as Ed broke out. 5:3:09 on a 5:33 dial in. Ed was 005 in that Corvette on the starting line, but he took 52 at the finish line, which is about 11 feet, and that was too much. Broke out by 2 hun. And the hits just keep on coming. Now it's Steve Folk and Annalise LeBlanc. Annalise had the bye last round. She ran right on that 6 flat dial. We'll find out if she can do it next to Steve Folk. Pair of red wagons side by side through the 8th mile, and it is going to be Folk. 16.6 on a 15 dial with a 14 reaction time, winning the drag race and taking 17 at the stripe is Folk. Annalise was 34 in the tree, ran just over the dial at 6:01.37 at 113.78, but not good enough to stop Folk. Continuing on, Cody Knott and Austin Sloan. Sloan right side of the racetrack dialed 544 in the Corvette Roadster, and Knott dialed 572 in that 4th generation Camaro. Pre-stage now fully staged. Knott going to have about a 3/10 jump here. Austin Sloan is going to catch Knott early, and that's where it gets interesting, and Sloan drives it like a beast. Austin Sloan, 543.9, 544 dial, 17 light. Cody Knott, 5.706 and a 5.72 dial at 120 miles an hour with a 42 reaction time. So Sloan had him by a significant amount. That's how he caught him so quickly down there, and then things got interesting from that point forward. So Austin Sloan is going to move on to the next round. Cody Knott isn't. Colin Estes and Eric Thomas now. Thomas, the 1967 Camaro out of Fairmont, North Carolina, dialed 566. The Chevrolet Acadian out of Canada, 591. At least the car's out of Canada. Estes is out of Rockford, Illinois. 5.91 seconds is the dial-in for Estes. And a nice job there for Estes. 591.4, 591 dial, 11 reaction time. So a 15th out package for Estes. Takes 16th out at the finish line. Wins the drag race by just under 3 feet. Eric Thomas, 565.8 at 120 miles an hour. He had dialed to 566, but he did not get to the finish line first. Does not matter. Colin Estes moves on. Randy Folk and Carmen Thornton coming up now. Thornton from Richmond, Virginia, 674 the dial-in right side of that beautiful, beautiful Malibu. And Randy Folk on the left side in the Corvette. Folk dialed 602, 674 the dial-in for Thornton. Wheels up launch for Randy Folk. Thornton's clean as well. Folk's on the binders, and Folk eats him up. 6:02.5 and 11 reaction time. Randy Folk, 16 thousandths package. On the right side, Carmen Thornton was decent on the starting line, 13, but he was 2 hun off the dial, and that is where Randy Folk took advantage. You saw him, brake lights came on just before the finish line. He was working that pedal perfectly, puts himself within 5 thou of being right on top of the number. Danny Argyle and Peeps Pennington coming up now. Pennington 474 on the right side of that gorgeous Roadster, and Danny Argyle left side in the bright yellow Mustang. 623 dial in for Argyle. Pennington dialed 474. Pennington rockets off the starting line, had a 10 reaction time, but Danny Argyle, 6:26.4, gets the win light. He was dialed 6:23. He has a 13 light. Peeps Pennington went 001 on the tree, in fact, and then broke out 472.6. He took a ton down there. He was 10 feet ahead of Argyle at the finish line, which equates to about 6 hun. So Peeps Pennington, too quick for his own good and breaks out. Danny Argyle will move on in his bright yellow Mustang at 6:26.4. Leaving the starting line, second is Jeg Coughlin. Quicker of the two machines, a slightly quicker reaction time for Jeg, but it is going to be the pickup truck knocking Coughlin out. 6:53.7 on a 6:51 dial, as Jeg was 0.3 of a second off of where he was trying to get. 6:36.8 was where he was trying to run, or he was trying to run 6:06, and he ended up running 6:36. So tough stuff there for Jeg Coughlin. The pickup truck gets it done. David Davis and Matty Malone go to the finish line. Right side of the racetrack, Malone 584.8 on that 583 dial-in. Was 10 on the tree. Matty Malone getting the job done by 15/10 thou at the stripe. Only 2.7 inches of margin down there, as Davis was 22 on the starting line, and he ran the dial with an 8. He was 6:57.8 on a 6:57 dial, but Matty Malone, with a very slim margin on the reaction time, gets the win light by 15/10 thou, or 2.7 inches. Jason Lynch and Derek Davish coming up right now. Davish on the right side, Lynch on the left side. Watch that little Vega come off the starting line, hike that left run up, hard leaving car, and it's going to be Jason Lynch. A 16th out package for Lynch as he's 004 in the tree, then goes 40 with a 2 on a 39 dial-in. Nice. Davish was 556.6 on a 556 dial. He was 31 on the tree. And again, it's good everywhere else, but just not good enough here when the deep end of the pool is, well, both ends of the pool when you're at the SFG Jegs Million. Daddy Mac and Matt Brewer. Mac on the right side dial 571, Brewer dialed 655. 571.8 on a 571 dial. 007 reaction time for Daddy Mac, so an 8 thou package right there. I should say 15th out package, my apologies. Daddy Mac 15th out pack moves on to the next round, and Matt Brewer 656.2 on a 55 dial-in with an 11 light. Daddy Mac getting it done in fine fashion out here. Very, very tight run. Josh Lutke and Bob Payton coming up. Payton 616 the dial left side, Lutke 642 on the right. Lutke from Boonville, Indiana is a man to be feared out here. We'll find out if Bob Payton fears him, if he's going to take him out. Right down at the big end of the racetrack, it is going to be Bob Payton. 18.2 on a 16 dial. 003 reaction time. It was actually Matt Daddis on that side of the racetrack. So Daddis is eliminated going 43 and a 42, but Bob Payton by 5/10 thou, or a margin of 0.9 inches. Not 0.9 feet, 0.9 inches at 111 miles an hour. Payton takes the win. 003 light. 618.2 and a 616 dial for Payton, and again, Daddis was 643 and a 642 and was 13 on the tree. That is the tightest physical margin we've seen so far today. Greg Walker and Vinny Guido coming up. Guido goes red. 48th hour early, Greg Walker. 9 green, 53.5 on the 54. Walker at 126.98 miles an hour. Guido goes 639.4 at 108.12. Now it is Wayne Honeycutt and Jason Barnes rolling up. Barnes from Portland, Tennessee, dialed 657. Left-hand side, Honeycutt dialed 629. 658.5 or 658.1 for Jason Barnes on a 657 dial-in will move Barnes ahead. Nothing totally spectacular about this one, as Barnes 58.1 had a 36 reaction time. Got him there about 4 hun ahead of Wayne Honeycutt. Honeycutt was 632.9 on a 629 dial with a 47 light. A lot of yeoman's work being done here in this particular third round with Kenny Underwood and Kenny Underwood and John LaBousse coming up right now. So LaBousse dialed 516, Underwood dialed 607, and this is a heavyweight clash right here in round number 3. Underwood leaves first with the front end up. LaBousse leaves. Both of these guys slaughtering the Christmas tree, and as they get down to the top end, LaBousse is 0003 and runs 18.5 on a 516 dial and does not get it done. Underwood, 008 green, 6071 on a 607 dial-in. Wow. Brilliant launches on both sides there. We need double-entered dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Double-entered dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. 9 thou pack for Kenny Underwood is what's going to put him around John LaBousse. and Tom Stalba Jr. Potential buy-in dragster. Once again, we need those double-enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Double-enter dragsters, lane 1 and 2. Dan Fletcher and Ricky Adkins. This is a great matchup. One that you're not going to see everywhere. Certainly one you're not going to see a whole bunch. Fletcher leaves strong, and Fletcher leaves grabbing himself a win light. 6:57.6 on a 6:58 dial with a 14 reaction time for Dan Fletcher. It was Ricky Adkins going 6:04.2 on a 6:05 dial with a 16 light and getting to the finish line 22 thou ahead of Dan Fletcher. Breaking out. So Adkins breaks out. Fletcher gets the win and moves on to the next round in the wagon. Dustin Shore and Matt Feister coming up right now. Feister right side in his Roadster. Left side is Dustin Shore, the 1971 Pinot. The Pinot minus the back glass. Aerodynamic advantage. Either reaction time is glorious, but one's got to be better than the other, and it's Dustin Shore. 6:12.6 on the 6:12 dial. He gets himself 12 thou of stripe at the finish line, wins that baby by 2 feet. So Shore takes the Pinot ahead. Feister 6:03.0 on a 6:03 dial in, but he was 65 on the tree. It was right there for the taking if he just could have left a little bit more aggressively. Final call, door car, all color run stickers. Final call, door car, all color run stickers. We have called double enter dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. .623 dial in left side, 6:15 dial in on the right side. Monte Carlo made that move to the left again. That car up near the center line where it started walking around the other day. Not going to make any more weird, strange undulations. So the Monte Carlo advances 6:19.1 on a 6:15 dial with a 20 light. Competition was later on the starting line, going 35 on the tree, and then breaking out, running 6:22.3 on a 6:23 dial and taking 32 thou of stripe on the other side. The Monte Carlo advances. Billy Hill and Amanda Manuel coming up. So Billy Hill and Amanda Manuel coming up right now. Hill 6:55, Manuel 6:25 on the dial. There's some nice stuff going on down there from Amanda Manuel, and it will result in a win light. 6:24.3 on a 6:25 dial with a 003 light for Manuel on the right side of the drag strip in the S10. Gets the win as Billy Hill was 6:53.6 with an 019 light on a 6:55 dial in. So Billy Hill was 13 thou off the dial. Amanda was only 6 thou. She will move on to the next round. Kevin Brannon and Aaron Dysinger coming up right now. Or Dissinger, I should say. Dissinger from Monticello, Indiana, the 1978 Malibu. Brannon, South Carolinian. Dissinger, an engine builder by trade. Built himself enough horsepower to run 621 in his Malibu and leave with the front end in the air. Another couple of all-star reaction times out there, and it's going to be Dissinger. 6:21.1 on a 6:21 dial with a 006 light. How about a 7th thou package for those of you playing at home? Kevin Brannon goes 5:62.5 and a 5:63 dial. Got to the finish line 8 thou ahead of Dysinger and broke out in the process. Brannon took a humongous 16.5 inches down there at the finish line stripe at 121, and that was his undoing. Sean Carpenter and Ann Jackson coming up right now. Jackson goes red. Jackson goes red by 22 thou. Sean Carpenter hits the tree for 10, hits the scoreboard for a 5:93.7. And so Ann Jackson moves along. Mark Nettersheim and Dan Gorby. Gorby in the RC Cola machine on the left side of the racetrack. Nettersheim, 6:36 on the right side. Gorby, 6:24. Off they go. Gorby and Nettersheim. Reaction time favors Gorby big time, and so doesn't the result. 6:28.0 on a 6:24 dial. Dan Gorby moves on to the next round. 6:38.8 on a 6:36 dial with an 0:48 reaction time. Ryan Kirkpatrick and Blaine Hurst head down the racetrack. Kirkpatrick gets the win light going 6:77.6 on the left-hand side of the drag strip with an 0:11 reaction time on a 6:74 dial. Got down to the finish line 2/100ths ahead of Blaine Hurst, who went 7:01 on a 6:97 dial with an 0:25 light. Chase McKay and Chad Duke coming up next. Duke from Wilmington, North Carolina, dialed 5:48, and on the left side it is Chase McKay dialed 6:42. Flickering the bulb in there is Chad Duke, making sure he is fully staged. Duke waiting and waiting, and there goes Chase McKay. Here comes Chad Duke. Duke is going to reel him in like a fish, but he couldn't do it quick enough as Chase McKay gets the win light. 6:45.0 and a 6:42 dial with a 21 light. Took himself 9 thou of stripe down there at the top end. 19.9 inches of margin as Chad Duke, 5:51.5 with an 0:25 reaction time on a 5:48 dial. That was a squeaker of a race. Again, not epic performances on either side, but they both worked out to be very close to one another. Corey Saint, Dink Holmes coming up. Holmes right side from Richmond, dialed 6:01. Saint, the Alabamian, dialed 6:51. So we have a racer that is looking to move an engine to Indianapolis, and he is looking to rent a pickup truck. And we know there's plenty of pickup trucks here on the property. So if you have a pickup truck that you'd be willing and able to rent to a racer to be able to get his motor to Indy, get it repaired and back, it is Dan Moore who is looking to rent the pickup truck. So if you have a spare pickup sitting here, Dan would love to rent it from you so he can shuttle his engine to Indy and back. And he's obviously willing to pay you for it. Yeah, he's tried all the rental agencies and they've run out of trucks to rent in this area, so he's looking to rent a pickup truck. Dan Moore is. Finish line stripe, it's going to be Corey Saint, 6:52.6 on a 6:51 dial. Saint was an all-star on the starting line with a 005 light, which helped his cause because Dink Holmes was slightly closer to the dial. He was 6:025 on a 6:01 dial, which puts him 15 thou off the number. Corey Saint was 6:52.6 on a 6:51, which puts him 13 thou off, but Corey Saint was 14 thou better on the starting line. That is what got him a win light. So Corey Saint of the Nova going on as Scotty Richardson and Chris Galitti come up next to each other. Chris Galitti dialed 5:42, Scotty Richardson dialed 6:27. Big wheels up launch for Scotty Richardson. But here comes Chris Galitti in the Nova. It is Richardson. 6:28.8, 6:27 dial with a 14 light, and Richardson wasn't messing around down there. Took himself 2 hun at the finish line stripe. Scotty Richardson wins the drag race. Corey Galitti 5:45.3 on a 5:42 dial with a 22 light. Jack Liggett and Phil Hurst Liggett dialed 623. Hurst dialed 649. Good race. Finish line stripe. Give it to Jack Liggett. 627.0 beats a 659 on a 649. As Phil Hurst was over a tenth of a second off of his dial, Jack Liggett was 4 hun off, going 627 on a 623 dial. 023 light, he was half better than Hurst, who was 46 on the tree, so Jack Liggett owned that one on both ends. Todd Burks and Matey Gill coming up. Gill in the pickup truck and Burks in the 1996 Camaro. Double entered dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Double entered dragsters only, lanes 1 and 2. Double entered dragsters only, lanes 1 and 2. We are working our way through door car mighty quick here. 644 dial for Burks in that purple Camaro, and a Gill dialed 6 flat on the right side. Reaction times are within 3 thou of each other, and it comes down to Todd Burks. 45.8 on a 44 dial with a 23 light. Workmanlike job, took 55 at the finish line, which is 9.5 feet. Matey Gill was 607 on a 6 flat dial. She was 20 on the tree, but the truck left 76 hun between where it ended up and where it should have been in terms of the dial in. Gage Birch coming up in the pickup truck here, 655 the dial next to Mark Daniels, and that bright orange 1996 Pontiac Firebird, which is dialed in at 525. 1.3 second run for Gage Birch before Daniels can let go and get on down the line. Birch trying to keep the magic alive here. This is a pickup truck that he, of course, has made a whole bunch of money in. Would love to make it 2 in a row of these monstrous SFG races year over year. Here comes Mark Daniels, going to run him down like he's tied to a tree, and he did. Daniels goes 526.9 on the 525 dial with a 23 reaction time and took 9 thou of stripe at the finish line to win. Birch was 657 on a 655 dial with a 24 light. And the margin for Daniels, again, just 9 thou or 17 inches at the finish line. Marginally better on the reaction time was Daniels, but at the finish line, Daniels was 19 thou off where he dialed. Gage Birch was 27 off of where he dialed. Dustin Long and Dave Triplett coming up next. Triplett the 72 Vega, 591 the dial in, and Dustin Long dialed 528. Gotta love the way that Dustin Long's car leaves. The racer out of Mitchell, South Dakota, will not be seeing a win light in this round of door car competition because Triplett dials 91 and runs 91 with an O and has a 12 reaction time, so a 12 thou package for Dave Triplett. Dustin Long, 28 with a 9 on a 28 dial in with a 23 light. He was only 9 thou off the dial, but Triplett was on it with a 0. He was 23 on the tree, but Triplett was 12. The case of being good and the other guy being great. Cole Castile and Eric Johnson coming now. 605 the dial for Eric Johnson on the right side, and Cole Castile back up in his pickup truck, dialed 639 on the left. Red light start for Cole Castile. 029 a red light reaction time for Castile, and Eric Johnson goes 606.9 at 113.2 miles an hour. So Eric Johnson advances because Castile went red. Mike Marcette and Chris Dixon coming up right now. Dixon from Roxborough, North Carolina. 651 the dial for Dixon. 552 the dial in for Marcette of that 1996 Dodge Avenger bodied machine that has a 540-inch big block Chevrolet in it. Marcette saw that thing squat down, those big tires grab onto the racetrack, but it is going to be Dixon. Dixon runs 651.6 on a 651 dial. Marcette runs 552.6 on a 552 dial. But then we go to the starting line, and Chris Dixon owned it. Dixon was 006, Marcette was 34, and the margin of victory effectively comes down to what the reaction times were. Pretty amazing that these guys were both 6 thou off their dial, but when it came down to the starting line, it was Chris Dixon at 006 carrying the round. Tommy Cable and Dave Engler. Engler goes red. Cable goes red on the left side of the racetrack. Engler on the right side of the Mopar is green, mean, and clean with a 6 thou package. Engler's 005 green, and then he goes 679.1 on a 79 dial-in. Brutal in that thing. Cable, 006 red in that beautiful car. Donnie Hagar and Jimmy Bradshaw coming up right now as we are down, getting down, I should say, the last several pair. Got enough to basically contain them in the staging lanes now instead of having them stacked up halfway down the road. Hagar and Bradshaw. Bradshaw dialed 625, Hagar dialed 634. Bradshaw looking over there. Whoa, Bradshaw decks the brakes, but it wasn't enough. You saw the smoke roll off that thing. 635.4 and a 634 dial. Hagar 27 on the tree. And Jimmy Bradshaw whacked the brakes down there, goes 628.0 at 107.9 miles an hour, but it's Donnie Hagar winning. Hagar took himself 18th thou of stripe, and Jimmy Bradshaw gave up a little in the starting line, but it was really the dial-in. He was 3 hunt off, and Hagar was only 14th thou off where he's trying to be. We have a racer on the clock right now at the end of the staging lanes. Jody Davies heads down the racetrack in a competition single. Their car that he was supposed to be racing, unfortunately, was unable to fire up in the staging lanes. Davies goes 663.9 on a 663 dial with a 003 reaction time. Did not waste the run. He had a 12 thou package on that competition single. Brett Williamson and Steve Hayes coming up right now. Williamson on the left side of the racetrack of the 57, dialed 615, and Hayes dialed 529. Rockford, Illinois on one side, and Hayes, the racer from Colorado. He comes off the starting line like he shot out of a cannon, but Brett Williamson was way better on the light, and Williamson will be better at the finish line. Hayes goes 28.7 on a 29 dial. Rather, Williamson goes 14.8 on a 15 dial. He's off the dial by 12.10 thou. Hayes is off by 22.10 thou. It is going to be Brett Williamson in the double breakout win in the 1957 Chevrolet. Williamson was 14 on the tree, and Hayes was 55. Dave Connolly and Scott Taylor coming up now. Connolly back in the wagon, 589 the dial. Taylor dialed 485 on the right side. Faster Roadster makes a tough competitor at the top end. You can see Taylor on the brakes for a win light. 486.8 on a 485 dial-in with a 17 reaction time. Scott Taylor took 46/10 thou of stripe on the way by. 9.4 inches, the margin of victory physically, as Dave Connolly 5907 on a 589 dial, and he was 23 on the Christmas tree. 17th thou off his dial. Taylor was 18th thou off the dial, but he was better on the reaction time by 5. Todd Osting and Chris Mancini coming up now. Mancini from Allison, Pennsylvania, left side. Osting in the Corvette. Osting and Mancini just about dead even on the starting line, and Osting goes 63-1, 63 dial, 12 reaction time. 13 thousandths worth of work there for Todd Osting. Brilliant run. Chris Mancini, 619.4 on a 620 dial, and got to the finish line first by 3 thou. About 7 inches ahead of Osting. He broke out. Todd Osting moves on. John Corbin and Josh Kessler. Kessler dialed 506. Corbin dialed 559. Corbin and Kessler, both green, but Kessler was faster off the starting line, and he gets to the finish line for a win light. 507.8 on a 506 dial with a 15 reaction time for Josh Kessler, getting himself the win light. John Corbin goes 562.4 on a 559 dial-in, reaction time of 32 thou. So Corbin is eliminated. Josh Kessler getting it done. Caroline McCarty and Gary Gross. Gross in the Roadster, McCarty, 612 the dial-in on the left-hand side. Perfect paint, awesome stance, cool body, and the thing pulls the wheels, leaving the starting line. Nothing not to love about that 68 Rambler wagon. A red light start for the Rambler wagon. That's one thing you don't have to love about it. 8th hour early for Carlene McCarthy. So McCarthy is eliminated, and Gary Gross 536.5 on a 36 dial with a 6 reaction time. 11th thou pack there for Gross. Very well done. Nick Engler and Nick Hastings coming up. So Hastings and Engler, as we are getting our way worked through round 3 of Dorcar. Nick Engler, one of the biggest cars in the category, and Nick Hastings, of course, that little T1000, one of the smallest. Red light start for Engler. Nick Hastings continues on through the rounds. Engler 002 red, so Hastings 612.9 at 112.25 as Nick Engler 664.1 on a 662 dial-in, and Engler missed the tree by 2 thousandths in his car. Kevin Pollard and Trey Bunner coming up. So Trey Bunner dialed 637 left side. Kevin Pollard dialed 541 on the right side. Pollard's truck, not as big a wheel stand as we're used to seeing, but a deadly 006 reaction time and a win light. 542.5 at a 541 dial-in, 006 light, Very nice piece of work out there for Kevin Pollard. On the left side for Trey Bunner, it was a 636.2 on a 637 dial. None of it mattered as Pollard got there first anyway. Bunner worked off a 48 light. Mike Stokes and Jason Overstreet. Stokes dialed 537. If you stare at that thing long enough, it'll melt your retinas out. That is about as bright a green as you can possibly make on this planet. It's either sassy grass or sublime. Jason Overstreet, right side. Overstreet in the little Mustang 2, can't stop the E-body. 538.3, 537 dial, 003 reaction time. Nice work there from Mike Stokes. Took himself just under a foot at the finish line. 005 was the amount of stripe that Stokes took, and it worked out to be 11.4 inches. Jason Overstreet, 606.9 and a 605 dial was 29/10 thou in the tree, or 002 in normal speak. Stokes was 003. They were locked in pretty good down there, but Stokes played it a little bit more brave at the finish line stripe and took it for himself. Jeff Ledford and Jason Jensen coming up right now. Jensen had problems on his last run leaving the starting line, none here, but Jeff Ledford is quick with an 11 light and a win light. 530 on a 526 dial, 11 reaction time. He took himself a bunch. He was 13 feet out on Jensen across the stripe, and he should have been because Jensen was almost a tenth of a second off of his dial. Jensen dialed 607 and he runs 616, and Jeff Ledford again kind of playing it brave down there. 530 flat on a 526 at 123. He certainly scrubbed some off. Came up on Jensen in a hurry. Eric Tenney and Lee Newmeyer. We need Dragster red and white run stickers for round 3, Champs Performance round 3 eliminations. We need red and white run sticker dragsters for Champs Performance round 3 action. Eric Tenney, 653 dial. Lee Newmeyer, 547 on the right. Eric Tenney's going to see a whole bunch of Newmeyer way before he wanted to see him because Newmeyer ate him up on the starting line. Lee Newmeyer was 19 to Tenney's 58. Newmeyer's 575.9 on a 574 dial got him to the next round. Tenney ran 53 on a 53, had a 7 behind it, but a 58 light and a 19 light was Eric Tenney's problem. Marco Abruzzi and Jeremy Kessler coming up right now. Kessler in that quick Oldsmobile, or the quick Thunderbird, dialed to 552. Abruzzi dialed 636 in his S10 truck. Oh, I see it on the... Kessler pouring on the coals at mid-course and getting himself a win light. 553.1, 552 dial, and a 17 light. Marco Abruzzi was 10 on the tree, but he went 634.8 on a 636 dial, getting to the finish line almost 3 hun ahead of Kessler and breaking out. So Abruzzi breaks out, Kessler breaks on to the round number 4. Chris Koslick coming up now, and Koslick leaves the starting line with the front end up. The car wanders slightly to the right. The final car of this round in the door car category goes 578.4 on a 577 dial with a 13 light. Going to touch up the racetrack here momentarily, then we'll get into our double-entered dragsters we have called red and white. Dragster to the lanes for Champs Performance round 3 action. Red and white dragster run stickers round 3, Champs Performance to the lanes, please.
Back here hanging out with all the cool guys and girls at the SFG Million. Kendall Little is here, and he is 3 feet taller than I am, but that's okay. I'm not going to hold it against him. Man, you're not a guy who is unfamiliar to this world, racing for the money, but dude, nobody has ever raced for money like us.
No one's ever raced for 1.1 million. It's definitely be a life changer, and to have this on your resume, that says a lot. No, you're no duck. You win this, you're no duck for sure.
Just watching even some of the re-entry races we've seen earlier, it's like I've seen guys lose in the most painful way possible twice or 3 times in the same day.
I've had 3 total put on me twice in less than 24 hours while I've been here.
this thing goes for a week straight, basically. How do you kind of keep yourself sharp?
Really with so much downtime, I know a lot of people take naps. I'm not a napper, but keep water in you, keep fluids in you, keep it going, and try to just not overthink it. You think too much, that's when you make mistakes. Just go out there and let it flow and do your thing.
You're one of the younger guys in this deal, and do you think that kind of helps you a little bit? Because I think some of these older guys may get up in their own heads sometimes.
I think so, a little bit, because I got a chip on my shoulder being a young guy, racing against pretty much all these guys are my idols. You look up to them, and in these late rounds, the old people don't like to stay up too late, so that's when the age seems like it comes in handy.
Kendall Little,
Yes,
good luck
sir.
this week, man.
Appreciate
Great to
it,
have you
boss.
out here. One of hundreds of the greatest sportsman drag racers in America, throwing down for 5 days straight, ultimately for $1.1 million.
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
It is dragster time. Round 3 chance performance. Got 120 some of these babies left to go. We'll be chopping them down into the 60s here as Steve McCory and Bob Mandel complete their burnouts. McCory left side dialed 486. Mandel right side of the drag strip dialed 462. So McCory pre-staged. In comes Mandel now. Red light start for Steve McCrory by just 3,000. Bob Mandel advances 463.4 on his 462 dial. McCrory went a 78.7 with a 486 on the dial-in board. Noah Rambo and Travis Laster. Laster dialed 420, Rambo dialed 458. .458 dial left side of the racetrack. Laster dialed 420 on the right. Red light start over there on that left-hand side, and Laster goes 418.9 at 169 miles an hour. And once again, we're getting into this weird little vein of red lights. We see it happen and have seen it happen over the last couple of days. Noah Rambo 458.1 after the 003 red. Tom Dauber and Sean Langdon on the way. Langdon dialed 459. That car had been hovering in that 459, 460 zone last couple of days. And Tom Dauber is dialed in at 470. Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey, and Langdon, Indiana by way of California. Good drag race. They get to the finish line. It's going Dauber's way. 70 with a 3 on a 70 dial with a 33 reaction time. Langdon goes 61 on a 59 with a 30 light. Dauber got down there 13th thou ahead of him, a grand total of 35 inches of dragster length. crossing the finish line ahead of Sean Langdon. So Tom Dauber will move from Champs Performance Round 3 into the Major Race Cars Carbs Round 4 when we get there. Paige Coughlin and Austin Tadlock coming up. Tadlock right side of the racetrack, dialed 493. Paige Coughlin 460, the number on the dial-in board of the Jegs.com dragster. Left-hand side, VP Racing Fuel side of the strip. See what Paige can do against Austin here. There goes Paige. Another dogfight on the starting line and the finish line. It's Paige Coughlin, 461.2, 460 dial-in. She was 21 on the tree. Tadlock breaks out, going 492.8 on a 493 dial-in, and getting to the finish line 11th thou ahead of Paige Coughlin. So Austin Tadlock breaks out at 138.5 miles an hour, and Paige Coughlin breaks on through to round at number 4. Rick Verkler and David George coming up. George right side, the mechanically injected big block Chevy alcohol burning engine over there. Verkler got the single carb big block happening on the left side. 469 the dial in for Verkler, and George dialed 504. Top end, 506. Takes a win light on a 504 dial-in for David George. An 11 light for George, then he goes 506.1 on a 504 dial. Rick Verkler breaks out 468.8 on a 469 dial and took 22 thou, I should say, of stripe at the top end. Verkler was there 4.4 feet ahead of George and just a hair early. Verkler was 12 on the tree and George was 11. Tough stuff. Rick Verkler breaks out. David George moves on. Jeff McClure and Hunter Patton coming up. Patton left side. McClure right side. Patton hoping to continue to play the hot hand here, and Jeff McClure trying to blunt him off in his tracks. McClure out of Texas, Patton out of Texas. So it's an all Lone Star State battle. Hunter Patton uncharacteristically late off the starting line, and that is going to end his chance at $100,000. 514.4 on a 512 dial, 21 light. That is what Jeff McClure used to defeat Hunter Patton. Patton's 45 reaction time, not what we've become accustomed to seeing out of that young man. 463.8 on a 462 dial for Patton in the losing effort. We need red, white, and blue run sticker dragsters to the staging lanes. Red, white, and blue run sticker dragsters, and registration is open. If you want to enter the ladies shootout, you want to buy more entries, registration is open as Lucas Fisher and Donnie Burleson head down the racetrack. And Donnie Burleson climbed his way out of a reaction time hole to win that drag race. Burleson 454.1 on a 455 dial-in, had a 15 light. On the other side of the racetrack, Luke Fisher was 519 on a 521 dial. He left 007. He took a 100th for himself at the finish line and broke out. So Lucas Fisher eliminated. Donnie Burleson moves on to the next round. Registration is open, so if you want to get in on the ladies' race or if you want to buy more entries for the course of the action we have coming this week, you can go do it. And we need red, white, and blue run stickers to the staging lanes, please. Red, white, and blue run stickers to the lanes. Bill Swain and Dave Foxwell coming up right now. Foxwell from Maryland, dialed 496, left side of the drag strip. And Bill Swain, right side from Iona, Michigan, dialed 465. So Swain and Foxwell taking their time here. Swain got to get that car staged. Now he's in. They both look pretty good. They both look clean. You can see Foxwell Foxwell working the gas pedal, but it's going to be Swain. 006 reaction time, 51 or 65-1 on a 65 dial-in, so a 7 thou package for Bill Swain. And this is exactly the time of the day you want to start getting hot out there. Foxwell, 496.5 and a 496 dial with an 18 light. He had a 23 thousandths package, but Swain was almost airtight with 7 thou between his reaction time and how far he was off the dial. Very nice job by Bill Swain. If you can carry that through another couple of rounds, Bill, you're going to be looking at a pretty good payday. Tanya Pruitt, left side of the racetrack. Pruitt dialed 471, right side of the racetrack, 478 the dial-in over there. Red light start on the right side of the drag strip, 17 red over there, so Tanya Pruitt goes on to the next round. 479.8 at 143 miles an hour on the right side as Tanya Pruitt goes 471.4 on a 471 dial. Had it in the bag after the red light on the opposite side of the track. Wesley Washington and Cameron Manuel. Manuel backing up that beautiful purple graphically painted dragster. Wesley Washington, the silver and green layout on his car. Washington dialed 499, Manuel dialed 451. Tree comes down, Washington leaves, and Manuel is red by .0005. 5404, 499 dial. It is Wesley Washington getting the job done, and Washington moves on to the next round. Justin Clark, 490. Scott Lemon dialed 467. Lemon from Gallatin, Tennessee, the CollectorTethers.com dragster in orange and black. And you see Justin Clark, 490. The dial in on this just amazingly painted dragster. See the oil wells on the right side. Lemon dialed 467. So Scott Lemon pre-stage, Justin Clark looking to find his way in. Clark trying to run 490, Lemon trying to run 467. Champs Performance round 3 action here in Dragster. Lemon had major league problems on the starting line, and look at Justin Clark's 7,000s package. I should say that 7,000's off the dial, and he had a 47 reaction time, so there was something to be said about that. But Scott Lemon had even bigger problems than that. Lemon recorded a 113 light, ran 464.2. He knew he was in trouble very early in that one. So Justin Clark, 7 thou off the dial, 47 on the tree. He definitely got away with one as Scott Lemon had issues with his car, not reacting in time. So Lemon is eliminated. Clark moves on. Troy Pontilio and Lane Dickin coming up. Dickin left side of the racetrack, dial 456, and Pontilio in this competition eliminator style machine. That screaming engine in the back of that thing from Kenosha, Wisconsin, dial 440. Red light start for Pontilio. So Pontilio is eliminated. Lane Dickin goes 455.2 and a 456 dial after Pontilio's 23 red light. So Lane Dickin moves on to round number 4. Speed of 152.70 for Dick and 158.78 for Troy Pontilio. Carson Wheeler and James DeJaco coming up right now. Hopewell, New York, home for James. Carson Wheeler from Wichita, Kansas, 451. The dial-in for Wheeler. DeJaco, 453 on his side of the racetrack. So almost imperceptible difference here between the two cars leaving in terms of their spread on the dial-ins. red, white, and blue run stickers to the staging lanes. That is Dragster. Red, white, and blue run stickers to the staging lanes, please. Dragster, red, white, and blue to the lanes. This pair is rocking it up, and Carson Wheeler owns the starting line, and he owns the finish line. 4:53.7 on a 4:51 dial. 007 reaction time for Carson Wheeler. We're only off the dial by 27 thou. DeChalco was 32 on the tree, and that was his biggest problem. The car ran the number with a 7. Goes 4:53.7, 4:53 dial. He's only 7 thou off there, but Carson Wheeler picked his pocket for 25 thou in the starting line and didn't give it back. Wheeler took himself 4 thou at the stripe, making that a 12.5-inch physical margin of victory. Donovan Williams and Johnny Ezel now. 477 dialing for Ezel. Williams dialed 481. Red light start for Johnny Ezel by 9 thou. Donovan Williams takes this one to the next round, goes 477.1 at 144 miles an hour. Ezel 0.009 red, then legs it through 472.3 at 146 miles an hour. Blake Richardson and Tim Thomas coming up now. Thomas dialed 468, Richardson dialed 480. Richardson first to pre-stage in this pair. Beautiful Wednesday here in Martin, Michigan. Weather forecast this week is magnificent. It's a good thing. Major league turnouts, major league competition here, and super incredible levels of talent all spread through this facility. Blake Richardson flexing that talent muscle on the starting line, but doesn't turn on the wind light. 468.1 on a 468 dial with a 24 light for Tim Thomas. It is Thomas with that 1 thou margin off the dial, moving on to the next round. Richardson was 12 on the tree. He goes 479.8 on a 480 dial in, gets to the finish line 14 thou ahead of Thomas, and when he does it, he breaks out. So a 12-10 thou breakout for Blake Richardson means that Tim Thomas moves on to May Race Carbs round 4. This is Champs Performance round 3 action happening here for those of you just tuning in on Motor Mania TV. Jake Hodge, left side of the racetrack, the Indiana-based racer, dialed 458. Colin Estes, right side of the racetrack, dialed 513. Both drivers are green. Hodge is going to try to catch Estes down by the stripe, and it's going to be Jake Hodge. 458.0 on a 458 dial-in with a 12 thou reaction time. So Jake Hodge puts together a 12 thou package on his side of the racetrack. Estes was 001 on the tree. He goes 512.3 on a 513 dial-in and got to the finish line 4 feet ahead of Jake Hodge, breaking out by just a very slim margin. Breaking out by 6 thou. So Colin Estes breaks out. Jake Hodge puts together a 12 thou pack and moves himself on to the next round. McKenna Brown and Will Holman coming up now. Holman 446 dial-in and McKenna Brown dialed 457. Both cars rumbling their way into the fully staged spot. The Jegs.com colors being flown by McKenna Brown. Will Holman right side from Portland, Tennessee. Holman going to take the fight to McKenna here. He has the better light. He has the wind light on his side. 449.0, 446 dial, 045 light for Holman. McKenna Brown ran the dial 457.3 on a 457 prediction, but had an 079 light. Holman took 7 thou worth of stripe at the top end. Very nice run there for Will Holman. Did what he had to do to get the victory. Chris Bear and Tom Stalba Jr. coming up right now. Stalba Jr. right side dialed 472 and Bear dialed 470 on the left. Red, white, and blue dragster run stickers. Red, white, and blue dragster run stickers. We need you to the lanes here as we're continuing on with Champs Performance Round 3 of the FTI Performance 100K on a sunny Wednesday here in Michigan. Chris Baer, second to stage, barely flickering that bulb. Remember, you got to be in there. No stage lock in this system. Chris Baer was 008, then he goes 471.7 on a 470 dial-in to win on the left side of the racetrack. Stalba was 20 on the tree and broke out going 469.6 on a 472 dial and taking 300ths worth of stripe ahead of Chris Baer. So Tom Stalba Jr. is eliminated. Chris Baer, your winner and advancer to round 4. Josh Luedeke and Sherman Adcock coming up right now. Luedeke, Law Chevrolet Buick sponsored dragster. Sherman Adcock, multi-time world champion. Winner in all kinds of sportsman races, and Luedeke goes 6th thou red against Adcock. 464-4, 150. Sherman Adcock marches to the next round. Luedeke, with that 006 light, ends his shot at the 100K. Leighton Sumter out of Maryland and Val Torres out of Valinda, California on the right side of the racetrack. 467 the dial-in for Val Torres as Leighton Sumter is dialed 502. Torres and his family starting to branch out a little bit from the typical class racing world, showing their skills as bracket racers here. Not that it was ever in doubt, but it's great to see him all the way out here to Michigan throwing down, representing the state of California very, very well in this very stiff competition. Leighton Sumter finds a spot. The Marylander and the Californian, and the Marylander goes red. Sumter misses the tree by 2 thou. Val Torres, 7 green, then goes 65 flat at 150 miles an hour. Leighton Sumter, 002 red, runs 499.4 at 138.76. Troy Coughlin and Jason Enfinger coming up. Enfinger from Columbia, Alabama, dialed 445. Coughlin dialed 463 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Seen some good success out of the Jegs.com cars so far this round. We'll see if Troy can keep the momentum going for the gold and black. On the starting line in the stripe, 002 light, 445.8 on a 45 dial, 10 thou pack for Jason Enfinger, and took himself 1.3 inches at the finish line. 1.3 inches at the stripe. That is astonishing as Coughlin goes 63 with a 1 on a 63 dial-in, and he was a measly 10 on the tree. Come on, man. Unreal. A 10-pack beats an 11-pack at the stripe. Yikes. Tracy Sons and Tommy Cable. Cable and the dragster on the right side. Sons 461 dial-in on the left side. We'll see what Cable can get done here. Nothing. He went red. 0-0-0-3. Red lights are for Tommy Cable. Tracy Sons 462.5 on a 461 dial-in. So Tracy Sons advances and Tommy Cable gone via red light. 464.0 on a 462 for Cable after the foul start. Tommy Plott and Kenny Underwood. Underwood had a battle on his hands in the door car side of things with Johnny LaBouse. Battle which he was successful in. Dialed 483 here in the dragster. 473 the dial-in for Tommy Plott. but it's going to be Underwood. Underwood goes 83.8 on the 83 dial, and he's 18 on the tree. Plot was 75 on a 73 with a 17 reaction time. Underwood took a Hun worth of stripe, won the race by just over 2 feet. PJ Rains and Severin Johnson. Johnson dialed 469 on the right side, and PJ Rains dialed 468 on the left. So just a thou of difference, or 100, I should say, a hun of difference in the dial-ins here, 68 to 69. Rains the ever so slightly quicker of the two. Down there, win light for PJ Rains, 469.7, 468 dial with a 14 light. Severin Johnson breaks out 468.9 on a 469 dial and got to the finish line first by 16 thou. Johnson was 3.5 feet ahead of Rains, and once Johnson crossed the finish line too quickly, Rains becomes the automatic winner. So 469.7, PJ Rains moves on to the next round. Dan Davies, Skylar Wagner coming up right now. Skylar from Astoria, Ohio. 467 is the dial, and Dan Davies, 421, and that blown dragster left-hand side. It's a quick one. Wagner fully staged, and here comes Dan Davies. Side of the racetrack right into victory. 001 reaction time, 421.7, 8 thou pack for Davies, getting it done. Took himself 34 on of stripe down there at the top end, 34 thou I should say, which is a 7.3 foot margin of win for Dan Davies. Wagner was 469.5 and a 467 dial-in, had an 18 reaction time. But Dan Davies, that car is ridiculously consistent for what it is. Very, very powerful and fast. 421.7 on a 421 dial with a 001 light. That is a winning combination. Jason Hill and Hugh Meeks coming up right now. Meeks right side, Hill on the left side. Continuing on through the dragster category here in Champs Performance Round 3. Trying to run up next to Jason Hill, and he does it. 464.5 on a 464 dial-in with a 002 reaction time. Nice work there. 7th out pack for Meeks, and we look over at Jason Hill. We see a 005 light, but then we see a car going too quickly. 506.7 on a 508 dial, and he got to the finish line first by 15 thou. So Jason Hill breaks out. Hugh Meeks punches his ticket to the next round with a 7th thou pack. Jerry Brewer and Travis Colangelo now. Brewer's in there, and here comes Colangelo. Reaction times both pretty tough, but it's going to favor Brewer in this one. 4.601 and a 4.55 dial moves him ahead with a 39 light. Colangelo breaks out. He was 58 on the tree and then went 463.4 on a 464 dial, taking himself 37 thou or 8 feet of stripe in the process. Kendall Payne and Bryson Scruggs coming up. Payne with a 470 dial in on the board, and Scruggs dialed 478. Two engines singing in unison down there. Scruggs 78.5 on the 78 dial with a 3 reaction time. Seeing a lot of racers coming into their own right now. We look at Kendall Payne with 70 with a 1 on a 70 dial with a 14 light. 15th thou pack for Payne, but then we look over at Bryson Scruggs and we see an 8th thou pack. Yikes. 8 beats 14 in the world of bracket racing. Scruggs took 7 thou worth of stripe, or 17.9 inches. That was a dogfight. That was the closest round side by side I believe we have seen so far this round, as Craig Vandersloot and Travis Laster Jr. head their way up to the starting line now. Laster Jr. is dialed 478. Vandersloot is dialed 493. Starting to see those single-digit and small double-digit packages showing up with some regularity. The two cars down the racetrack now very close together. It is a 93.3 with a 25 reaction time for Craig Vandersloot. Travis Laster Jr. goes 478.7 with a 24 light and breaks out in the process. 78.7 on a 79 dial-in. Gets to the finish line first by 17 inches, or 7 thousandths of a second. Craig Vandersloot was closer to the dial, of course, by 3 thou. Very nice run there for Vandersloot. 493.3, 493 dial. He will take it all day long and maybe just tweak on that 25 reaction time. Gary Ingold and Carrie Bell Visioni coming up right now. Visioni from New York, 502 the dial-in, a racer at Lebanon Valley Dragway, New England Dragway, Atco, other places in that New York, New Jersey area. And Gary Ingold dialed 482 on the left side. We see Ingold leaving the starting line very well. Carrie Bell was good as well, but it's going to be Ingold. 82.8 with a 007 reaction time. 15th thou pack for Ingold, and now they're starting to fall out of the sky here. These single and low double-digit packages are going to start to define the later rounds of this race. Carrie Bell Visione goes 5004 and a 502 dial. Breaking out, getting to the finish line 9 thousandths of a second ahead of Gary Ingold. Samantha Coughlin and Bill Waters coming up right now. Waters from Charlton, Massachusetts, right-hand side of the racetrack, dialed 490, and Samantha Coughlin dialed 459 on the left-hand side. Red light start for Waters by 19 thou. Bill Waters red lights himself out. Samantha was 008 on the tree and then goes 59.7 on the 59 dial-in. So a 15 thousandths package for Coughlin. And again, we start to see these things in streaks, whether it's red lights or these great package runs. We're starting to see them come together now. Bill Waters, 90 with a 9 on a 90 dial-in, but he did it after going 19 thousandths red. Ugh. Ryan Richardson and Gene Lampshire coming up right now. At least Lampshire being instructed to come up right now. There he is. Richardson dialed 463, Lampshire 499. Champs Performance round 3 eliminations here in Dragster, well underway. 237 on, or near 240 dragsters in this third round. 463.2 and a speed of 144 miles an hour for Ryan Richardson, but it will be Gene Lampshire going 5,006 on a 499 dial with a 001 light. So Lampshire, a wonderful job down there. 11th thou pack getting it done. He will move it on to the next round as Ryan Richardson runs 463.2, misses his dial by only 2 thousandths of a second, but is not good enough. Gabe Torres and Rick Wanamaker coming up right now. Torres 463 dial-in, another of the Torres family from California. Rick Wanamaker on the right side, dialed 509.
Hey guys.
this trip from California, 464.3 on the 463 dial-in. 004 reaction time for Taurus. Gets the job done, only takes 7/10 thou at the stripe. Wins the thing by 1.6 inches as Rick Wanamaker was 509.3 on a 509 dial and was 14 on the starting line. So they were both 3 off the number. Wanamaker was 14 on the lights. Taurus was 4 on the lights, and he decided that wasn't enough, so why not just snug it up even tighter than that to 7/10 thou or 1.6 inches at the finish line stripe. Hunter Patton and Scotty Taylor coming up now. Honey Wayne over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Taylor, SWT, excavating the business, 455 the dial-in. And for Honey Wayne, it's 464 on the dial-in board. A 45 reaction time last time we saw the kid go down the racetrack. We'll see what he can do here. Oh, he was better than 45. He was better than Taylor. And he gets the win light. 65.8 on a 64 dial with a 15 reaction time for Honey Wayne, I should say. Win light for him, and he moves on. Scotty Taylor was 21 on the tree. Then he runs 452 on a 455 dial, getting to the finish line 37 thou ahead of Hunter Patton. Tim Butler and Sean Langdon coming back up here. Langdon in the second of the fleet. Dialed 460, was dialed the other car at 459, living in that same neighborhood. And Tim Butler from Sarasota, Florida, 490, the dial in left side. Butler and Langdon locking horns pretty good. Langdon got out the blocks first, and he runs 460 with a 4 at 149.01. 17 thou pack for Langdon. Got to the finish line 4:10 thou ahead of Butler. 1 inch. 1 inch at 149 miles an hour is Tim Butler. 489.5 with a 22 light. Not going to cut the mustard. Scott Sill and Eric Pavesic coming up right now. Pavesic, 483 dial-in, and Sill dialed 466. See if one of these drivers can keep the all-star package numbers going. We have seen pair after pair here. Last few minutes, we've seen some just incredibly tight racing. Pavesic 0006 on the tree, then goes 483.1 on a 483 dial-in, so a package of 1 thou. Pavesic, incredible. 0006 reaction time, 83.1 with a 1 on the 83 dial. Took 13 thou at the stripe. A monstrous 34 inches. Scott Sill was 67 on a 66 with a 004 reaction time. But Eric Pavesic, how you beating that? Scott Sill, nothing to hang your head about on that time slip. You can just look at it and just kind of shake your head in disbelief because Eric Pavesic dialed 1 up right there. Tommy Norton, left-hand side of the drag strip. 474 dial-in, right-hand side. Norton also carrying that same 474 dial-in number, the VP Racing Fuels side of the course. Pumping the brakes, inching in on the right side. Red light start for Tommy Norton. A 10th red for Norton. 118 red light, 473.2, 147 on the losing run for Norton as 471.5 on a 474 dial-in will get the racer in the right lane on to the next round as Carson Brown and Brent Martin complete their burnouts and back up to the starting line. We need red, white, blue, and yellow. Yellow to the staging lanes, please. Red, white, blue, and yellow to the lanes here as Brent Martin dialed 481. Carson Brown dialed 480. They both rocket off into the afternoon. It is Brent Martin. 48006 on a 481 dial-in moves him ahead because Carson Brown was 478.8 on a 480 dial-in with a 44 reaction time. Brent Martin, 9 thou off the number. Carson Brown, 12 thou off the number. Martin took himself 23 thou of stripe and moves on to the next round. Dustin Shore and Terrell Thompson coming back up again. Red, white, blue, and yellow. Run stickers to the staging lanes. Red, white, blue, and yellow run stickers to the staging lanes here in Champs Performance, round 3 of Dragster. Terrell Thompson, 449 on the board, and Dustin Shore, 456, his best guesstimate here in the starting line. Red light start for Terrell Thompson, 0003 red. And then Thompson reels off a 4504 at 153. Dustin Shore, 457.7 on a 456 dial. Shore was 16 on the tree, was ready to go, and unfortunately for Terrell Thompson, 0003 red. Scott Sanders and Zach Fisher coming up to the starting line. Fisher right side of the racetrack, Sanders on the left. Sanders carrying a 481 dial, and Fisher carrying a 473. Red, white, blue, and yellow run stickers to the lanes. Red, white, blue, and yellow run stickers to the lanes, please, in round 3. Red light start for Scott Sanders. Sanders 16 thou red. Zach Fisher 34 green, and Fisher runs 471.7 at 147 miles an hour for the win light. Sanders 481.7, 144 after going red. Kendall Little and Paul Campanella coming up right now. Campanella from Wilmington, Delaware, and Little from Harker Heights, Texas. Team 14 Motorsports, Noble Race Engines, the sponsor for Kendall Little, 496. The chosen dial, as Paul Campanella is dialed at 470 on the right-hand side. Kendall Little trying to beat and take 00. How about you? 5008 on a 496 dial doesn't get you ahead in this game as Paul Campanella goes 471.4 on a 470 dial in with a 13 thou reaction time. Campanella took 16 thousandths worth of stripe there, 17 thou off his dial. Kendall Little was 40 thou off of the dial in the left lane. We have shirts for sale under the Jegs tent adjacent to the staging lanes. We have our SFG Jegs million shirts for sale. Make sure you get some gear to commemorate your visit, your competition here at the richest drag race in the history of the sport. Tyler Sizemore, left side. 469.4 at 143 miles an hour for Sizemore. Right lane, 457.7 on a 453 dial with a 17 light. It is Tyler Sizemore doing the better job of dialing the race car. 69.4 on the 68, beats a 57 on a 53. It's like Kanan Barlow coming up on the left side from Conroe, Texas, and Austin Tadlock. 492, the dial on the right side. All color run stickers, all dragster color run stickers to the lanes, please. All dragster color run stickers to the lanes for Champs Performance round 3. All color run stickers to the lanes. Austin Tadlock, 492 dial. Barriello, 469. The fight is on in the win light for Austin Tadlock. 493.4, 492 dial and 020 reaction time. Took 17 thou worth of stripe down there for Tadlock. Barriello was 70 on a 69 with a 37 light. Too much room to work with, and Austin Tadlock took advantage. Bob Mandel and Matt Edwards coming up. start for Matt Edwards, 002 red. That means Bob Mandel on the march to the top end. Still goes a 63.7 on a 63 dial with an 8 reaction time. He says, why did I not say that when I needed it? Didn't quite need it there, but he's got it, and that's a confidence-building run for Bob Mandel, who will carry that into round 4. Edwards, unfortunately, the 002 light may have just cost him $100,000. Lexi Tanner and Benny Ulmer. All run stickers to the staging lanes, please. And this is a heartbreaker for Benny Ulmer as the car is leaking on the starting line. Our staff has shut him off. See a trail of fluid. So we do have some cleanup work to do here on the starting line. Thankfully, it is contained. Our starting line staff caught that one pretty quick. So just to be a couple minutes here as our starting line staff gets a quickly contained spill cleaned up. Hardworking staff here at US 131 Motorsports Park. Great traction, great racetrack, beautiful facility, and it is a great location to have the Jegs SFG Million. In the middle of Champs Performance Round 3 action here. For those of you just tuning in on Motor Mania TV, make sure you spread the link. Go to your social media channels, let everybody know you're watching, and they should be tuned in as well to see the highest caliber and highest dollar competition sportsman drag racing in the world.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358 or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Jegs. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Star TV, the premier bracket racing channel on YouTube.
Matt Edwards, we appreciate it. Go over your equipment there. Looks like you may have a problem. That's where we're cleaning up here in the starting line. Did not come from Benny Ulmer's car. Matt Edwards, you were the last one down in that lane. So when you're back at the pits, if you could do some mechanicking back there and get that thing squared away, it would be much appreciated. Got a racer in need here, a racer in need. APD belt drive. APD belt drive pump with built-in regulator for alcohol. That is a racer in need, an APD belt drive pump with built-in regulator for alcohol. We are looking for one of those. If you have one or know where a racer can get one, please come to the timing tower and let us know. APD belt drive pump with a built-in regulator for alcohol. If you got one of those, please come to the tower and let us know. We'll get you hooked up. This is for Jerry Brewer, so if you know Jerry Brewer, you can go down there and bring it to him. If you don't know Jerry, you can come up to the tower and we'll get you hooked up. Off the starting line come Benny Ulmer and Lexi Tanner rocketing down the racetrack. Ulmer's going to own the starting line, but he's not going to own a win light. Ulmer was 006 to Tanner's 26. Lexi Tanner goes 4804 on a 479 dial, takes 27/10 thou of stripe, and wins the drag race by 7.2 inches. Ulmer, 4.527 seconds on a 449 dial in. Again, just left too much room after that brilliant 006 light. John Brannon and Fred Schwett coming up right now. Fred from Sheboygan, Michigan. 522 on the right side of the racetrack, and John Brannon dialed 492 on the left-hand side. We got T-shirts for sale under the Jegs tent next to the staging lanes. Get there. Reaction times effectively identical, and it will be Fred Schwett, 521.8 on a 522 dial with a 007.8 reaction time. Was 14th thou off the dial, but unfortunately for John Brannon, Brannon ran down there first by 86/10 thou and broke out. 491.0, 007 reaction time on a 492 dial for John Brannon, but he got to the finish line first, and that means Fred Schwett advances. Scott Marsden and Dan Wheeler. Marsden 478 dial in. Dan Wheeler 462 dial in. Marsden leads with a 007 and he grabs himself a 10th thou pack and a win light. 007 reaction time 478.3 on a 478 dial in, and he took 1/10 thou of stripe. That is a margin of victory of 0.3 of an inch down there for Scott Marsden. Dan Wheeler was 462.4 on a 462 dial and was 006 on the tree. Wheeler was 45/10 thou off his dial. Marsden with 33/10 thou off of his, and the margin of victory 0.0001 or 0.3 inches. Yeah, reasonably close. Tom Dauber and Darren Lotz coming up right now. We have called all run sticker colors to the staging lanes. All run sticker colors to the staging lanes in Dragster. Final call Dragster. Final call Dragster to round 3 is Tom Dauber and Darren Lotz. Get ready to mix it up here. Lotz dialed 479. Dauber dialed 470 on the left-hand side. Lotz goes in. Down comes the tree. Darren Lotz handles the starting line and the finish line stripe. 4806 on a 479 dial. 12 light for Lotz. Takes himself 13 thou of stripe and a win light. Tom Dauber runs the dial with a 4. But an 037 light is the sad part of that run for Dauber, and that is why he will not be advancing. So Darren Lotz handles it on both ends of the racetrack, and Dauber, great at the finish line, just not so great at the starting line. Rick Verkler and Carl Drake Jr. Drake Jr., one of the few in the crowd, running a blower here this weekend. He's dialed 433. Verkler dialed 469. Binghamton, New York, home for Carl Drake Jr. Continuing to run pair by pair through Champs Performance Round 3. Red light start for Verkler by 2 foul. So Carl Drake will hammer down, go 435.4 to 160.77. Verkler goes 4703 on a 469 dial-in after the 002 red light. Dave George and Jamie Sirocco coming up right now. Sirocco dial 447 on the left side as we debate questions of morality up here in the timing tower. David George on the right side dialed 505. Sirocco 0003 red. 456.6 with 132 for Sirocco after the red light. Dave George goes 507.4, 505 dial-in, 44 reaction time. Again, not the tightest run in the entire history of this round, but enough to get him on to the next one. Cameron Manuel and Bill Swain backing their way up to the starting line now. Swain, 465 dial from Iona, Michigan. And Cameron Manuel from Louisville, North Carolina, 454 the dial-in on the left side. Oh. Manuel going to find his way in. Final call for Dragster, and it looks like we're getting down to the end of the line as I can see the end of the line. Poking its way around the front of the grandstand as they get to the finish line now. Win light for Cameron Manuel, 456.1 on a 454 dial-in, 004 reaction time, and he took just under 200ths stripe. That's 4.1 feet of distance. The win light for Cameron Manuel. Bill Swain, 467.8 on a 465 dial with an 017 light. Nothing wrong with anything you did out there, but in this level of competition, at this part of the game, you got to be tighter than that. Jake Woodring and Teddy Atkins. Atkins on the right side, Woodring on the left side, Lenore, North Carolina. For Woodring in the black dragster, dialed 465. Atkins dialed 509. Jake Woodring flickering the bulb on the left side, Atkins on the right. Red light start for Jake Woodring. 007 red as Teddy Atkins 510.6 on that 509 dial-in, and Woodring runs 461.5 after fouling out. So Jeff Taylor and Dustin Wirtz, 460 the dial-in for Wirtz. Taylor dialed 471. Taylor all the way out from Apache, Arizona. And a red light start from Dustin Wirtz of Idaho. So Wirtz, 0007 red, and Jeff Taylor, 4703. On a 471 dial, he's 003 on the reaction time side of things. But Dustin Wirtz, 461.3 after a 0007 red light start. Marty Martin and Justin Daniels coming up next. Daniels dialed 529, Martin 488 on the left side. La Plata, Maryland for the 488 dial drags from the left side. Daniels 529, the family that operates Muncie Dragway, the Daniels family. One that's going to go the distance here with the two competitors, 488.6, 488 dial, 22 light for Marty Martin. That is the math that works for him. Took 12 thou worth of stripe down there, just under 30 inches for Martin to get the win light. Daniels didn't miss it by much. He was 6 thou slower on the leave, going 28 to Martin's 22. And then at the finish line, he was 30 with a 3 on a 529 dial. Ain't no shame in that game, but in round 3, chance performance parlance, that is not a winning run. Troy Williams and Shanna Stone coming up right now. Stone dialed 444. Troy Williams, the FTI logo, of course, proudly displayed on the sides of his dragster. FTI sponsoring this $100,000 to win event here. And it is a red light start for Williams. Shanna Stone, 002 green, goes 445.7 at 155 miles an hour. Williams worked his way out of competition with an 097 red light. Then runs 482 at 143. Tommy Zimmerman and Paige Coughlin. So just a reminder of those RV spots that do have an electric hookup. We do have an electrician working on the grounds right now to make some upgrades to the electrical system. That's why you're not having power at the moment. When that work is complete, your power will be juiced back up again. Actually, the guy that was pedaling the exercise bike to make the electricity is on lunch. That's actually what's happening right now. Paige Coughlin dialed 460, and she will move on as Tommy Zimmerman goes 008 red. So final call for dragsters of all run sticker types and a first call for no box. Brian Cerruti, you are the potential buy. Cerruti, you are the potential buy. And we have a final call for dragsters. Be here or be somewhere else. Meanwhile, Paige Coughlin will be somewhere else. She'll be in May Race Carbs round 4 competition as Tommy Zimmerman went 008 red. And we're going to send the track staff down there to get a look at the racetrack real quick and see a little piece of debris right out there by the 660. We're going to snag that and carry on with the program. A couple of pair of dragsters left. We have called no box in. And Cerruti, you are the potential buy for May Race Carbs round 4 in no box. Travis Laster dialed 421. Nick Eisenhower, left side of the racetrack, dialed 493. Eisenhower inches in first. Laster going to take a swing at him over there with that blown dragster dialed down to the 420s. Laster's car moving around out there, but he's got the win light, 424 at 156 miles an hour. That thing kind of an odd move in the middle of the racetrack. 0.22 reaction time for Laster. Nick Eisenhower goes 493.8 on a 493 dial-in, but he left the starting line 0.48. Travis Laster took 34 thou worth of stripe, or 8.2 inches at the finish line to win that race. We have seen a whole lot of races decided, not just less than a foot. We've seen a whole lot of races decided by less than half a foot. That one just over half a foot at 8.2 inches. So Nick Eisenhower eliminated. Travis Laster moves on. Scotty Richardson, Brian Kennedy coming up now. We have called no box into the stage on the right side. Going to be tight, and it's a squeaker down there with Scotty Richardson getting the job done. 488.1 at 136 miles an hour on a 486 dial-in. Richardson used an 014 light, and he used 9 thousandths worth of stripe to get the win light. Brian Kennedy, 462.8 with an 026 reaction time on a 461 dial-in. Nothing to really hang your head about there, but Scotty Richardson was better on the starting line, and he was just a little bit looser, if you will, to the finish line, but he had plenty to work with. Dave Foxwell and Sean Parker. This is another call for foot brake. Foot brake, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake. We need you to the staging lanes, please. And Cerruti, you are the potential buy. Cerruti, you are the potential buy for May Race Carbs Round 4. Sean Parker, 442 dial right side. Dave Foxwell, 497 dial left side. Sean Parker, 443.1, 442 dial-in, and he went 001 on the tree. A hun worth of stripe at the finish line for Sean Parker. Nice job on all sides there. David Foxwell ran 497.5 on a 497 dial-in. He had a 17 thousandths reaction time. That's great. Everywhere but Martin, Michigan. That's a pretty good run. Brandon Backmeyer and Noah Rambo. As the pressure continues to mount pair by pair as we inch our way closer to a $100,000 winner this afternoon and this evening here in this FTI 100K. Backmeyer 489, Rambo 458 on the dial-in boards. Foot brake, or rather no box, I should say, no box to the staging lanes, please. No box. Great run side by side here, and it's Noah Rambo. 458.6 on a 458 dial-in. Backmeyer went 489.5 on a 489 dial-in. Rambo was 13 on the tree. Backmeyer was 21, and Rambo used 6 thou worth of stripe to get the win light. He was 16.7 inches ahead of Brandon Backmeyer when they drove across the finish line. The Honey Wagon has entered the ground, so if you need your RV tank drained, stand by and flag him down, as the truck will be making a couple of laps around the pit area here. But if you need your RV business handled, the truck is on the grounds. Tanya Pruitt, 471 dial-in. And James DeJaco, 454 dial-in on the right side. DeJaco 454, Pruitt dialed 471. DeJaco is the quicker car, going to make that move and make the move successfully. 454.4, 454 dial-in, 16 thou reaction time, 20 thou pack for DeJaco. Meanwhile, Tanya Pruitt broke out, going 4702 on a 471 dial and getting down there 16 thou ahead of DeJaco. Pruitt was 4 feet out at 145 miles an hour. Too much, too soon. Round 4, double enter door cars to 1 and 2, please. Round 4, double enter door cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. Kyle Coltrera dialed 462. Kevin Brannon dialed 449. And Newmeyer is a potential buy. Round 4, double enter door cars. Coltrera and Brannon. And it's Kyle Coltrera, 462-2, 462 dial, and a 004 light. Thank you, 6 thou pack. Coltrera took 20 thou of stripe at the finish line during the winning pass. Kevin Brannon, 449.7 on a 449 dial, but a 20 reaction time. And this is, again, that pressure mounting. We're seeing these incredibly thin, tight margins. We're seeing the cream rise to the top, as it always does over the course of the day, the course of a couple days in this case, in a race like this FTI 100K. Logan Jamieson and Lucas Fisher, 519 on the right side. Logan Jamieson, 482 on the left side. The DragSolutions.com buy-run drawing will be coming up as Lucas Fisher, 5207 on a 519 dial with a 10 reaction time, wins the drag race. Jamieson, 483.3, 482 dial, went 16 on the tree. So Fisher, looser in terms of the dial-in, but tighter in terms of the reaction time. Margin at the stripe for Fisher, 1 thou, or 3.4 inches across the finish line first. So the DragSolutions.com buy-run drawing will be coming up. And anybody that's earned a buy-run over the course of today will be entered in this drawing. You don't even have to have used the buy-run. As long as you were the person who earned the buy, you'll be placed in the drawing from DragRaceSolutions.com. Mr. Lemon, thank you so much for participating here. We'll be pulling that a little bit later on. Tom Stalva Jr. had the buy. Will be entered into the drawing. Went 486.4 at 138 miles an hour and a 483 dial. Registration is open for the Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, a $350 entry fee, $5,000 to win, $2,000 to runner-up, $1,000 to make the semis. Enter at registration. All shootout competitors will get a time trial before round 1, and that is going to be happening this evening. The Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, a $350 entry fee, $5,000 to win, $2,000 to runner-up, $1,000 if you make the semifinals. Enter at registration, and all shootout competitors will get a time trial before round 1. Ladies, do not hesitate. Men, do not hesitate to enter your ladies.
Jegs. Jegs.
Welcome back to the Timing Tower here at US 131 Motorsports Park, Martin, Michigan. I promised this was happening today, and I'm delivering on my promise. Bob Ungerfer, welcome to the newest addition to our announcing deck here. We've got Hank with me, and now you.
I'm speechless.
That is a very large problem to have in this occupation.
Oh, hey, I had to get you somehow, man. I, got to slam the door. Go, hello, hi everybody, glad to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. It was cool when last week you hit me up and said, "Hey, man, I think I'm coming to Michigan." It's been a while since you and I have worked together.
It's been several years, and I loved your post online about the tales that we might be able to share. And somebody said, "You guys need to write a book." No.
Yeah, there is no need for anybody, but a very small group of people to know about many of the things that happened over those years with the IHRA. But we're actually telling kind of a funny story of something that happened at this track the last time you were here.
Yeah, last time I was here, we finished up like 2:30 in the morning and drove back to the motel. The only place open to get something to eat was Taco Bell. So, you know, you got to do Taco Bell 2 o'clock in the morning. Next day, I had chest pains. Couldn't believe it. Wouldn't go away. They read me down to the ambulance down here in front and took my blood pressure and my pulse. Well, my blood pressure's always been low. My pulse has always been low. But the young man, and I do emphasize young man, in the ambulance would not take my word for it that my pulse was naturally low and my blood pressure was naturally low. So they loaded me up in the ambulance, sent me down to Kalamazoo, plugged me into an EKG, checked everything out, said, nope, you're good. Well, by the time we got back, I hadn't eaten all day. And so I stopped by the concession stand. I grabbed a corn dog and an order of fries and walked back into the tower. And everybody up here just kind of rolled their eyes and go, no.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, you ate Taco Bell and they sent you to the hospital because they thought you were having a heart attack. It's a hell of a story there.
Severe indigestion is what they ended up calling it.
Well, I know you've been following along, but it has been pretty high intensity here over the last couple of days. We're in the middle of battle here in our FTI $100,000 race. We're going to have this one run to a finish tonight. Just pitched the ladies shootout, which registration is open for the ladies shootout. $350, $5,000 a win. You know the drill, and you will get a time run for any ladies that want to enter it. And you know, it's cool, man. This whole tension is going to ramp up over the course of the week.
It's already started ramping up. I mean, just following along online. How many cars? Who's there? What's going on? Who did this? Who did that? Yeah, it's by the time we get to the big one, it's going to be the big one.
We had some 3,000 some people watching this morning at 10 a.m. So there is no productivity. Anybody that actually has a job and had to be at it this week in drag racing is not working.
I want to know what they're telling the bosses for the increased bandwidth that they're using this week at work. There's got to be a creative reason out there that they're using that much bandwidth at work. I mean, really.
Well, listen, that's one of the only benefits of maybe being stuck in your house for your job is you can get away with it easier there than you can actually sit in the cubicle, right?
Well, I'll guarantee you that there are a few people around the country out in the shop working on their race cars, getting them ready for whatever their next race is, and they've got it up on the screen in the shop. I was at Gary Stinnet's shop down in Emporia, Kansas here not too long ago, and I stopped by to see Gary, and he gave me a little tour of the shop, and he showed me where their screen is and how it's positioned so that he and the guys that work for him can do their job, but yet still have the screen there in the background to keep an eye on what's going on.
Multitasking, man. It's 2020. You got to do it. So we are going to be back at it here in just a couple minutes. We got our no-box cars in the staging lanes. We have called our double-entered door cars back in. So double-entry door cars, we need you back in the lanes as well. And it's going to be May Race Carbs, round 4, coming soon. Hey everybody, it's Loans back here, SFG Millions starting line, catching up with all the big names, the big guys, the big girls, everybody here. Jake Coughlin Jr., great to see you here, obviously.
Good to be here.
Very thankful for Jake's support of this event and the fact that your entire family is here racing.
We've got quite a few cars. SFG does a heck of a job, putting up $1.1 million.
It's insane.
Posted for the winner. Total purse come Friday, Saturday is, approaching $1.3 million, and we're talking about drag racing and bracket racing at that. So, we're excited as a family. We're excited to be here to be racing. But Jegs as a company, we couldn't think of a better place to be. A lot of our customers are here without question. Over 700 entries entered in the Twin 100,000 to win races, and which we just concluded day one of the first $100,000 race. So a lot going on, but again, as a family, we're glad to be here, and as a business, it's great to be here and support Kyle and what he's
what he's built here is
It's
magnificent.
astonishing. And
Yeah.
you had a pretty good run for yourself last year at the 525. So, you know, maybe repeating that performance and a couple more win lights would be advantageous for you.
Oh man, it was really quite a run last year. You know, the then biggest single day payout in drag racing history, $525,000 in the winner. And
now that's the stuff you find in the couch cushions compared to this.
Oh my goodness! You know, I don't even know how to act, honestly. If I could get down to the split or even a little beyond, it'll be a lot of fun. But regardless of how it shakes out on the track, you know, like I said, we're happy to be here and be racing and be a sponsor with the event. So we got a lot of entries, so we're hoping to at least dig in there somewhere.
Jake Coughlin Jr., one of the many racers that are far beyond just bracket racers. These guys are incredibly professional level competitors. I've been watching it all day. It's unbelievable. He's going to try to win $1.1 million, and hopefully I'll get to talk about it. All right, so I'm going to run away quickly because Bob Bunker, I won't hide. I'm just going to run. Well, I'm not going to run. Look at me. I don't run anywhere. Bob Bunker, we're going to take you through door slammer action.
All door cars need you to lanes now, please. All door cars need you to the lanes. Nathan Schroeder and Matt Rasheza come rolling in now. Matthew over on the right-hand side. Rolled in, 638 the dial for the Mustang. Little S10's going to be giving chase based off of 619. Let's see what we can do. Lock, loaded, on the road. A little bit better light, Matt. Win light, Matt, 639 on a 38. 13th out the margin at the stripe, 619, dead on 6. But about 2 behind leaving the starting line. Paid for it down at the other end of the racetrack as Brett Williamson comes rolling in now. Gorgeous shoebox Chevrolet, 57 edition. Low riding, 615 the dial. Cole Castile up on the left-hand side. Another one of our S15 contingent. All door car. Need you to lanes, please. All door car to the lanes. Round number 4, May race cars. All door cars need you to the lanes. Cole's in on a 642. It is S10 over here on the left-hand side. Williamson shoebox. Like we said, 615 the dial. Wheels up launch, S10 off and running. Williamson, though, is going to make him earn it if he gets it. Nah, can't do it. Williamson 008 on the tree, 16 on a 15, 43 on a 42. But trailing off the line was Castile. The wheel stand looked good. Cost him a little bit down at the other end of the racetrack, and that's not how you keep on keeping on. Cameron Mason comes rolling in now. Cameron at the wheel of her Chevrolet Camaro. 5th generation right over here on the left-hand side. 694 the dial for Cameron. Brian Soretu, and I'm going to have to work on that pronunciation. Out of Ohio, the Buckeye State runner over the right-hand side. The 1st-gen Camaro, 634. Ladies first, here comes Brian. Off and running. Brian's going to have to pedal fast. Pedal fast, other end. Can't get there. 94 with a 6 on a 94. 11 on a tree. Little 17 thousandths package for Cameron. 35 on a 34. 21 on the tree for Brian. But the first gen Camaro comes up a little bit short down at the other end of the racetrack by about 14 thou. All door car. Need you to the lanes now, please. All door cars need you to the lanes, please. I think we figured out that was Brian Cerruti that came up short, but hey, we'll deal with that later. Jeff Ledford comes rolling in now, the Michigander. Coach Jody Davis out of Tennessee, the volunteer state runner over here in his Camaro. 665 for Jody. Going to be giving it a run. Jeff Ledford up on the right-hand side. The C5 Corvette body and entry out of Pro Systems. Apex competition, 526. His prognostication of what he thinks that Corvette's going to run this time around. Let's see how accurate he is. Ledford right. Davies left. Handicap to the third gen Camaro. C5 giving chase. Here comes Ledford. Ooh, Jeffrey, you better pedal. Gets the window. 27 on a 26, 62 on a 65 by Jody Davis. Jody was 006. Got down the end of the track, took a little too much chunk of stripe. Comes up a little bit short with a breakout. 62.8 on a 65. Ledford keeps on, keeping on as Lee Newmeyer comes rolling in now. Another Buckeye State runner. Out of an advanced chassis, a Bruzy transmission, and Mickey Thompson tires taking on Steve Folk. First gen Nova wagon. Wasn't exactly the way you could order it from Chevrolet back in the days because I don't think they had the 427 big block option. Of course, I also don't think they had the two-door Nomad style option either. But hey, Folk race cars, they can make you anything you want. 617 the dial for Steve, 575 for Newmeyer. Little Vega giving chase. They are headed down track. Dip and tack off the starting line. Wet light's going to go to Folk. 17.3 on a 17, 12 on the tree. 14 on the tree by Newmeyer, runs a 74.5. Got there, breaks out 5 thousandths of a second. Rob Saunders comes rolling in alongside Ryan Kirkpatrick. Ryan at the wheel of another one of the wagon contingent, the grocery getters. And then again, a two-door Nomad conversion. Kirkpatrick's Malibu over here on the left-hand side, 675 the dial. Saunders on the right out of Avon, Indiana. The Hoosier dialed in at a 591. And I say Malibu. Who knows what it is, because they all look the same from the rear, the old Chevy. But the wind light's going to go to Saunders. 591, dead 8 on a 007 light. 75 on a 75. In fact, dead on 0 by Kirkpatrick. But he was 20 on the tree, and that's just left a 4 thousandths margin for Saunders to drive around with down at the other end of the racetrack. Deuces a pair. Chris Dixon left side, all the way from North Carolina. Off and running his post. Matty Malone at the wheel of her Chevy 2 post. Side by side out of the gate, a little bit better light Matty. Wind light, though, goes to Chris Dixon. 50 on a 51, as both drivers running under. Chris was under by 4. Matty's under by 5, going 583 on our 584 dial. So the double breakout win there goes to the North Carolinian, Steve Cisco, all the way from Jersey. Over here on the left-hand side, Cisco taking on Eric Johnson, the Michigander, up in his 66 Nova. A little bit more ostentatious. That's a good word to use compared to the last pair of Novas we had. Out of Stokes Automotive, Johnson dialed in 608 on the right. Cisco's going to be flying first, 651. Another third-gen Camaro trying to make his way now towards the other end of the track. Green lights a pair. Between the two, I'm off the line, 2 foul. Margin at the end, 2 foul. 607 with a 5 on a 608. 650 with a 5 on a 651. Both of them under by 5 foul. The difference on that run, Eric Johnson was 2 foul quicker. Leaving the starting line, it turned it into a 2 foul margin of victory. As Danny Argyle and Tim Sloan comes rolling in. Sloan, another runner up from the Volunteer State out of Columbia, Tennessee, up in the Oldsmobile out of Huntsville engine. Down into the 485, the little Mustang. Danny Argyle over on the left, 624, and a red line start. I got news for you. Danny, the red kind of clashes with the yellow. So the win's going to go to Sloan, 487 on a 485. 13 on the tree for Tim. Danny left by 5 thousandths of a second. Too quick. Turning on the red bulb back on this end is Aaron Dysinger, another Indiana, another Hoosier runner. And Chris Koslick up on the right-hand side. Koslick out of Grand Haven. His first-gen Chevy, too. And again, equipped a little bit more than what Chevrolet offered on the option package back in 1963. Car probably came with a little 4-cylinder in it. Dragster double entry only, lanes 3 and 4. Dragster double entry only, lanes 3 and 4. Round number 4, May Race Cars. Dragster double entry only, lanes 3 and 4. Chris Koslick over on the right-hand side. This is Nova. Stands it up, leaving the starting line. Dysinger a little bit better out of the gate. Dysinger turns on the win. 620 with a 7 on a 621, under by 3. As Koslick goes 576 on a 578 and under by, well, more. Dan Fletcher comes rolling in. Fletchberger taking on Austin Sloan. Sloan's Corvette over on the right-hand side. 543 the dial for Sloan. Fletchberger on a 658 for Mickey Thompson. In the grocery getter. Fletch off and running. Austin Sloan may have measured on Fletch. Fletch a little late out of the gate, cost him at the other end of the racetrack. 544 with a 005 light by Sloan. 57.3 on a 58, too quick here. On the left-hand lane was Fletch. 73.8 on a 657.3 on a 658. Under by 7 foul. Down at the other end of the racetrack is Donnie Hagar's little Chevy S10 comes rolling in now alongside Trey Bunner. Bunner. As long as it's not Bueller. Bunner up on the right, 637 to dial the Camaro. Hager over here on the left, another one of the S10s. We could operate a quick delivery service with all the trucks on the grounds this weekend. Donnie says, not me, I'm going to be busy. I'm going to the next round number 5. He runs 32 on a 33, but the 3 foul red light by Trey Bueller cost him on a 635 lap going down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Again, Dragster, double entry, lanes 3 and 4. Dragster, double entry only, lanes 3 and 4. Round number 4, May Race Cars. Dragster, double entry only, lanes 3 and 4. 622 by Jack Liggett as he goes cruising down track on his 625 dial. 009. Car over the right-hand side, little Monte Carlo, 4 foul red, leaving this into the racetrack. And there isn't a whole heck of a lot you can do when you leave the starting line and see that red bulb in your rearview mirror. Just don't work so good. Kenny Underwood up now, the Jegs. FTI, Mickey Thompson, and Dixie running the 92 Firebird. Gentleman's been known to park his race car in the winter circle on numerous occasions, stands the front end up. Jeremy Kessler's going to try and keep you from doing it here. Kenny on the brakes, taps him, goes 6:06 with a 2. He was 14 on the tree. Kessler was 14 on the tree and goes 51 on a 553 dial. Bringing out by 14 foul down at the other end of the racetrack as Todd Burke's Chevrolet Camaro comes rolling in down. Another one of our Vegas, Danny Mack out of Indiana, the Hoosier runner. 72 Vega up on the right-hand side, 571 the dial. Something tells me it doesn't have the Cosworth four-cylinder in it. Trust me. Burke's on the left, 644. Going to be dancing with the Camaro first. Over here on the VP Fuel side of the racetrack. He's off and running. Here comes Danny Mack. Mack closing. Got him. 571, dead on 5 on his dial. Burks was better on the tree, but runs 43.4 on a 45 and under by 5 thousandths of a second. Gary Gross, Greg Walker come rolling in next. Walker over here on the left. First gen Camaro. Taking on the Roadster. Gary Gross over on the right-hand side. Beautiful car. 34 Ford style dialed in. 536 for Gross. Over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The Wolfpack Racing entry for Walker here on the left. 553. So just a blink of an eye difference between the two as they get ready to leave the starting line. Walker on the left-hand side. Going to take the first dance step over here in the VP lane. He's off and running. Here comes Gross. Trip, zip, light for Greg Walker. Then he goes 58 on a 53, giving the stripe back at the other end. 002 light by Gary Gross. The Roadster lives on. 540 to $122 the speed. Walker, 126 miles an hour. Gross able to snatch it down at the finish line by 13 foul. Bob Payton and Kevin Pollard. Pollard out of Waynesboro, Virginia. Over on the right-hand side. 541 the dial. Payton's little first gen Chevy 2 on a 618. Green. And another one of our pickups headed for the other end of the racetrack. Kevin had the better light of the two. Payton, though, runs 17 with a 7, under by 3. Pollard goes 39.7 on his 41, under by 13. Well, I'll let you do the math. As long as you don't try to do it Common Core way, because we'll still be here in a month trying to figure it out. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Red, white, and blue. Dragsters, need you to lanes, please. Round 4, Bay Race Car. Chase McKay, Brian Rockwell, working their way down track. Can another Roadster move on? The answer is yes, he can. 94 with a 1 on a 93. McKay goes 42 on a 43, under by 6 foul down at the other end of the racetrack. Attention in the pits. Red, white, blue. Dragsters, need you to lanes, please. Red, white, blue. Dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. Bay Race Car, round number 4. As Corey Saint comes rolling in. Another second-generation Deuce, this time all the way from Alabama. And Josh Kessler, another Buckeye runner up in his Oldsmobile, the 95 edition Cutlass. Pro Stock style machine dialed in 507. Corey Saint on a 6 51 over here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Corey's off and running. Kessler waits for his side of the tree to come down. Gonna have to get there in a hurry and just can't get it done. 5:07.2 on a 5:07 by Kessler, but he comes up 5 thou short. Corey Saint was 009, runs 51.6 on his 51 dial. A little 15 thou package. Didn't give Kessler a whole lot to work with the Oldsmobile. How about Randy Folk rolling in now? Corvette over here on the left-hand side, taking on Dave Engler all the way from Minnesota. The Mopar, the RT, the Dodge Charger, 680 the dial for Engler. Folk on a 602. Going to give the Mopar a ride. A bit of a handicap start. Engler will be off and running. He's green. Ooh, Randy Folk. I don't know what he was thinking of, but he wasn't thinking right. Dead on one. Engler was 19 on the tree, little 20 thou package. Randy Folk was a cooked goose leaving the starting line. Your reaction time starts with any other number other than 0. You're pretty well toast. And, well, that time Randy Folk was burnt toast. Kevin Crawford out of Jefferson, South Carolina on the left. Mark Daniels on the right, the Michigan runner. Up in his ride. Dialed in 526. Crawford over here in the left. Another first-gen Chevy Camaro. 004 to an 11 light. The 11 light by Mark Daniels gets the win. Dead 3 on the dial, a 14 thou package, taking trip 01. Striped out at the other end. Crawford runs 14.9, 004 on the tree. Man, that was a great side-by-side, decided by 1/10,000th of a second. Advantage Daniels. Again, red, white, blue dragsters to the lanes, please. Round number 4, May Race Cars. Red, white, blue dragsters, round number 4. May Race Cars need you to the lanes. Red, white, blue dragsters, come on down. Racing Jason up on the left. Dave Triplett on the right. All the way from Florida. Little Vegas, trying to hold off Jason Lynch, other end, not going to do it. 537, dead 1, 18 on the tree. Lynch goes 19 thou pack. 589.7 on a 591 triplet. Pedaling that Vega for everything he had down at the other end, but he pedaled just a bit too much. Breaks out at the other end by 12 thous. Nick Hastings comes rolling in now. The little Chevette that says, I think I can, and Amanda Manuel up in her little S10. Right-hand side, another one of our fleet of trucks. Stand corrected, not a Chevette, a Pontiac T1000. My bad. Here, wait a minute, I'll slap my own hand. Okay, corrected. But from the back, they're kind of like Malibu. They're kind of like Malibu wagons. I mean, you know, that generation, the Oldsmobiles, the Pontiacs, they all look the same in the rear. The only way you can tell them apart is by looking at the front. Well, we don't have that advantage here in the tower. No box, foot brake only. Out of the gate he goes. Let's see what the T1000 can do. Comes up short, 12 on a 14, break it out by 16. 24-4 on a 24 and 003 by Amanda. And Amanda goes charging into round number 5. Scotty Richardson up in his truck. Jason Barnes out of Tennessee. Engine in the pit, Shannon Justice. Shannon Justice, the little brown truck is delivered to you here in the tower. Shannon Justice, you have a package in the tower. Shannon Justice. Well, I don't know if it's the brown truck or the white truck with purple and orange on it, but you get the idea. Shannon Justice, you have a package in the tower. Scotty stands the truck up. Jason Barnes off and running. Scotty Richardson top in, 001, 29 on a 27 for the win by 9 thou. Jason Barnes, 59 on a 57. He was 13 on the tree. But you run Scotty Richardson, you got to run a little bit tighter package than that. As Wes Weaver comes rolling in now. Weaver out of Virginia. taking on Marco Abruzzi, the trans man out of Warren, Ohio. 6:35 the dial for Marco. And Summit, et al. 5:48 by Wes Weaver. His Camaro over here on the left-hand side. All dragsters may race cars round 4. All dragsters. Attention in the pit. All dragsters may race cars round 4. Need you lanes now, please. Wes Weaver turns the red by 2 thou. Marco goes cruising on into the next round. 34.8 on a 35. All dragsters may race cars round 4. Need you to lanes, please. All dragsters may race cars round 4. Need you to lanes, please. Sean Carpenter comes rolling in. His Camaro door car on the left. Scott Taylor's got the Camaro Roadster there on the right. 485 to 594. Big handicap start. Sean Carpenter out in front. Here comes Taylor. Not going to get him. 95 on a 94 with a 006 light by Carpenter. 484 on a 485. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Can you say break it out by 1? Ooh, Scott Taylor. 484.9 on a 485 dial. That'll make you say words like golly gee willikers, among others. Out of Waynesboro, Virginia, now comes John Corbin taking on Mikey Stokes. Stokes over on the right-hand side, 605 cubic inches. Mopar motivation shoved underneath the hood of that 73 Challenger. Stokes on a 537. Corbin over here on the left. His Camaro on a 561. Look at his split. We are off and running. Stokes a little tardy out of the gate. Cost him down at the other end. 63 on a 61. 13 light for Corbin. Stokes was, well, just dead late. 62 on the tree. Runs 38 on a 37 and just wasn't going to have enough racetrack to work it out at the other end. Dan Gorby comes rolling in. The RC Cola entry. Big block power plant. 69 Camaro left-hand side. The S10 on the right. Jeffrey Kirkpatrick. 652 the dial for the truck. The truck will be motivating first. Here comes the RC machine. Gorby. Over here on the left-hand side, taps the brakes, goes 27 on a 26. After a 004 light, Kirkpatrick was 20 on the tree, runs 53 on a 52, but comes up short. Chris Mancini out of PA, as in the Keystone State, as in Pennsylvania, as in the world-famous Pennsylvania Turnpike. Todd Osting over on the right-hand side. His Corvette on a 563. Never traveled the Pennsylvania Turnpike? You have no idea. The joys and jubilation. 620 by Mancini. 109 miles an hour. He's 22 on the tree. Gets the win. Austin comes up a little bit short. Goes 64 on a 63. Was laid out of the gate, though, with a 41 light. Crosses by and goes around Mancini at 123 miles an hour, but just wasn't going to get there. It's Ledford and Jody Davis. Both cars doubled. Jody trying to stay alive for the Tennessee running. Ledford right-hand side. Gives up the handicap start. Ledford goes red. 001 and good night, Jeffrey. 62 on a 61 by Jody Davis. 11 on the tree. Parlays it into the wind down at the other end of the racetrack. It's Colin Estes out of Illinois, over here on the left-hand side. I do believe that that's a Canadian Chevrolet Chevy, too, over here on the left for Colin. Dustin Shore out of Green Valley Mo, third-generation racer at the Wheel of Pinto. 611 the dial for Dustin. Colin on the left on 591. A couple of cars that were originally conceived, built, sold as economy cars. I don't think they qualify for that anymore. Dustin right side, 6'11". Colin left. Red line start, Colin, 007. Too quick out of the gate. Dustin Shore moves on, 6:15 on a 6:11. 10 on the tree, and the Pinto shall gallop back into round number 5. As Chris Dixon comes rolling in alongside Brett Williamson. Williamson back around again, his 57 Chevrolet, the Bel Air. Over the right hand side, good looking, low riding. Runner out of Folk Race Cars in Rockford, Illinois. Dixon coming to us out of North Carolina. Another double entry machine, a 67 two-door post. Chris on a 650, Williamson on a 615. Williamson goes dead on 5 on his 615 dial. He was 3 on the tree. Well, 18,000s package. Dixon had some room to work. He was 007. Runs 51.1 on a 50. Comes up on 11 thousandths of a second short. Down at the other end of the racetrack. So Lee Newmeyer comes rolling in now. The Shelby, Ohio-based Vega. Right-hand side runner out of Advanced Chassis. Bruzy transmission. Big block power plant underneath the hood of the Vega. Always amazed how they could stuff a big block into the small engine compartment of a Chevrolet Vega. Big hammers. That's what it was. Big hammers. The Newmeyer gets the wait and see by, and down track he goes. Little Vega, 573 on a 72 dial, 11 on the tree for Newmeyer. And that, I do believe, is it for round number 4, May Race Cars. No box. All dragsters need your lanes, please. All dragsters to the lanes. Round 4, May Race Cars. All dragsters to the lanes, please. Round number 4, May Race Cars. Well, this should be an interesting pair. Bob Mandel, the Profab Race Cars entry over on the right, and young Paige Coughlin out of the Jegs Race Shop. 461 to 463 as we go from no box door cars to long skinny machines. Paige going to give Robert not even a blink of an eye handicap start. That beautiful Profab Race Cars machine. You ever seen a shoebox 55? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Love that car. Mandel a bit better out of the gate. Turns on the bulb. Dead 9 with a 10 light. For a 19,000 package win for Mandel. Paige was pushing air and wasting fuel, trying to chase him down. Paige was 23 on the tree, runs 61.1 on a 61. But when you're 23 on the tree against a 19,000 pack, that's a practice run. Hunter Patton. Whew. You walk down there and you touch Hunter and your finger burns on the end. He's just hot. Psst. Patton coming up out of the Lone Star State. Runner out of Crockett, Texas, taking on Travis Laster out of New Jersey. I guarantee you these two have probably never, well, they may have. Much as Hunter's been traveling lately, there's no telling who he's raced. But he's basically whooped everybody, so let's see what Travis can do with him. Pat left side, 63, 463. Laster right, 422. Hunter off and running. Travis goes red. Hunter says, thank you very much. Runs dead 1 on his 463 dial. 419 on a 422 by Travis after that 2-foul start. Well, the only thing you can do then is say golly gee willikers and chucky dern and dang it and dag nabbit even. Yeah, drats, that'll work. Greg Vandersloot, Kalamazoo-based runner, hometown guy. He's like just right down the road. Jason Infinger out of Columbia, Alabama. He's, well, right down the road too, but it's a much further, much longer road. Miller Race Cars entry over on the right for Jason. 445 the dial. Vandersloot on a 494. The all-black machine over here on the left-hand side. He's off and running. Here comes Infinger. Ooh, Vandersloot. Not good. 446, 15 on the tree. Jason gets the win. 491 for Vandersloot. I don't know what he was doing down there, but he may have been doing a test for My Pillows. He was a little tardy. Chris Bear out of APD, Abruzzi, Mosier, Penske, Wiseco Pistons, American Race Cars, Atoll. Buckeye State runner here on the left-hand side, the Bear Racing entry. Taking on Justin Clark. Clark over there on the right. The oil-filled machine. 489 for Justin. Bear on a 472. If you're sitting there saying, Mr. Announcer Man, how do you know it's the oil-filled machine? Well, if you look down on the side of the car, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 oil well pumps silhouetted against a glowing orange sunset. Nice paint job. Need to track that one down and give it a good once-over. Anyway, we're at a drag race, not a car show. Justin off and running. Uh-oh. Not good for Justin. Yep. 12 on the tree. Bear gets the win. 474 with a 12 light for Chris. Justin Clark just couldn't bear to take the stripe. 489 down at the other end. Goes cruising through at 140. A little late leaving the starting line. It's Sean Langdon trying to get warmed back up, the Indiana runner. Former Californian, Tom Dauber out at New Jersey. Tommy over here on the left, the Phantom chassis car. Rare Morrison power plant in it. Beyond the Racing Products. Motorsports Invitation. Tom on a 470 dial. Langdon on a 460. Over there on the right-hand side. We'll see Sean in a couple of weeks. Back in his hometown, this Dauber goes red. 5 foul, too quick out of the gate. Sean says, thank you, sir. Sean throws down a 460 with a 2 on a 460 dial and a 008 light. 10th thou pack. Tom would have been working real hard to take that one. Noah Rambo, Michigan runner, left-hand lane. Hugh Meeks, making the toe up from Alabama. 465 the dial for Hugh over on the right-hand side. Rambo over here on the left, 459. Once again, we have called all dragsters to lanes, please. Round 4, May Race Cars. All dragsters. Need you to lanes, please. If you're not there yet, well, you're late for the date. No off and running. You go. 001 turns on the bulb. 465.4 on a 465. Hugh Meeks left 5 thousandths of a second for Noah to work with out there. Noah just couldn't get it done. 58 on a 59. He was giving it a solid try, just could not close the gap down at the other end. Fred Schwett out of Sheboygan over on the right-hand side, and Donovan Williams Wonder if Donovan came from a racing family and was named after the power plant. Hey, I mean, you got to wonder. Donovan power plant, so popular back in the days. The FTI machine for Donovan. Off and running. Sweat, going to make him sweat it out at the other end. 523 on a 22. Fred was 005. Donovan was 16 on the tree. Run 79 on a 79. Comes up a foul. One stinking, miserable, skinny, minute thousandth of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. By the way, did I say that was a small margin of victory? Austin Tadlock and Bryson Scruggs. Scruggs on the left, Tadlock on the right. The only thing Scruggs doesn't want to do here is be flat. Flat. I mean, hey, you know, it was there. You had to use it, right? Tadlock on the right, 493. Scruggs on the left, 478. Green lights a pair. We can make a race out of it. Fourth out difference out of the gate. Advantage Scruggs. He gets the win. 78.5 on a 78. 93.5 on a 93. Ooh, the difference in the starting line reaction time turned into the margin of victory down at the finish line. That's what you call winning it at the tree. James DeGiaco out of New York. Over here on the left-hand side. Out of Jimmy's Auto Outlet. Jimmy doesn't have it, he'll find it. He'll make you a deal. Sherman Hancock up on the right. Sherman's going to go first. 465. DeGiaco's going to use his Jimmy's used cars machine out at the other end. Try and steal it. Can't get it done. 64.8 under by 2. Sherman. 53.6 under by 4. DeGiaco. 2 thou difference on that pairs. Tyler Sizemore. Donnie Burleson out of Burleson Construction. Coming up from Richmond, Texas. Lone Star Runner, 632 cubic inch, Rowan Morrison power plant. Tyler Sizemore, the Hoosier. Race Tech chassis machine here on the left. 468 the dial for Tyler, 455 for Burleson. It's Donnie. Going to give him just a bit of a head start. See if he can reel him in. Tyler goes 008. Burleson goes 005. Burleson picks up the win, running dead on 1. Tyler gives it up at the stripe by going 8 thou too quick, 67. On a 468. Sizemore's out. Samantha Coughlin comes rolling in now. Young Sam out of Ohio. And of course, the Jegs War Chest. 459 to dial for Sam. Jeff McClure on the right-hand side. Another Lone Star runner. Another Texas win. 515 on a 515. Dead on 3. 8 on the tree by Jeff. 11 thou package. 6 on the tree by Sam, and a 59.7. 13 thou package for Sam by 19 10,000ths. Jeff McClure gets to keep on keeping on. David George out of Monctown, which of course we all know is over in Maryland. Another Race Tech chassis machine, and P.J. Raines out of Georgia over here on the left. Peach State runner dialed in at a 468. Maryland on a 507 for David George. Red light start, BJ. Range too quick by 11 thou. David George, 507 with a 2 on his 507 dial. David was ready with a 21,000s package just in case PJ didn't go red. But by 11th out, PJ did, so David keeps on keeping on as Paul Campanella. Jerry Brewer. Brewer up on the left, Campy on the right. Miller chassis and hot rod for Campanella all the way from Delaware. .471 the dial for Campanella. Brewer on a 459. Give it chase. Campanella making him work for it, and he didn't work hard enough. 003 line by Paul. Finishes it off with a 72 on a 71 dial. 462. Brewer trying to push him out at the other end of the racetrack, but he was 27 on the tree. Jerry Brewer, the North Carolinian, gives it up to the Wilmington Delawarean. Val Torres out of Valinda, California. Val, I think I've seen Val just every race I've done this year. Torres up on the right, the construction boss man out of California. Gary Ingold out of North Carolina. I was down in Houston, Texas just a couple of weeks ago. Had a chance to talk with him as he picks up the win here. Gary Ingold goes red. Val said, hey, you can't race in California. Might as well go where you can. 465 on a 467. Val was 10 on the tree, but the 004 light by Gary Ingold kind of delayed his opportunities for a big money win, at least until tomorrow. Kenny Underwood up. The Jegs and FTI dragster. Tim Thomas over on the right. Timmy dialed in 468. Underwood on a 483. Drag racing parlance, I mean Kenny has first opportunity to go red. Quicker car likes to come from behind, see if they can chase them down, provided they don't go red against them. Let's see what we can do. They're locked, loaded. Kenny's green. Thomas is green. Kenny's green a little bit better. Thomas turns on the win light though. 68 on a 68. Dead 6 on the dial. 482.8 on a 483 by Underwood. Under by 2 foul down at the other end of the racetrack. As Lightning Lexi comes in. Lexi Tanner now over on the right-hand side. Cameron Manuel out of North Carolina. Cameron here on the left. Cameron on a 454. Tanner on a 479. Lexi already up on the converter. Off and running. Red light start to Cameron. 9 foul. Too quick out of the gate. Lexi was ready. 007 light. 78.9 on a 79. But that's a win. Because Cameron gave it away on the starting line with the 009 bulb and the red light. Darren Lotz, another Virginia-based runner, another Race Tech chassis car. Out of Lotz Furnishings and Appliances. And Tanya Pruitt over here on the left. Tanya appears to be wheeling one of the new shorty cars. Certainly coming back into popularity now. After years of them getting longer and longer and longer, somebody sat down and analyzed, figurized, and calculated that, hey, you know what? Those shorty dragsters might work with today's technology. So now the race is on to build the best, the baddest, the quickest, the fastest shorty car. Tanya up on the left, 470 the dial. Lots on the right, on a 479. If you're back Virginia way and you need some appliances, get a hold of Darren. So you heard all about him on the Motor Mania broadcast, live from Martin, Michigan. Darren will go, really? Probably make you a pretty good deal. Oh! Well, he can go back to wheeling and dealing because his race day's done. 14 foul, quick out of the gate by Darren. Tanya Pruitt on the left, goes 471. gets the win. But Darren turns on the red bulb. Runs at 965, just kind of easing on down the boulevard. Otherwise known as tuning in Foghat and slow ride as he cruises to the other end. Jake Hodge comes rolling in now. The American Race Cars enter over here on the left. Bill Swain on the right. American chassis car for Jake. Diamond car for Bill. Wonder if you'd call him Diamond Bill. Out of Diamond Race Cars, Landing Electric, and Todd's Extreme Paint in the great state of Michigan. Swain on a 465, Hodge on a 458. Jake rolls in, lights the bottom. Swain likewise. Blinkety, blinkety, blink, and away we go. 5 down difference off the line. Advantage Swain. He gets the win. 17 on the tree. 67 on a 65. 60 on a 58 for Hodge. Hodge was 22 on the tree. He was behind by 5 leaving. Behind by 4 at the stripe. That might get you a win at your local bracket race, but not here, not this weekend. It's Tracy Sons and Gene Lampshire comes rolling in. Another Buckeye State runner. 520 cubic inch Ford for TFC Transportation. The blue oval powered entry over the right hand side on a 499 dial. Sun's over here on the left on a 462. So the Ford gets the handicap start, and all the Chevy guys are going, oh, the Ford needs help. Yeah. The 19 down didn't help Lampshire. 19 down red, that is. It runs dead on one. Oh, that'll make you say a lot of words. 461 on a 62 by Tracy Sons. Gets the win, moves on. No box, lanes 3 and 4, please. No box, lanes 3 and 4. No box, lanes 3 and 4 for Platinum Products, round number 5. No box, lanes 3 and 4. Platinum Products, round number 5. No box, 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. No box, 3 and 4. Lane Dickin, Tennessee runner. Bill Holloman, Tennessee runner. I think you guys could have stayed home, raced each other. 456, dead zero on his 56 dial. Lane Dickin throws down a 13 pack. Well, Holloman was 17 on the tree, and, well, he was along to practice. 447.9 on his 47 dial. True margin down at the other end of the racetrack, 12 thou. Shanna Stone comes rolling in. The vintage trailers entry in West Washington. Wesley on the left. Shanna on the right. Shanna at 446. Washington on a 480. Again, no box, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 5. Your Platinum product. Round number 5, no box, lanes 3 and 4. Shanna picks up the win. Wesley leaving way early. Shanna runs 446 on a 446, 009. Little 15 thou package for the vintage trailer machine. Shanna moves on. Wesley's done at least with that entry. Brent Martin and Sean Parker. Sean over on the right, the Kalamazoo-based runner. Another American chassis entry on the right-hand side, and Martin over here on the left, the Marylander. Marylander? He's the guy from over there on the East Coast. Maryland Indian? Like I said, he's the guy from the East Coast. Race Tech chassis machine for Brent over here on the left-hand side. Brent on a 480. Sean on a 443. Sean Parker, but Brent Martin turns on the bulb. 481 on a 480, 14 on the tree. Getting there first. and breaking out by 3. Taking 21 stripes, Sean Parker, to run 3 under. Ouch. 442 on a 443, 009 light by Sean. And it's all for naught. Dan Davies, Tom Stalba Jr. Junior over on the right, 483 the dial, the Ohio runner, Davies here on the left. Another Diamond chassis car. We had Diamond Bill a while ago, now we got Diamond Dan. Dan on a 422, Stalba 483. 3 lights, a pair. 1 greener. That would be Stalba's. Stalba's win lights flashing too. 484 on a 483 after a 10 light. Davies goes 422, dead 7. But 34 on the tree. And he comes up short down at the other end. It's Gabe Torres now. Saw Val a little bit ago. Val's been traveling the country. Gabe's been working hard back in California. Well, Gabe's been at work. I don't know about working hard, but Gabe's been at work. Gabe Torres on the left, 464 over here in the VP lane. Carl Drake. Well, you can't get 2 guys that are home based much further apart. Drake out of New York, Torres out of California, meeting up here in Martin, Michigan. Drake on a 435. And another Diamond chassis machine. I'm sorry, but Diamond Carl just doesn't have the flow to it like Diamond Dave and Diamond Bill. And Carl says, I don't care, I get the win line. Gabe goes red by 5 thou. 464.5 on a 64, but the 5 thou too quick red light kind of throws it all away. Greg gets the win, runs 436 on a 435, and, well, he'll be back. Carson Wheeler comes rolling in now, 2nd gen racer. Remember when Carson's dad doubled up at a bracket race down in Noble, Oklahoma many years ago. Had to run himself in the finals. He was running out of breath by the time he got to the end of the racetrack. Zach Fisher up on the left-hand side. Young Zach. Going to give it a ride on a 472. Zach's got the better line. A couple of young guns going at it here, but Zach gets the win. 473 on a 72. He was 16 on the tree. 52 on a 51 by Carson. He was 20 on the tree. 4 thousandths difference between the 2 of them. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Margin going Zach Fisher's way. Scott Marsden comes in on the left. Scotty Marsden comes rolling in, the the guy from, down the road, Iowa, the Hawkeye State. Gebhardt chassis machine over here on the left-hand side. And a driver to be named later over there on the right, 474 to 478. Marsden's going to have first shot at the tree. See if he can turn on the bulbs at the other end. Like to have a 005 light be last off the line. 77.8 on a 78, under by 2. 74.4 on a 74. 003 light, a little 7 tidy, neat. 7 thousandths package. Down at the other end is Travis Laster and Scotty Richardson come rolling in. Scotty on the left, the Kentuckian. Travis on the right, the New Jerseyan. Jerseyan? Yeah. That'll work. New Jerseyan. We do have the official confirmation that if you're from Maryland, you're a Marylander. his 486, 10 on the tree. Runs 88 on his 86 for the W. 420 out of 419. 26 on the tree was Travis. And the New Jerseyan is done. Marty Martin and Bob Mandel. Bob comes back. Beautiful Profab chassis machine on the right-hand side. Again, no box. Should be in lanes 3 and 4 for round number 5 of the Platinum Products, round 5. No box, lanes 3 and 4. Marty Martin on the left, the Race Tech machine. Bob Mandel on the right. Well, that'd be the Profab chassis car for the Profab chassis build. Green lights a pair, separated by 2 this end. Martin gets the win, runs 90 with the 3, dead on 3 on his 90 dial. 63.7 on his 63. 2,000s difference between the two of them. You did not pack your AA game or AAA. You better have brought your best game to this race, period. 2,000 margin of victory. Marty Martin. David George comes rolling in again. And Jeff Taylor. Door card doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Door card doubles, lanes 1 and 2 for your Platinum Products, round 5. Door card doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Taylor on the left. Taylor on the left, 4-7. Gives David George a bit of a handicap start. George took that and a little bit more and says, well, thank you. Thank you very much. 507, dead 4 on the dial with a 10 light. Little 14,000 package, Jeff Taylor. Well, he was practicing that run. Goes cruising through, 70 with a 4 on his 70 dial. The both drivers dead on the dial with a 4. David was 12,000 better off the line, and, well, you do the math. Kyle Cotrera up on the left-hand side from Maine. Wonder if Kyle's dad's here. Well, Kyle's dad's probably, is he? He's here, okay.
He's got no body shop work anymore.
Nobody's driving a car in Maine. Yep. I got news for you. There's a lot of people not driving their cars these days. Terry Adkins over on the right-hand side. Guess you could call that the Tiger Stripe. Adkins right, 539. Kyle over here on the left, 463. Ooh, Dad'll be happy. 75 on a 63, 004 light by Kyle. Terry got out there and, well, he was dead late leaving and then ran into all sorts of problems going down the track to a 612 run on his 539 dial, and that's not going to win you many races. Lucas Fisher, Dustin Shore. Dustin doing double driving duty. We saw him get the win a little while ago in the Pinto. He's back up down to the smallest dragster. 459 the dial for the 3rd gen racer. Dustin Shore dad, or grandpa, excuse me, a former Pro Stock campaigner. Grandpa Jack. Three lights a pair. Fisher off and running. Dustin goes 008, lights up the scoreboard with a 463. 519 by Lucas on his 519 dial, but he was, what's the word I'm looking for? Late? Yeah, that'll work. Eric Pavicic out of Illinois. It's in Polo, Illinois. Taking on Paige Coughlin over on the right-hand side. Paige on a 461, Eric on a 483. See which one of these drivers can work their way down track and turn on the bulb. Come back for the Platinum Products, round number 5. We're just about to wrap up May Race Cars, round number 4. All entries, round number 5 door car. All door car entries for round number 5. Our Platinum Products, round 5. All door cars need your lanes, please. 008 light by Page runs 63.9 on a 61. Dead on 8 on a 483 dial. 15 on the tree by Eric. Turns on the wind by 13 thou down at the other end of the racetrack. Well, I think that puts round number 4, our May race cars, round 4 of competition, into the record books, the history books. Glad to have everybody listening along on Motormania for our Jegs, Fuel Tech, FTI, Mickey Thompson, All-Star Performance. What's this one? Hanson Global. I had to turn around and look at Brian's shirt to make sure I got them all. Oh, did I miss that?
Jegs. Jegs.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today toll free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Great action as we continue to cleave these fields down, inching our way ever closer to a $100,000 winner this evening. We got our ladies shootout coming as well. And we still have a round of the 20K race to run. The ladies shootout time run will be held after Platinum Products round 5. So if you're going to be in the ladies shootout, the time run will be held after Platinum Products round 5, and here comes the semifinal in the no box. Cameron Mason, left side of the racetrack, Matt Rescia on the right side. Rescia, Little Fox Mustang. Mason dialed 694 in the pink, white, and black 4th generation Camaro. Rescia got a 639 on the window here. Both drivers heading toward pre-stage. Both drivers now in pre-stage. 3 cars remaining, setting up the final round in no box. Both drivers clean up the starting line. Rescia and the Mustang pulling right up next to the Camaro. Both of them driving the stripe strong, and it's going to be Matt Rescia. 639.9 on that 639 dial-in. Rescia had a 16 reaction time and took himself 9 thou worth of stripe. Down the end of the racetrack, it was Cameron Mason running 695.0 on a 694 dial-in. Cameron was 25 on the tree and just flat got worked on both ends of the track. So a nice job there from Matt Rescia to get himself into the final, and he'll be facing off against Brett Williamson. Now, the interesting thing about Williamson's car here, this is a full fiberglass-bodied 57 Chevy, the type that you could build a kind of a street rod out of, but he's put all the factory trim and stuff back on it. Looks like a steel-bodied car, very well done piece, and he has the bye into the final. Williamson dialed 639. All door cars remaining in competition should be in the staging lanes. All door cars remaining in competition should be in the staging lanes. Williamson 001 and coasts it to a 6:41.9 at 89.23 miles an hour. So Reschia and Williamson will be the final round pairing in no box, racing their way in for the shot to win $100,000 thanks to FTI and this 100K we got going on over the last couple of days. Going to pound on you here. Going to remind you that we have the ladies shootout race coming, the time run coming after this 5th round. So once we run through the 5th round of our categories, it will be time for the ladies shootout time runs to be made. We'll keep you updated on that, but please make sure you understand what's going on. Don't want anyone to miss it. When you came in the facility, you got a wristband. You need to be wearing that wristband when you enter and exit. You should have it on at all times. So you need to have a wristband on when you're entering and exiting the facility because we got folks working the gate out there that don't know you all by face or by name or by reputation. Maybe that's a good thing for some of you. But once again, if you got to have your wristband on if you're coming and going from the facility to help our gate staff.
Best losing package.
So we need the following racers to the timing tower, please, because we have awards for the best losing packages through the first 4 rounds, if you will. We need Bruce Thrift to come up and see us. We need Shannon Justice in the reentry race to come up and see us. We need Brian Kennedy to come up and see us. Dan Wheeler and Samantha Coughlin. So Samantha Coughlin, Dan Wheeler, Brian Kennedy, Shannon Justice, and Bruce Thrift. You have won your best round losing package thanks to Mickey Thompson, Autometer, thanks to Jegs, Champs Performance, and May Race Carbs for stepping up to the plate to award our racers who were great but not great enough to escape their particular round. And Shannon Justice, we have a box for you in the timing tower. So Shannon Justice, we need to see you as well as we have a box for you. And now we move into the door car category. So Steve Folk lining up on the left side, the beautiful Corvette Roadster on the right side. 543 the dial in for the Roadster. Folk dialed 617. Cars started in total in round number 5, and we're going to keep chopping them down as we see Steve Folk run down the racetrack, but he didn't run down there quick enough. 543.5 and a 543 dial-in with a 10 light on the right-hand side of the strip is going to move the racer in the Corvette ahead. Took 14th hour at the stripe down there. Less than 3 feet of distance at a speed of 122 miles an hour. Steve Folk was 620 on a 617 dial-in with a 0005 light, but just got beat at the stripe. Jack Liggett and Dave Engler coming up. Engler launches off the starting line in the Charger. Liggett in the wagon trying to chase him down, and at the finish line stripe, Liggett handles it. 10 light, 623.9 on a 623 dial, and he took himself about 2 feet of stripe down there in the station wagon, knocking out Dave Engler. Engler goes 678.3 on a 679, but he had a 40 light. Once he had that 40 light, it was over with because Liggett ate him up. Bob Payton and Brian Rockwell coming up right now. Payton dialed 618, left side of the drag strip. Rockwell 593 in that Roadster. racetrack. 6:15.9. Bob Payton goes too quickly and breaks out Brian Rockwell. 5:94.8 on a 5:93 dial with a 14 light. Brian Rockwell gets the job done. Payton was 15 on an 18 and got to the finish line first by 6.5 feet, or by just under 4 hun. So to clarify what we're doing with the $20,000 race, we are at least going to run second round of Dragster, but plan on running as late as possible depending on how time goes. So for those of you wondering about the 20, wanted to clarify, we are at least going to run second round of Dragster, and then we will go as late as we need to go in terms of our time here at the racetrack. Hopefully that clarifies it for you. Sorry to sow any confusion in the ranks out there as Gary Gross and Aaron Dysinger come up to the starting line. Dysinger, 620 dial into the 1978 Malibu, leaves with the wheels up. Gary Gross absolutely lights out on the starting line as Gross, a 0006 reaction time, 37 on a 36 dial. Does a wonderful job for himself there. So Gary Gross takes 41 on the stripe at the top end and moves to the next round. Dysinger, 22 on a 20 with a 28 light. Not going to cut the mustard here in Platinum Products round 5. Dave Gorby and Lee Newmeyer coming up. Gorby dialed 626, Newmeyer dialed 574. Pre-staged on the left side for Gorby out of Sheridan, Michigan. Newmeyer out of Shelby, Ohio. They are both clean off the starting line, one of them meaner than the other, and that meaner car was actually Gorby on the start, but Newmeyer got him at the finish line because Gorby broke himself out. Lee Newmeyer goes 575.6 and a 574 dial-in. He was 42 on the tree. Gorby was 10, and it looked like he had the race in hand, and he broke out, running 622.9 on a 626 dial and getting to the finish line most of a Camaro length ahead of Lee Newmeyer, taking just under 8 hun. Rob Saunders and John Corbin coming up on the left side. Corbin in his purple 68 Camaro. Saunders the 1969 Nova. Corbin dialed 562. Saunders dialed 590. That Nova picture-perfect launch as always with the front end up, but was it good enough to win the round? It wasn't. Saunders runs 90 with a 7, but he left with a 32 light. John Corbin, 63 on a 62, but an 0:15 reaction time. And 12th thou worth of margin at the finish line was his win light earner. So John Corbin advances himself onto the next round. We continue again. We're going to be down to somewhere mid-30s car count-wise. We are getting real tight out there on competition. Rob Saunders just wasn't good enough on the starting line there as Marco Abruzzi and Chris Dixon get ready to mix it up. Abruzzi right side of the racetrack in the pickup truck, 635 to dial in, and Chris Dixon in that little Chevy Nova dialed at 652. Marco Abruzzi, a world champion multiple times over, ice water in his veins and a 004 light. Goes 635 with a 1 on a 635 dial at a 5 thou package. Chris Dixon, 6509, 22 light, did not get there. Amanda Manuel and Steve Sisko. So Sisko dialed 651 in the third gen Camaro, and Amanda Manuel dialed 624 on the right side of the racetrack. Again, a reminder on our $20,000 race, we were at least going to run the second round of Dragster and may go further than that depending on what our time constraints look like. Another reminder, the ladies shootout. Time runs will happen after the conclusion of round 5, of which we are in right now. Daniels in. Cisco leaves, so doesn't Amanda. Amanda gets the win light. She goes 005 and dead on. How about that? 624.0, 005 light, another 5,000 pack this round is Steve Cisco. 50 on a 51 with a 13 light and got to the finish line 0.4 inches ahead of Amanda Manuel. Oy, oy, oy. Cisco's eliminated. Man. Sean Carpenter and Mark Daniels coming now. Daniels 525 to dial in, right side of the racetrack. Carpenter 594 on the left side. Oh man, you can see right up there in the middle of the racetrack, Carpenter's car moved to the inside. Daniels, the faster car, goes 525.2 with a 50 light. Margin there an inch. The amount of stripe, 5/10,000ths for Mark Daniels, 595.8 on a 594 dial-in for Sean Carpenter and a 34 light. And you saw the car kind of moving around out there, definitely scrubbed some ET up. But Mark Daniels, nice job in terms of setting the car up when he dragster doubles. Dragster doubles to lanes 3 and 4, please. Dragster doubles to lanes 3 and 4 with Tim Sloan left side, Daddy Mac right side. 571 dial for Mac, 486 dial for Tim Sloan. Red light start for Daddy Mac by 3 thou. Tim Sloan hits the tree for 9 and goes 86.1 on that 86 dial-in. For safety's sake, as Mac had already red lit there to start the race off. 71.6 on a 71. We need all dragster competitors to the lanes. All dragster competitors to the lanes, please. All dragster competitors to the lanes. Jeff Leonard, Chris Mancini. Mancini 619 on the dial-in board. Ledford dialed 527. Of course, we've talked about the Ledford family, one of the families that really started and helped to foster along the big money bracket racing world. Those $50,000 to win races that they have done at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex forever. And this guy's been around for basically every single one of them. 526.9 takes the win light. Both drivers, a double breakout situation there as Ledford was 005 on the tree, 526.9 on his 527 dial. Put him 5/10 thou off. Mancini was 618 on a 19 with a 19 light. He was 9 thou off what he set up to be. Kenny Underwood and Donnie Hagar left side. Underwood dialed 607 in the Pontiac Firebird. Hagar dialed 634. We need all dragster competitors to the lanes. All dragster competitors to the lanes, please. Wheels up, launch for Underwood. Hagar, no slouch himself off the starting blocks in this one. And it comes down to a very tight contest with Donnie Hagar, 634.8 on a 34 dial with an 11 reaction time. Hagar took himself 6 thou worth of stripe, which is just less than a foot. Wins the drag race. Underwood was a little better on the starting line, but he goes 608.6 on a 607 dial. So Donnie Hagar advances. Jody Davies and Corey Saint coming up right now. Saint dialed 651. Davies dialed 663. All dragster competitors, we need you to the lanes, please. All dragster competitors to the lanes. Saint and Davies fully staged. Red light start for Corey Saint. 24 thou red. 651.5 after a red light start. A tough one to swallow there for Corey Saint, but Jody Davies will take it. 662.9 with a 16 light. Dustin Shore and racing Jason Lynch. Lynch 537 the dial left side. Shore in the fearsome little Pinto dialed at 612 on the right side. Platinum Products round 5 eliminations. The tension, the pressure, the $100,000 prize looming one step closer each and every time we send a pair of cars down the drag strip. The Pinto zips off the starting line. Here comes Lynch, and Lynch ate him up. Jason Lynch, 536.0. On a 537 dial, it's a double breakout. Lynch was 11 on the tree. Jason Lynch, 9 thou off the number. Shore 10th thou off the number. 610.9 on his 612 dial. He was 18 on the tree. They kept the hammers down on both sides of that one. Is Scotty Richardson and Brent Williamson. Now, Williamson is in the final of the no box category, and he is getting into the heavy duty end of the door car category as well. Williamson dialed 615, Richardson dialed 627. A reminder, get your entries into the ladies shootout. $350 brought to us by Fuel Tech. 5,000 to win, 2,000 to runner-up, 1,000 in the semis. You can enter at the registration area. All shootout competitors will get a time run that will be had after we run Dragster. Scotty and Brett charging to the finish line stripe, and it's Williamson keeping himself alive in both categories. This laid the day, 6:18 on a 6:15 with a 10 reaction time, as Scotty Richardson went 6:26.9 on a 6:27 dial and got there 18th thou ahead of Brett Williamson. 3 feet out, and he was too quick by 5 measly 10th thou of a second. So Brett Williamson takes his way to the final in no box, and now he is down to 15 in the door car category. Steve Witherow, please see AJ at the top of staging. Steve Witherow, please see AJ at the top of staging. And as a reminder, as we are getting real close to start talking about some serious money around here, there is no stage lock on the tree. You have to make sure your car is solidly and fully staged. If the car is flickering the bulb and the tree arms, it will red light you if the car flinches. So make sure you are fully staged, solidly staged in there. We have legitimately multiple cameras set up that we have been monitoring this with, and we have been able to use some video evidence when we've needed to this weekend. We don't want to have to continue to go to that, but please, for your own good, make sure that thing that you're driving, whatever it is fully staged. Last and final call for dragsters to the staging lanes. Last and final call, all dragster competitors to the lanes. All right, we're going to move ourselves into round 5, Platinum Products Dragster, and I'm going to move you to the sultry tones of Hank.
Thanks, Brian. Oh, that's funny. Round number 5, Platinum Products of the Dragsters side. We have 32 dragsters remaining this round. And who wants to come up first? Hunter Patton. Left side, 463 the left. Right side, Hugh Meeks, 464 the dialing. Mitch Vincent, if you're listening, I'm still announcing. Hunter Patton getting help from Brodex. I think it says Go Lithium on the side of the car. 463 in the left, 464 in the right. 100th separates them in the dial-in. 7,000 separates them in the reaction time. Hunter's gonna be ahead up front and turn it into a win. Hunter, 15, 1 above 5 for the win in the left lane. Hugh was 22, 1 above 4. Hunter Patton, winner, left lane. Lane Dickin, Lebanon, Tennessee, Team Slushy. This one, I think, is Lane's own personal car. And then, of course, Jeff Burns has the 2 fast blower cars. And he's got the twin Slushy machine. Shanna Stone, vintage race car trailers. Husband looking on. Lane Dickin, 18, dead 1, 19 total for the win. Shanna, 30 and 11 thou under, no good in the right side. Bryson Scruggs, Tedesco Racing, Mosier Engineering, nephew of Jason Lynch. Left side, 477, Lexi Tanner. Right side, 479. Bryson Scruggs, 11, 8 thou under for the victory on the double breakout affair. Lexi Tanner in the right lane was 16 and also 8 thou under. Yeah, they were both 8 thou under. Winner, left side, Bryson Scruggs. Tanya Pruitt, left side, 471. Bob Mandel, right side, 463. Bob's Profab. Bob has a race car shop, makes chassis, builds cars. The Kick Booty team, I am not sure what they do, but they got a lot of cars and they do a lot of racing. Bob Mandel, 35 dead, 2, 37 total. Right side for the win. Tanya Pruitt was 53 and 1 above, no good. Winner, right side, Bob Mandel. Chris Bear, left side, Curtis, Ohio. David George, right side, Monktown, Maryland. Chris Bear gets help from APD, Ambrusi Transmissions, Mickey Thompson Tires, Mosier Engineering, Penske Shocks, Wiseco Pistons, and American Race Cars, Travis Colangelo, who's here racing with us. 472 in the left, 507 in the right.
All right, ladies shootout time runs. Bring them on up, put them in lanes 1 and 2. So the ladies Fuel Tech shootout, bring them on up to 1 and 2, put them in the lanes for your time run. Also, top dragster, top sportsman competitors. I need your car numbers here in the tower. There's only been 5 top sportsmen and 5 top dragsters. Give me their car number so I can start pulling qualifying information. So if you are going to run top dragster or top sportsman in our main event, please come to the tower and tell me your car number so I can start pulling qualifying information for you.
Chris Bear, left side, was 21, dead 9 for the win in the left. David George, right side, 55 and 5 thou under, no good. Brett Martin left side, Tim Thomas right side, 468. The faster dialing in the right lane, 481 in the left lane. Left side, 006, one above 0. Brett Martin getting the win in the left lane. Tim Thomas, 37, 2 thou under, no good. Sherman Adcock, right side, 465, the dial-in. Left side, Zach Fisher, 473, the dial-in. Zach Fisher gets away with one. He's 39, one above 7 for the win in the left. Sherman Adcock was 3 thou too quick in the right, turning on the red light. No good for Sherman. We had 32 dragsters this round. Carl Drake Jr. right side, Tracy Sons left side. Identical up front. Tracy Sons left side, 009, dead 0 for the win. Carl Drake, 009 also. 2 thou under, getting there first, 2 thou. Winner left side, Tracy Sons. Marty Martin, La Plata, Maryland, left side. Jason Enfinger, Columbia, Alabama, right side. Jason, 4.45 the dial-in in the right lane. Marty Martin, 4.90 in the left lane. Hi, Leon. Marty Martin, 13, 19 thou under for the win in the left. Jason Enfinger was 1 thou red in the right. No good for Jason Enfinger. His day comes to a stop. Marty Martin, winner, left lane. Paul Campanella, right side, out of Wilmington, Delaware. 471, the dial-in. Kyle Coltrera, Elliott, Maine. 463 the dial. Elliott, Maine was settled in 1623. Coltrera, 10, 1 above 8 for the win. Campanella, 27, 1 above 0, no good in the right. Winner, Kyle Coltrera, left side. Scotty Richardson, left side. Barberville, Kentucky, 486 the dial-in. Bill Swain, right side, Ionia, Michigan, 466 the dial-in. inch. No good. Bill Swain, 14, dead 9 for the win in the right lane. Scotty was 009, 24 above the dial, no good. Bill Swain, right lane winner. Donnie Burleson, right side, Richmond, Texas, 455 the dial. Dustin Shore, left side, 459 the dial. Cheryl Shaw in New York. Way, way out east. Hi, Cheryl Shaw. Donnie, 003, 1 above 2 for the win in the right-hand side. Dustin was 19 and 6 thou under, trying to make a race of it, no good for Dustin Shore. Jeff McClure, right side, Cress, Texas. I have a gun called Chris 45. Fred Schuett, left side, 523 in the left, 515 in the right. They're both 001 red. Win goes to the right lane to Jeff McClure as he left second. Jeff McClure, 001 red for the victory in the right lane. No true start being used here today. Sean Langdon, left side, 460 the dial in. Right side, not on file, 474 the dial. Sean's in trouble. Right side, 21, 2 above 3 for the win. Sean Langdon was 38, 1 above 3, no good. Winner, right side. Val Torres, right side, Valinda, California, 467 the dial-in. Tom Stalba, left side, 484 the dial-in. The AA Auto Salvage Tom Stalba machine in the left. Stalba, 25 in his change in pocket. 001, dead 6, 7 total for Tom Stalba. Torres, 26, 2 above, 46 total, no good for Val Torres in the right. Tom Stalba Jr. will win in the left-hand lane.
Jegs.
So that was the end of round 5, Platinum Products round. We are making history. Well, I say that we have one more pair of dragsters. We're making history, though. 1.1 million, largest paying drag race ever. It will happen this week, Saturday night.
Truck owners know the dilemma. Settle for a harsh ride with heavy-duty performance or a nice soft ride that won't haul squat. With strutmasters.com, you can have it all. Introducing our heavy-duty air suspension kit that comes with everything you need, and it bolts right on. Your truck will haul like a boss and ride like a caddy. Get a complete air suspension kit for your truck at strutmasters.com or call us at 866-597-2397.
Eric Pavasich, Polo, Illinois, left side, 483 the dial. David George, right side, 506 the dial. Identical up front. Win right side, 28, dead 6. Excuse me, dead 8. David George, Moncton, Maryland, winner right side.
Jegs. With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at Jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at Jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is Jegs.com.
doing a little track prep for the ladies. Ladies are going to have their time run. And I would say we would do another round of the 100K race. We will have 2 no-box cars remaining this round. We will have 15 box cars remaining and 16 dragsters remaining. All lady competitors, if you raced in the 100K today, you still get a time run right now for the ladies' race. No box. Our 2 no box competitors to the lanes, please. Brittany Harrison, right side, 13. Runs a 6.16. Left side not on file. 40 and runs a 6:01. Melissa Taylor, left side. And the Fat Mats, sauces and rubs. Carrie Bell Visconti, is that correct? What do you think, Brian?
Visconti, yes.
Visconti. You gotta use the Onis when they're out east.
Yep.
Right side 17 and 5 flat. Left side close, 19 red and 10-13. Rose Ezel, left side. Allison Prose, right side. 009 in the right, 460 in the right, 629 in the left. I'm going to give the mic back to Brian Loans, the NHRA, the man.
Thanks very much, Hank, as we continue on with our time runs here for the Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout. Going to be good. Rosie Zell, that last run down next to Allison Pros as burnouts being made by our competitors here. Maddie Malone on the right side of the racetrack and Ms. McCormick on the left side, both completing their burnouts. These time runs here, 40-some competitors, we believe, somewhere in that neighborhood. Next time we see them, it will be round one eliminations. Starting line looking good out there. Jimmy Bradshaw along with the crew here at US 131 Motorsports Park doing a spectacular job maintaining our starting line. Through very busy days of competition. 451.7. 154.43 left side of the racetrack. Maddie goes 585.1, 118.76. So we have our certificates for our racers that had the first dead zero runs of the week, and these happened earlier. We called you yesterday, but please come up and get these. David Davis and Anthony Schmall. Thanks to Crew Chief Pro Software, you each, David Davis and Anthony Schmall, have earned a $50 gift certificate towards Crew Chief Pro Software products. And Kenny Underwood, we'd like to see you in the timing tower as you are the recipient of $150 from SFG Promotions and PlatinumProducts.com because you were the best losing package in round 5. So you come up and collect your $150 gift certificate from the folks at PlatinumProducts.com. Amanda Campbell, Carla Pontillo coming up now. Pontillo, I should say. Pontillo smokes the tree for a 12, goes 496.8. At 145.58, Amanda Campbell, 567 at 120.29. Christine Kurbitz and Maddie Gill coming up. Maddie driving a Mustang out of Grafton, Ohio. Christine Kurbitz from Holly, Michigan. Left-hand side of the racetrack. The Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout. More big money on the line, as that is the story of this week. $5,000 to win tonight for the Ladies Shootout, presented by Fuel Tech. $2,000 to runner-up, $1,000 in the semis. Christine Kurbitz goes 482.9 at 140.98. Maddie Gill goes 651.9 at 105.24. So next pair back up. Caitlin Smith, right side. Lauren Freer on the left side of the racetrack. We need Brett Williamson to the staging lanes, please. Brett Williamson rolling in right now. See that? See how that works? Bam. The guy just appeared out of nowhere. We conjured him. Freer goes 462.9 at 149.70. Caitlin Smith goes 457.2 at a $151.62. Kayla Costello left side, the FTI Performance Dragster. The Still Racing Machine on the right side. Maria Cross on the right-hand side of the racetrack in that dragster. We need Ultronics round 6 door car to the staging lanes, please. Ultronics round 6 door car competitors to the staging lanes, please. There are 15 of you. Ultronics door car round 6 to the staging lanes, please. All 15 of your bad selves to the lanes. Caleb Costello, a little jumpy on the starting line, goes 474.4 at 145.91. Miss Cross goes 516.2 at 132.94, the right-hand side of the racetrack. Katrina Carpenter, right side. Lindsey Butler, left side of the racetrack from Westerville, Ohio. And Ultronics round 6. Door cars to the staging lanes, please. Ultronics round 6. Door cars to the lanes. Lindsay stages the car. Hits the tree for a 2. And goes 470 flat at 147.06 as Katrina Carpenter goes 478.7 at 143.54. Nicole Medicis, Marilyn Laster coming up right now. Marilyn completing a burnout second over there. Nicole, left-hand side of the racetrack. From Polo Heights, Illinois. That sounds like a nice place. Polo Heights. Right? Sounds a little bit above my income level, but I like it. I'd like to live in Polo Heights. It's Palos Heights. Totally off the radar now. Does not sound nearly as cool. Well, it was good while it lasted. Not Polo Heights, Palos Heights. That's a letdown. We'll find out how Nicole Medicis rolls her dragster down the left-hand lane, and Marilyn Laster, right-hand side. .009 on the tree. 49.03 at 136 miles an hour for Nicole, and Marilyn Laster goes 477.8 at 142.86. Got a bunch of Chevettes on the grounds this weekend. This one may be the cleanest. Kylie Thaxton, right side of the racetrack of that bright red little Chevette, and Ashley Cole. Ashley Cole, a little bit quick out of the hole, goes 521 at 133.45, and Kylie Thaxton goes 684.4 at 98.88. Lexi Tanner on the right side of the racetrack. Mia Tedesco on the left. Tedesco. Creeping ahead, that little dragster of hers. .472.3 at 145.68 left side, and Lexi Tanner goes 479.6 at 143.49 on the right side. Carly Truler coming out of the burnout. We need a parts call here. Colton Monson is looking for 62 to 65 squirters for an alcohol carburetor. So if you have alcohol carburetor parts, a set of squirters in the 62 to 65 range. Colton Monson is looking for the help. As we go down the racetrack here, 487 at 141 miles an hour as Carly Trueller goes 629.4 at 111. Carol McCarty and Paige Coughlin. Carol McCarthy, 467.2 on the right side of the racetrack at under 47.44. Paige Coughlin, 461 at 146 miles an hour on the left side. Caroline McCarty, left-hand side, the wheel-standing 1968 Rambler wagon. Super, super cool car as she is inching her way in there. Very well done. Pontiac Firebird in purple on the right side. Caroline wheel stands her way out of the hole. Goes 661.8, speed of 78.91 miles an hour. 830 at 84 for the Pontiac on the right. Sterling Dixon from Chesterfield, Virginia, left side of the racetrack. Race Tech dragster over there. Good looking dragster on the right side as well as we continue on with these time runs. A few cars left to run. Final call. All remaining door cars in competition should be in the staging lanes. All remaining door cars in competition should be in the lanes. .475.7 at 146 miles an hour. Left side, Sterling Dixon goes 469.8 at 148.51. Christina Schneider, left-hand side. McKenna Brown on the right. Ultronics round 6, dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Ultronics round 6, dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. We have called Ultronics lane 6 door cars. You all should be there. McKenna Brown from Florida, Schneider from Michigan, both of them just running down against the clock here. Taking their time run before we go into E1 of the Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout in a little while. 466.1 with a 009 light for Krista Schneider. McKenna Brown goes 459.3 at 151.52 with a 25 light. Cameron Mason and Michelle Taylor. Taylor backing up on the right side from Portage, Michigan. Mason from Winnebago, Illinois. The starting line goes 441.3 at 157 miles an hour as Cameron Mason 696.3 at 98.06 miles an hour. And these are the last two female runners. Pre-stage, both sides. Samantha in the wagon. Here we go. .4702, 145.40. Samantha Coughlin goes 6:10.2 at 113.26. There you have it. Time runs completed for the Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, which we will begin in just a little while. First, or the next thing we're going to see headed down the racetrack will be our no-box final round, followed by our round of 15 in the door car category. We do need all remaining dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. All remaining dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Ultronics round 6 on tap.
Hey guys, here at the Jegs SFG Million at US 131 Motorsports Park in Michigan, and I am with Andre Nunez of Fuel Tech. And Andre, we know that Fuel Tech is humongous in heads-up drag racing. You guys have been a major force in drag radial competition, really pro-modified. But sportsman racing is becoming a bigger part of what Fuel Tech's doing. Why and how?
Yeah, so I joined the company about 1.5 years ago now, and when I originally joined, they were, I saw the product, I was familiar with it, already ran it in a import car that we had, and I knew it was a great product that had a lot of features available, and it was coinciding at the same time that the FT450 and the 550 came out, right? So it was a much more achievable price point and more accessible to a lot of people, but they were kind of hung up on, we need fuel injection and all these guys are carbureted, right? And I was like, okay, so we do fuel injection, but we also data log. We're a touch screen, like we can shift the car. Now we have a delay box function integrated into it. We've gone as far as to making firmwares or software specifically for bracket racing to make life easier on all the tech guys, so that you can actually just turn it on, make sure that it has the Sportsman firmware in there, and you know that that car is legal. It can't do anything that it's not supposed to. So we're taking a really big interest in this. I mean, it's huge. Here we are racing in a couple days for
big dollars,
$1.1 million. I'm still blown away by this. I still can't wrap my head around it.
And if you're unfamiliar with Fuel Tech's products, one of the most amazing things about them is they're all
A continued step toward a $100,000 payday this afternoon, this evening. Brett Williamson is having himself a heck of a day. He is still in the other door car category, as well as this final in foot brake, or rather in no box. Ultronics round 6 here. Matt Richez on the left side of the Mustang dialed 639, and Brett Williamson looking to collect $1,000 and to continue with 2 entries remaining in the round of 16. If he can pull this off, it would be awesome. Yeah, guys racking up round wins. Matt Richeza. A little Fox Mustang. You see the 639 dial in on the window. Both cars in pre-stage. You can hear them starting to load them up against the converter. Here comes Richeza first. Williamson going to lock it in. And away we go. Brett Williamson, the 1957 Chevrolet, trying to put a fender on him, a bumper on him. Can't do it. Matt Richeza, your winner in the no box category, continues his quest on for the $100,000. Williamson will too, because he's in both categories. Richeza goes 6.406 on a 639 dial, 104 miles an hour, and Williamson goes 615 on a 16. He broke out by 2 thou. He got to the margin, I should say, finish line 2 thou ahead of Richeza, breaking out. If you lost a cell phone by the starting line, see AJ Ash, because he has it, and you're just going to describe the phone, you can get it back. Once again, if you lost a cell phone, AJ's got it. Just describe the phone, we'll get you hooked up. So congratulations to Matt Richeza winning $1,000 and continuing on for the potential to win $100 this afternoon. Brett Williamson still in that other door car category, so he'll keep on marching, but nicely driven race by Matt Richeza. Donnie Hagar and Austin Sloan. 543 the dial in for Sloan. Hagar 634 the dial in on the left-hand side. So there are 15 cars left in the box door car category, 16 dragsters left. Both of them in and both of them gone. Donnie Hagar looking over his right shoulder. Austin Sloan shows up and the wind light comes on. 544.0 on the 543 dial. He's 18 on the tree. Donnie Hagar, 633.6. He dialed 634. Hagar was 28 on the tree. Took 3 thou stripe and broke out in the process. So Hagar breaks out. Austin Sloan drives his way on to the next round. Jack Liggett and Brian Rockwell coming up. Rockwell in the Roadster, dialed 594. Liggett dialed 622. Wagon leaves first, and here comes the Roadster. And Jack Liggett in that wagon has been a sharpshooter, and oh man, Liggett's going to see a 0005 reaction time, and he's not going to see the win arrow, as Brian Rockwell was 21 in the tree and then ran the dial with a 0. 594.0 on his 594 dial, 29.10 thou margin for Rockwell. He got there first, 5.5 inches at 114 miles an hour, and Jack Liggett was 624.4 on a 622 dial in. Just did not have enough in the tank, and Rockwell moves on. That was a squeaker, and Liggett's going to be sick when he looks at the front end of that time slip. John Corbin and Amanda Manuel coming up right now. Manuel dialed 624 right side. Corbin 561 on the left. Pre-stage is Corbin. Manuel now pre-staged. In bumps Corbin. Red light start for John Corbin. 2 thou early for Corbin. Emmanuel was there for the taking. She was 53, goes 625.1 on a 24 dial, but it was all over once Corbin went 002 red. Ends up running 5.603 at 123.93, so Amanda Manuel in the pickup truck returns for the next round as Mark Daniels and Jody Davies come up next. Daniels 525 the dial on the right, Davies 662 the dial on the left. Final call, all dragsters. Final call, all dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Final call, all dragsters. Daniels going to try to run down Davies. Success. 526.5 on a 25 dial. 001 reaction time. Took 32 at the stripe, and he wins the deal by 5 feet. Jody Davies runs 65 on a 62 with a 17 reaction time. But Mark Daniels, nicely done there. He was 15 thou off the dial. Davies, 31 thou off, and that is just too much as Tim Sloan and Marco Abruzzi get ready to rock and roll here. Abruzzi from Warren, Ohio, delivered a crushing sub-10 thou package in the last round. We'll find out what Sloan can do here with a 486 dial on the window of his Oldsmobile Cutlass. Red light start for Abruzzi by 7,000. So Tim Sloan will be heading on to the next round. Sloan was 008, goes 486.2 on top of that 86 dial-in. Abruzzi just legged it through. 636.4, 106.66. So Tim Sloan, well-driven race, moves on to the next round as racing Jason Lynch comes up on the left side, dial 537, and Lee Newmeyer, right side. In that Chevy Vega, dialed 573. Getting down to it here. If you're in competition still in a dragster and you are not in the lanes, you are late. And if you lost your cell phone, find AJ Ash at the head of staging. If you can describe the phone, you'll get it back. And Jason Lynch went for the juggler on the starting line, and he got it. 5.401 on a 37 dial. Let you know how big the swing was on the reaction times here. Lynch was 003, taking 40 at the finish line for the win light. Lee Newmeyer, 576 on a 73 dial and a 36 reaction time. Lynch handled his business. Brett, we know that you're pitted 3.5 miles from the starting line, but we'll take you whenever you can get here. Couple of cars left to run on the door car side, then we'll move over to the dragsters. Ultronics round 6 at the FTI $100,000 race. We're going to run this to completion tonight. We have our Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, and as we mentioned before, at minimum, we will run the second round of dragster in the $20,000 race, and then we'll proceed from there depending on what our time constraints are. So starting tomorrow, Thursday, please unplug any wheel speed or drive shaft sensors on your car. Per race control up here, starting tomorrow, you will need to unplug any wheel speed or drive shaft sensors on your race cars, and we will be providing spot checks on that. And Brett has arrived in the 57 Chevrolet. He's a hustling guy today. Buy's going to make the first pass. We got 3 cars remaining, obviously, here, so the buy run's going to run. Give Brett a little bit more time to get his program tightened up there in the staging lanes to get himself ready to go. So Gary Gross going to have the buy run here. 536 will be on the dial-in board. Gary Gross, pre-staged. Really nice looking roadster there. Flame job on it, got the louvers in the front fenders. Good looking piece. He goes 10 red, then goes 537 ooh at 128.34. And Brett is in his 57 Chevrolet. Ledford is in his Corvette. That'll be the last pair of door cars, and we'll go into dragster. Got some fresh arrivals. Been coming in a pretty steady stream all day. Been seeing some fresh arrivals here, and probably going to be the order of business over the course of the week. At least for the next day or two. And here comes our final pair of door cars, right side of the racetrack. Ledford left side, Brett in the 57. So Williamson going to try to push out of memory his final round loss in the no box category. It shouldn't be too tough to do. Made a pretty stout run out there, but Matt took care of his business in the Mustang. And Ledford dialed 526, Williamson dialed 615. Jeff Ledford sitting in pre-stage, the Pro Systems Carbs sponsored Corvette. We need Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, round 1 to lanes 3 and 4. Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, round 1 to lanes 3 and 4. Both cars in. Red light start for Williamson. Missed it by 1.001 red for Williamson. Goes 646.2 coasting through as Jeff Ledford races his way onto the next round. Ledford goes 527.5 on a 26 dial, had a 20 light. Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, we need you to the staging lanes for round 1 eliminations. Round 6 action here. Ultronics round 6 in Dragster is on the way, quite literally around the corner. 16 cars here. So away we go with dragster action, and it has been hot and heavy on both sides of this thing. The dragster category has been brutal, as it always is. Honey Wayne on the left side and Jeff McClure on the right side. McClure dialed 514. Patton dialed 463. Whack the throttle a time or two and pull that baby down into gear. It's going to set up our round of 8. And you can see him getting settled in the car there as he inches ahead, adjusted the helmet real quick, moved himself around in the cockpit, and he is ready to go. And he is very thinly staged, rolled it in a little bit deeper. That's the right move. Jeff McClure, not afraid, not intimidated, but not going to get a win light. 63.6 on a 63 dial, and he's 17 on the tree. Patton takes 4th thou stripe, wins by 11.6 inches. Jeff McClure, 15.9 on a 14 with a 009 reaction time. Not bad, but not as good as Hunter. So Patton moves to the round of 8. Lane Dickin and Bob Mandel coming up right now. Mandel 463 the dial in right side. Lane Dickin 455 the dial left side. And we are looking for first round of the Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout. To the staging lanes now, please. Reaction times favoring Lane Dickin, and you saw Dickin on and off the throttle very late in that run. He had a significant 500ths advantage off the starting line and was probably concerned about his location on the racetrack, waiting for Mandel to show up, so he wrapped the throttle once. Goes 57 on a 55 at 145 miles an hour to get the win. Mandel runs 462.2 on a 63 dial, and he didn't get there first. Lane Dickin got to the finish line with a 22 margin in his back pocket. Dave George and Bryson Scruggs coming up now. Scruggs left side of the racetrack, part of the Tedesco Racing team, dialed 476. David George dialed 506 on the right side of the racetrack. Bryson Scruggs and David George putting on a clinic out here, and it's Scruggs 77.8 on a 76 dial with an 11 reaction time as George runs 07 on an 06. He was 18 at the tree. 31.10 thou for Bryson Scruggs. That's how much stripe he took, which works out to 7.3 inches at 141 miles an hour. So Bryson Scruggs moves on. Had a little bit in his pocket on the starting line. George was tighter to the dial. George was 14 off the dial. Scruggs was 18, but the 11 to the 18 light was his advantage, and he used up just about all of it. Tracy Sons and Tom Stalba Jr. Jr. on the right side, dialed 483. Sons on the left side, dialed 461. Wrapping the throttle down track was Tracy Sons, and it was the right move. 461.9, 461 dial in, 18 light, 19 thousandths package, moving Tracy Sons along in the program. Took 15 at the finish line for Sons and took the win light as well. Stalba went 485.0 on a 483 dial in, had a 22 light. Pretty solid run on all ends, but just not as good as what Tracy Sons put together on the left side of the track, and that final throttle wrap, for good measure, helped things for Sons to tighten it up a little bit. Brent Martin and Bill Swain. Swain right side. Diamond Race Cars, Landing Electric, Todd's Extreme Paint, dialed 466, and Brent Martin from Maryland, dialed 480. Final call for our Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout competitors. Final call, Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, round one to the lanes. Tough one out here on both sides, but it's going to be Bill Swain. 467.0 on a 66 dial with a 28 light. Swain takes 6 at the finish line. Just over a foot, as Brent Martin was 481.1 on a 480 dial, but he was 34 on the starting line to Swain's 28. The 28 to 34 computes to 6 seconds, of course, differential, and the differential at the finish line, 6 seconds favoring Bill Swain. 6 thou, I should say. Chris Bear and Jeff Serra. Serra right side from Reinhold, Pennsylvania, 476 the dial, and Curtis Bear on the left side, dial 472. Last few cars rolling out of the staging lanes and around the corner. Be down to quarterfinal action in door car and dragster. Only 4 Huns separating the two. On the starting line, we'll find out who can put together the best program here, 660 feet. We'll get the answer. Ladies Shootout competitors, this is the last and final call. You should be in the lanes, and those of you in the lanes should be getting ready to get in cars. We're going to be moving right along. light start for Chris Bayer. 14 thou red for Bayer on the left side of the drag strip. 5:01.6 for Jeff Serra at 108.56 miles an hour. Curtis Bayer, 472 after going 14 red. Jeff Serra advances. Kyle Coltrera and Marty Martin. Martin from Maryland, Coltrera from Elliott, Maine. 463 is what Kyle Coltrera is going to try to dial up on his side of the racetrack. Martin's looking to go 490. Mickey Thompson, VP Racing Fuels, AXL Hauling, and InMotion Solution, as well as IBH, the sponsors for Kyle Coltrera. Has been an NHRA divisional champion, has had his fair share of moments in the sun as far as money bracket racing goes, but this would be a career best. Pulling off the 100K tonight, maybe more this week. Ultronics, round 6 eliminations. Final 2 pairs of cars and drags are getting ready to run. Both killer reaction times. This one's living up to the hype, and it's going to go over to Marty Martin. Martin 001 on the tree, 89.9 on a 90. Coltrera was 9 on the tree, goes 462.5 on a 63 dial-in. Martin was 5.10 thou off the dial. Coltrera 48 thou off the dial. That was a dogfight down there, and it goes to Marty Martin. Double breakout win. Zach Fisher and Donnie Burleson. So Zach Fisher dialed 475, Donnie Burleson 456. .456.6 on a 456 dial-in for Donnie Burleson with a 17 reaction time. Burleson gets the job done, and Zach Fisher 473.4 on the 475 dial-in. Burleson better at the starting line by a bunch, got there first. Took a hun at the finish line, just over 2 feet. So Burleson advances on to the round of 8. Next pair of cars we see will be the ladies' shootout, presented by Fuel Tech.
Jegs. With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Both burnouts complete. Going to start with a couple of door slammers. 629 the dial in for Rosie Zell left side. Mady Gill. 653 the dial, the Mustang on the right. Maddie. Maddie from Grafton, Ohio. Rose from Bayou Country down Louisiana. First pair in the ladies' shootout, and a red light there for Maddie Gill. You saw the bulb flashing. The car very, very thinly staged. Rosie Zell powers down 630 at 109.12 miles an hour. Cameron Mason and Brittany Harrison coming up right now. Harrison, the 1997 Mustang, dialed 616, and Cameron Mason, 695, the dial-in on the 97 Camaro. Once again, you got to make sure you are fully staged, solidly staged. There is no stage lock in this system that we are using here, so you need to be all in. Red light start for Cameron Mason. 009 is Brittany Harrison. 39 on the tree, and Harrison going to run down the racetrack 6:17.5 at 111 miles an hour, but Cameron Mason 6:92.6 at 98 miles an hour. Annalise LeBlanc coming up on the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Vegas station wagon. Annalise, one of the New England contingent out here competing, dialed 601. The beautiful gold Nova on the right side, dialed 584. Annalise looks over to her right and sees a wind light come on in the right lane. 587.1 and a 584 dial with a 43 light. Annalise got there too quick, going 6004 on a 601 dial, taking 4 feet of stripe along the way. She was at a slight disadvantage on the starting line. Annalise had a 54 light. Other side of the racetrack was looking at a 43. So Annalise is eliminated by breakout. Nicole Mendeces and Lexi Tanner on the way up now. Lightning Lexi on the right side, dialed 478, a recent graduate of the Junior Dragster program, and she is coming out swinging. Nicole Mendeces dialed 489 on the left side. Mendeces gets the job done, 4.904 on an 89 dial with a 007 reaction time. Mendeces took 50 at the finish line, about 10 feet worth. Lexi Tanner, 478.2 on a 78 dial-in. But the 69 reaction time let her down because Nicole Mendeces hit the tree for 007. Mia Tedesco left side of the racetrack, and Kylie Thaxton on the right. Thaxton in the Chevette dialed 683, and Mia in her dragster dialed 471. One racer out there wondering we're not having a guys shootout, and the fact is because the girls are way cooler than you. That's why that's happening. That's why this whole thing is happening. Wow, Thaxton and Mia just about dead even on the tree, but it's Mia Tedesco, 471.3 on the 471 dial-in. As Kylie Thaxton was 20 on the tree, just a little bit better, a thou better than Mia was, but she broke out going 6.804 on a 683 dial-in and taking 30 at the finish line. About a 6-foot margin for Kylie Thaxton getting there first, which is, I guess, about the full length of a Chevette, and she breaks out. So 471.3 at 146. Mia Tedesco moves on. Amanda Campbell, Caribel Visioni. So the dial-in in the left lane for Amanda Campbell, 567. For Carrie Bell on the right side, 501. Visioni. First to pre-stage, Campbell. Now there as well. Campbell's out of the blocks, as is Visioni. Both clean, and Visioni gets the win light. 5:02.2, 5:01 dial, 19 reaction time. As Amanda Campbell breaks out, runs a 65 on a 67, getting there 1 thou ahead of Visioni. 4.5 inches for Amanda Campbell, the difference between winning and losing. Campbell too quick, eliminated by breakout. Visioni moves on to the round 2 shootout. Fuel Tech ladies race here this evening. Shanna Stone right side. So we got a Coughlin family member up here on the left side. I believe that's Paige Coughlin out there. And then Jegs Dragster's moving on. Shanna Stone, 0001 red. Time slip will read 0001 red. As as Samantha Coughlin goes 4:58.3 at 151 miles an hour. 12 reaction time. She is on the ball. Maria Cross, right side of the racetrack, dial 515. V's House of Horsepower, the sponsor, and Krista Schneider. Schneider, 465, the dial in for the supercharged Zumi-equipped big block sitting behind her head. Krista Schneider, Maria Cross. Next peer down as the shadows get long here at US 131 Drag Motorsports Park. Krista Schneider, 001 red. So Maria Cross, 5:16.1, 020 on the tree, advances. Schneider missed the tree, but runs her dial with a 4. Tough break there for Krista. Now we go to Christine Kurbitz and Carla Pontillo. Jack Liggett, you are the Ultronics Round 6 Best Losing Package, so come on up to the timing tower, second floor, and get your prize. Ultronics providing the Best Losing Package racer of Round 6 with a gift. Jack Liggett, that is you. Coming up and see us. Christine Kurbitz gets staged and gets gone quick. Kurbitz goes 86 on an 84 for the win light. Had 200s in her pocket leaving the starting line. 022 light, Cara Pontillo went 46. Kurbitz took 28 Hun of stripe at the big end of the racetrack and advances on to the next round, about a 6-foot physical differential down there. Carla Pontillo goes 498.5 at 145 miles an hour, had a 46 reaction time, and that was the big trouble for her. Caroline McCarty and Allison Prose coming up. Prose in the dragster, McCarty in the wheel-standing 68 Rambler station wagon, dialed 611. Prose dialed 460 on the right side. Wheels up and gone for the wagon, and here comes Allison Prose in the dragster. Don't count that wagon out because it just won the round. 6:12.3 on a 6:11 with a 32 light for Caroline McCarty. That was the math that worked. The math that didn't work for Allison Prose was going 4:58.9 on a 460 dial-in and getting to the finish line first by 3.5 feet or 22 thou. So we got Penske Racing Shocks Round 7 door cars. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Penske Racing Shocks Round 7 door cars to lanes 1 and 2. There are 9 of you left because you just had to be difficult and couldn't be 8. That's fine. We'll let you get away with it this time. Penske Racing Shocks door cars to the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Kayla Costello on the left side of the racetrack. 474 the dial-in, 486 the dial on the right side. A brilliant 005 reaction time is for naught because Kayla Costello just stole that one back. 475.7 on a 474 dial with a 34 light for Kayla Costello wins because her competitor going 485.8 on a 486 dial got to the finish line first by 48 thou and broke out. 005 light on the right side. That's a tough way to go out. No easy way to lose one of these things, but that one's hard. Took about 10 feet at the stripe at 141.78 miles an hour. Carly Truler and Marilyn Laster on the right side. Laster dialed 477. Carly dialed 628. Carly Truler locked in. Red light start for Carly by 2 thou. Marilyn Laster. Your winner, 478.7, 143.54 miles an hour is Carly, 629.9 at 111.36 after the 002 red light. Penske Racing Shocks remaining door cars to lanes 1 and 2. Penske Racing Shocks, remaining door cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. Katrina Carpenter and Lauren Freer. Freer left side of the racetrack, 463 the dial, and Carpenter dial 478. St. Pete, Florida, home for Katrina. Mooresville, North Carolina, home for Lauren Freer. Lauren Freer, second to stage here. Red light start for Freer by 69 thou. So Katrina Carpenter, 478.8 on the 78 dial with a 16 light, put together a nice run. Lauren Freer barely missed the tree, then goes 465 at 149 miles an hour to end her evening of racing. Melissa Taylor and Michelle Taylor on the way now. Melissa Taylor driving the 1010 dialed Chevy Cavalier-ish machine, right? That's a Cavalier. It's not a Cobalt. That's a Cavalier. Okay. It is the Cobalt. Perunk. Michelle Taylor is dialed 441. So Melissa, the Ecotec little 2.2 4-cylinder motor here for Melissa Taylor. The Fat Matt's barbecue sauce name on the side. This is going to be the longest spread we will see of the entire weekend until that car races again tomorrow. Then we'll probably see a longer one as well. But Michelle Taylor will be sitting there nearly 6 seconds. You can hear the little four-banger running for its life, and here comes Taylor, and she is not messing around as Taylor takes the win light. 445.2, 441 dial, 008 on the tree. Melissa Taylor in the door slammer went 10-12 on a 10-10 dial, but had a 136 reaction time, and that was lights out. Michelle Taylor took one Cobalt length at the finish line, 11.3 feet, or a tenth for the win light. She came up a speed differential of 80 miles an hour in the 8th mile. Yikes. Caitlin Smith on the right side of the racetrack, that beautiful purple and fuchsia machine on the left side. 471 the dial in left side. So an announcement for our $20,000 race competitors. We are going to run first round of dragster tonight, guaranteed. Maybe third round, depending on what we have for time to work with. The race will be run to completion tomorrow. After the re-entry of the second $100,000 race, we will then run the $20,000 race to completion. Yeah, exactly. Crystal clear on that. Definitely the dragster round tonight, maybe round 3 of the 20K race, but it will be finished tomorrow, starting after the re-entry round of the next $100,000 event. Caitlin Smith dialed 457, and Tanya Pruitt dialed 471. Pruitt on the left side of the racetrack, Caitlin Smith on the right side. Off and gone, both clean, both quick. Win line for Pruitt, 471.9, 471 dial-in, 23 reaction time. And on the right side of the racetrack, Caitlin Smith went 4.603 and a 4.57 dial-in and had a 15 light. The car just wasn't dialed tight enough, 33 off the number. Pruitt went through, took 15, and the win light. Just 9 thou off the dial, running 71.9 on that 71. Nice run there for Tanya. Paige Coughlin and Ashley Cole. Paige dialed 461, Cole dialed 520. Final call for the Penske Racing Shocks door car, round 7, competitors to the lanes. This one's going to be wild at the finish line. 5:22.0 on a 5:22 dial. Margin of 18 thou for Ashley Cole. Moving on to the next round. The reaction times were within 6/10 thou. A 33.0 for Cole, a 33.6 for Coughlin. Coughlin went 4.64.8 at 142 miles an hour, running 38 off the number. But Ashley Cole, 5:22.0, 5:20 dial. Only 2 hun off the dial-in was good enough to get her on to the next round. Madison McCormick, Sterling Dixon coming up right now. Dixon dialed 469 right side. Madison McCormick 451 the dial on the left. Penske Racing Shocks round 7 dragster competitors. We want you to the staging lanes now, please. The 8 remaining Penske Racing Shocks round 7 dragster competitors to the lanes. The bulbs out of the tree with that 007 reaction time, goes 4.53.4, takes 1 thou at the finish line and wins it by 3.6 inches. So Madison McCormick advances. Sterling Dixon went 4.69.9, ran the number with a 9, but an 0.23 light when the racer on the other side is 007. Tough stuff there. The ladies, the claws coming out early. Carol McCarty. So Carol McCarty dialed 467 on the right side, and McKenna Brown 457 on the left side of the Jegs.com dragster. And a bit of a staging duel going on here as McCarty finally first to go all in. Red light start for McKenna Brown. Early by a 10th. That means Carol McCarty, 465 at 148.42 miles an hour, heads on to the next round. McKenna Brown ran 58.8 after going red by a bunch. Whitney Gear going to be coming up on the right side. Malibu coming up on the left side of the racetrack. All kinds of support from the family looking on. Whitney Gear over there on the right side, 3rd generation Pontiac Firebird in purple. 752 the dial-in for Gear, and again 594 for the Malibu. Driver of the Malibu approaching pre-stage. Both staged identically at the same time. Wheels up launch for the Malibu. The Malibu the quicker of the 2 cars. cars, and the Malibu breaks out, unfortunately, at the finish line. That means Whitney Gear is going to advance 761 on a 752 dial-in. Whitney was a little bit late and about a tenth off the dial, unfortunately, at the left side of the racetrack. A 93 on a 94 dial, and get to the finish line first is the end of the competition for the driver of the silver Malibu at 115 miles an hour. Took a pretty significant margin down there, just shy of 2/10 the strike. So Lindsey Butler, 477 dial-in, left side of the racetrack, 454. Locked in and ready to roll. Reaction time on the left side, 3 zeros and a 5 and a win light. 461 on a 454 beats a 478 on a 477. How, you ask? Well, because you got a 0005 on one side, the winning side, and an 066 on the other. Left side of the racetrack took 13th thou at the stripe, which works out to 35 inches. So 461 at 137 miles an hour with the 0005 light. Moving on. And that right there, the last pair of the first round of the Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout. Got our remaining door slammer and dragster competitors waiting for the Penske Racing Shocks round 7 action to begin here in just a moment.
Jegs.
We are missing one dragster. Don't make us say your name out loud. We're missing one dragster. The final dragster we're waiting for in the staging lane is going to run these door cars here in just a moment. Beautiful evening here in Michigan at US 131 Motorsports Park. Thanks for everybody tuning in on Motor Mania. Make sure you spread the word, because now things are really starting to get interesting as these car counts have dwindled down into the single digits. We're not that far away from handing out a big $100,000 check in this FTI Performance 100K race. Helmets are on. AJ is motioning the drivers ahead, so we're going to hear this first pair fire up. As soon as they come around the bend, you'll be hearing Bob Hungerford calling the action here in Penske Racing Shocks, round 7.
Chappie down there gives them the sign to roll on out of the water box, and here comes Tim Sloan and Gary Cross. Roll into Penske Racing Shocks, round number 7. Gross over there on the right-hand side. Got the Roadster dialed in, 5:36. Gary Ray Gross. Okay. Tim Sloan out of Tennessee pulls in. The Huntsville engine. Stone Boys Racing. Oldsmobile. Nice looking hot rod. You see there on your Motor Mania screen? 486 the dial. Half a second handicap start. Going to go to Gary Ray. 34 Roadster over there on the right-hand side. We are whittling the field down rapidly. Gary, 27 on the tree. Sloan, 5. Runs 88 on an 86 for the win. Does Sloan at 138. 538 on a 536. Gary was 27 on the tree and a little toddy. Austin Sloan comes rolling in now. And Grayson Jason, the Mosier Engineering. Little Chevy Deuce over here on the left-hand side for Lynch. Grayson Jason on a 537 dial. Austin Sloan, the Corvette, on a 542. Where we had a half-second handicap start. The last pair. This was the blink of an eye. Austin tried to grab a little bit more, leaving the starting line. Turns it red. Racing Jason gets the win. 535 on his 537, running it out the back door after an 18 light. Sloan goes through. 542, dead on 2 on his 42 dial. But 11th dial too quick out of the gate. Well, that'll certainly put an end to your racing day. Brian Rockwell up, another 34 Ford Roadster bodied machine. And Matt Richeza. Matt Richeza, the Mustang, over here on the left-hand side, trying to hold off the Roadster, not going to get it done. 006 light for Rockwell. Turns a green, 94 on a 94, dead 6 on the dial. And a 006 light, a little 12 thousandths package. Matt was 10 on the tree. Had a couple of foul to work with down there, just could not get it done. Trying hard at the other end, one's 39.5 on his 40 and comes up short. This is Jeff Ledford. The Pro Systems. Racing Carburetors. Corvette Roadster out of Apex Competition and Amanda Manuel. The wheel of her little Chevy S10. 624 the dial for Amanda. Jeffrey on a 527. So a couple bulbs on the tree. Amanda's going to be off and running. That C5 Corvette. Giving chase. Ledford out of the box. 005 turns on the scoreboard, running dead 0. So a nice little 5 thou package for Ledford. 24.9 on a 24, but 29 on the tree was Amanda. Her day was basically done the minute she left the starting line with Ledford's 5 foul package. Mark Daniels comes rolling in now as Firebird. Up here on the left-hand side, we're down to 9 cars. Mark's got the odd lot by. So free ride into the next round. Dragsters, Penske Racing Shocks, round number 7. You should be in the lanes. If you're not there yet, well, you know the drill. Ladies shootout, round number 2. Need your lanes 1 and 2, please. Ladies shootout, round number 2. Need your lanes 1 and 2. 526 on a 525 by Daniels. And we've got that whittled down. Penske Racing Shocks, round number 7. We are down to 5 cars coming back for the ATM Innovation. Round number 8 field. In ladies shootout, need your lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2, please. According to Mr. Loans, indisputable stats, we've got 8 cars left. That means we're going to be down to the final 4. Hunter Patton, Bill Swain come rolling in. Swain out of Michigan, Hunter up from Texas. Lone Star runner on a 463 dial here in the left lane, the VP Fuel side. And Swain out of Michigan. Out of Diamond Race Cars, Atlantic Electric on a 466. This one's probably going to be nailed right here on the starting line. Pat left side, Swain on the right. Dead serious numbers now. Going to whittle it down to 4. Patton's 33 on the tree, Swain's 28, and by 0.03 of a second, Swain gets the win. 66 on his 66, dead 7 on the dial. 63.5 on his 63, dead 5 on the dial. Difference off the line, 5 thou. Difference down track, 0.03 of a second. Win goes to Swain. Jeff Sarah and Bryson Shrugs comes rolling in next. Round number 7 of our Penske Racing Shocks. Dragsters on the line now. Scruggs, left side. Mosier Engineering out of Tedesco Racing. Sarah out of PA. Again, ladies, shootout. Round number 2, lanes 1 and 2, please. Ladies shootout. Round number 2, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Sarah on a 474, Scruggs on a 476, but all for 9. Sarah turns a red 5 thou, then runs 71 on a 74. Scruggs hustles right on through 476 on a 476, dead 3. At 145 miles an hour. What do we need? Wayne Dickett, Tracy Sons. Going to be Dickett getting the win. 12 on the tree, 55.5 on a 55, 460 on a 61. Under by a thou is Tracy down at the other end of the racetrack. Gets there first by 10, breaks out by 1. That'll have you spitting nails when you see that time slip. Donnie Burleson, Marty Martin come rolling in. Next pair, Marty here on the left side, Donnie on the right. Texas taking on Maryland. Burleson out of Richmond, Texas. American Race Cars chassis entry, 455. Marty Martin on a 490. Martin off and running. They have left the door open for Burleson. He did. 456 on a 55. Donnie was 005. Marty was, later than that. Runs 490, dead on 3. Comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. Hey, heads up out in the pits. Got a racer in need. Anybody out there's got a Ron's Gold Alky fuel pump. Got a racer in need for a Ron's Gold Alky fuel pump. Come see me here in the tower. We'll give you his phone number. You guys can hook up. He's located down by Tech, I think you said. Scales. Anyway, I got his phone number here in the tower. If you've got a Ron's Gold alcohol fuel pump, an Alky fuel pump, Ron's Gold, got a racer in need, come see us here in the tower, give you the phone number, and you guys can Put on your Monty Hall hats and play Let's Make a Deal. Ladies, shh.
Jegs. Jegs.
Still missing a couple, ladies. We're getting ready to roll you out of the box right now. Ladies shootout, round number 2. 20 cars coming back. Round number 2, the ladies shootout. Rose Zell comes rolling in. Rose wheeling the Nova. Good looking hot rod over here on the left-hand side. The VP lane on a 630 dial. Brittany Harrison. What did we determine earlier from Maryland? They were Marylanders? Marylanders. Okay. Brittany out of Maryland, in case you didn't figure that out. Mustang up on the right-hand side, 617 the dial. Round number 2, ladies shootout. Rose off and running, Brittany off and running. Better light Brittany, win light Brittany. Brittany's 002, 19.9 on a 17. 29 with a 3 on a 30 dial for Rose as she dives under by just a few, scant, measly, but oh so troublesome thousandths of a second. Nicole Medicis and Maddie Malone. Maddie on the right-hand side, up from Alabama to Tuscumbia. 586 the dial for the second generation Chevy 2. Nicole out of Illinois. Playing the Lincoln Runner and the dragster on a 489 dial. Deuce right, off and running. Here comes the dragster. Undifference this end. Advantage of that Hun goes to the winner, Nicole. 27 on the tree, runs an 88 on an 89. Under by a foul. Maddie goes down track. She's 37 on the tree, runs 85.4 on an 86. Phew, close. 4th difference between the two of them down at the other end of the racetrack. Madison McCormick and Michelle Taylor come rolling in now. Michelle over on the right-hand side. American Chassis Hot Rod. Big block combos for both of them. Madison on the left out of Michigan. $451 a dial for Madison. She's in the red car. Michelle's black and blue on the 443 dial. They're on the right-hand side. .002 to a 001. 001 gets the win. 454 on a 51 for Madison. Cruising by at 151. Michelle's 002 on the tree goes 441.9 on a 43. Gets down there, takes a chunk too much. Stripe at the other end is Christine Kurbitz. Wallace Chassis car over here on the left-hand side, and Katrina Carpenter, all the way from St. Petersburg, Florida. Over there on the right-hand side. M&M Chassis Hot Rod on a 478 dial for Katrina. 483 for Christine. So the hometown runner gets a bit of a handicap start from the out-of-towner. Better like Christine, win like Katrina. Katrina's 44 on the tree, goes 78.9. Dead on her 78 dial. 86.8 on an 83 by Christine. Got down the other end of the racetrack. Thought she might be pushing Katrina out. Katrina, I'll spit it out in a moment, able to hang on for the win. Taking 15 foul down at the other end of the racetrack. It's Kayla Costello. Carabelle. Bisson. Out of New York. Over the right-hand side. Carabelle on a 501 dial. Kayla on a 475. Red light start, Kayla. Costello, 17 foul, too quick off the line. 18 on the tree for Carabelle. She cruises through 501.4 on her 501 dial. A tiny little 22 foul package for her. Kayla then runs 75.9 on her 75 dial, but after the 17 foul red light, well, just one of those things. Tanya Pruitt, Maria Cross. Cross, a Buckeye State runner. Out of V's House of Power, 515 dial. Young lady on the right-hand side, Tanya here on the left. The Kick and Booty Race Shop entry, 471 the dial. See if she can keep on kicking. Maria on the right, Tanya on the left. A little bit better light, Maria, 15.7 on a 15 dial. 20 foul light for 27 thousandths package, 73 on a 71 for Tanya. Trailed leaving the starting line by 11 foul. Trailed at the finish line by 27 fouls. Carolyn McCarty comes rolling in now. The 68 Rambler 440 wagon. Got my cool car award so far. 611 to dial for Carolyn. Ashley Cole up in the Vet Roadster over on the right-hand side. 521. Rambler rocking back. Gets the win line as Ashley Cole goes red by 9 foul. And Carolyn on a run, 13 on an 11. 22 on the tree. Good for the W. She'll be back round number 3 of the ladies shootout. Mia Tedesco. Miss Mia over here on the left-hand side. The Race Tech chassis machine and Marilyn Laster. They're on the right. Door cars, round number 8. Our ATM Innovation, round number 8. Door cars, need you to the lanes, please. Door cars, need you to the lanes. Round number 8, our ATM Innovation door cars. 5 of you. Is that right? 5? Coming back. Me on a 471, Maryland on a 478 over there on the right-hand side. One of the new shorty cars for Miss Mia. Maryland goes 006, dead 2, an 8th thou package for Maryland. Getting down there to grab the win. 71-1 on a 71 by Miss Mia. She was 16 on the tree. Nice package, but 17 thou is going to come up short against an 8th thou pack any day of the week as Samantha Coughlin and Whitney Gear come in now. Whitney driving the Firebird. The purple 88 version over here on the left, 753 dial. Sam on a 460 dial. She gets the win already. Whitney turns her red by 2 thou. On a 460 dial, runs 459.4 after being 008 at the hit. And Carol McCarty comes rolling in down alongside Shannon Woodring. Door car, round number 8. Our door car ATM Innovation, round number 8 contestants. Should be 5 of you left. Need you back to the lanes, please. 5 of you back to the lanes. ATM Innovation, round number 8 door cars. Need you back to the lanes, please. Shannon on a 453 here on the left. Carol McCarty on the right on a 465. Again, got a racer in need, a Ron's Gold Alky pump. Come see us here in the tower if you've got one. A Ron's Gold alcohol fuel pump. If you got one, come see us here in the tower. We can put you in contact. Put on your Let's Make a Deal hat and see what kind of a deal you can make out. How good a Monty Hall can you be? And the youngins out there goes, who's Monty Hall? Shannon 453, Carol 465. They're in, locked, loaded, off and running. Ooh, one of them good, one of them not so good. Oh, Carol, 41 on the tree, but runs 65.6. Dead on the dial with the 6 for the win. 7 thou the margin at the stripe. 57 on a 53 by Shannon. Shannon had the better light. She was 15 thou on the reaction timers. Got down the other end of the racetrack, cruises through at $147 for speed. Carol able to squeeze right on by at the stripe for a 7 thousandths of a second margin of victory. Door cars, round number 8, ATM Innovation. Round 8 door cars. Need you back to the lanes, please.
Jegs.
We drive people. We drive bracket racing. Because reliability, accuracy, and consistency is what goes round and wins races. An all-in-one solution tailored to your application. Walk the pits and you'll begin to see fuel tech everywhere.
Jegs. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Attention in the pits. Round number 8, our ATM Innovation. Dragsters need you back to the lanes, please. Should be 4 of you. Stage lanes are going to be full. 5 door cars and 4 dragsters. Come on down, guys, gals, boys, girls. Door cars looking for 5 of you. Back for round number 8, our ATM Innovation round. Dragsters, we need 4 of you. Come one, come all.
Waiting for those last few cars to get into the staging lanes for Round 8 ATM Innovation. Door Slammer and Dragster action. Some likely interesting conversations happening down there in the staging lanes regarding how the money's getting divvied up, because we are certainly well into the money now. Hey, for those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, Brian Loans here, Bob Unkerford there. Stretching his legs out today, getting ready for the big money to be awarded tonight, later on tomorrow. What do you think's going on down there in the staging lanes right now?
Well, I got a feeling they're down there in the staging lanes trying to figure out how they're going to divvy up the pot and what percentage the announcers get.
I feel like we'll continue the average of 0. I think the national average of 0% will continue to go to the announcing staff.
I think you're probably right, but hey, you throw it out there. You never know. You might get something.
No, great day, great competition. We are heading into round 8, and we're going to be setting up 5 door cars left, 4 dragsters left, and we have our ladies race going on now, and we are going to continue to race this evening. We're talking about running the dragster round of the $20,000 race, and if we can go further than that, we will. So tons of competition. The $20,000 race is going to get finished tomorrow, and another $100,000 race. If these little warm-up races just get started for the $100,000.
I tell you what, if you don't have all of your ducks in a row by the time Saturday gets here for the big one, you best be finding another occupation or getting out the golf clubs.
Well, this will be the first race in history where if you win $100,000 on Wednesday, nobody's going to be talking about you by Saturday. Isn't that the craziest thing?
It is. It really is crazy. And just to be here and watch and look out on the pit area, I mean, just the expanse. I'm sure those of you that have been on Facebook have seen the drone flyovers of all the cars. I got here this afternoon at about 3 o'clock, and there were still rigs pulling in behind me when I got here.
Pretty decent clip,
Yeah, at a pretty decent clip. So it's going to be, I mean, there's spots out there that are still open, and they'll be full. I saw a rig go by just a little while ago out on 131, so they're still coming.
And we got people getting creative with fixing race cars that broke earlier in the week. We got guys, I know someone was just got a set of pistons in. They're rebuilding the motor in the pits. We got another racer that was trying to get an engine back to Indy to get a rebuild so it could be back in time to run for the 1.1. Tons of racers have been up here looking for parts, and we've pretty much been able to handle everybody. So the spirit of competition is not being overridden by the spirit of sportsmanship.
Well, the only thing we haven't The only thing we haven't found, I think, is a Ron's Gold Alky fuel pump. We're still
Somebody's got to have one of those.
Still got to do that.
And we need Donnie Burleson to the lanes, just like a 1950s news broadcast. I was just handed a piece of paper. It says Donnie
There he is.
Burleson.
He's right there.
Donnie Burleson is there.
He's
This
there.
is fake news I was handed.
Yep, fake news. There's lots of that.
Apparently. So, yeah, great afternoon. Going to continue on with the ladies' shootout. And, again, we got $20,000 action coming. Thank you for those of you that have been spreading the word on our live streaming coverage on Motor Mania TV. Thousands of viewers today. And please continue to do that because the most exciting rounds of the day are on tap.
And all of you out on the West Coast that are still working, keep plugging away.
Yeah,
we're glad to have you being constructive.
Yeah, somebody's got to make a living around here, so thanks for doing that.
Many people know me. I love the history of drag racing. I love everything that's happened along the way, the crazy stuff that's gone on. And when this guy called me and said, hey, can you come to my race and be part of the largest payout in the history of the sport, I literally couldn't say yes quick enough. This is SFG Kyle, of course. And dude, what you were doing here is beyond words. Do you even believe what we got going on here?
Yes, I do. After seeing the 500 last year, I envisioned this to be actually a little bit bigger than this, but it's still something rolling in.
Well, listen, there have been a couple of hurdles over the last several months that this race is clearly bigger than, right? And which I think is an amazing thing. We look at some other places that may be struggling right now, some other parts of the sport that are having trouble. SFG is not. You have, what, I think we had 702 entries today.
Yes.
And in the course of everything that's going on in the world, that's amazing.
Yes, it is. And I like to start off by thanking God. Without him giving me this vision, this would never be in perfect weather forecast. They beat me up a little bit on our announcing crew, so I said, I'm pulling out all the guns.
Well, I can't thank you enough. We got Bob Bunker for coming in as well. People love him. All the racers know him as well. And, you know, I don't know. I think this is one of these things, and I know it is. 10 years, 20 years from now, there's going to be 10,000 people that claim they were at the first one of these.
Exactly.
And there's going to be this awesome group of hundreds of the best racers and a few of us that are lucky to be part of it. And I can't thank you enough.
Man, I can't thank you enough for accepting my offer to come along and join the reins of Hank Mulligan, you know, who's a good friend of mine. I've known him for a long time. Cracks jokes on the mic.
Oh, he's
so
great.
I said, we're going to add to Hank and bring in Brian and I can't wait for you guys to team up all three.
You'll be watching it all week long on Motor Mania TV. Make sure as you're watching, you're sharing the feed, you're telling your friends to tune in. We want a massive audience. We want to get 1.1 million viewers for $1.1 million. It's this guy's vision, it's this guy's guts, and this guy's determination that made it happen. On behalf of everybody in drag racing, man, thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, I think everybody down in the staging lanes, I think everybody has put on their Monty Hall hat. Let's make a deal. The split is being highly discussed.
Yeah, and I know obviously there's been loads of fantasy style discussions about how the 1.1 million split will go down, but I'm not sure how many discussions have been had about how these $100,000 races will go down. So maybe it's a little bit more of an involved process. I know all of them are going to be a congressional negotiation, but
oh
yeah.
man, don't go there. we could still be here in a month if it's a congressional negotiation. Oh man. Yeah, it gets interesting. I really, for the $100,000, just run and let the chips fall where they may.
I'm sure, yeah. Because why
because
not?
Because you got the 1.1 coming on Saturday.
Just do it again in the 1.1 race,
feed,
yeah.
right? All the guys down there going, yeah, right.
Right, it is.
I am with Williams Squared. FTI Performance, of course, is a huge part of what's going on here this week, and the Williams guys are always representing them. They're going to be here to support customers. They're obviously here racing. And you, young man, you and me have history about big money racing. So back in like 07, 08, somewhere there, you won the Mosier Mania shootout that happened at the IHRA World Nationals. It was a huge deal. I think it paid $50,000 at the time. So I come waddling up there to interview you in front of the whole crowd, and I said, man, this is going to be about the biggest paycheck you've ever won. You said, nope. Thanks for playing, guys.
I think you said no, one of them. It was pretty interesting.
That being said, this is the biggest paycheck anybody's ever going to win, or anybody has ever won.
Everyone in the history of drag racing, top fuel included. Yeah, it's amazing to have the opportunity to even race for this kind of money. Kyle really brought it to the next level. I think he's inspired a lot of other promoters to step up and actually pay the racers. And I mean, man, I would have never believed it. You know, the actual opportunity to win $1 million, or 1.1 actually.
In FTI, we're talking about a $100,000 warm-up race that FTI is a huge part of. So let's just talk a little bit about FTI's involvement here.
Well, I mean, we've been on board since day one with Kyle. I mean, actually, I think I've only ever missed one SFG race, period. You know, just the sheer number of customers that are on the property, it makes it a no-brainer for any performance company to get aligned with these guys. I mean, nowhere else can you come and have a captive audience of 700 or 800 people, you know, or 800 customers actually hands-on and
using the product.
Absolutely, yeah. We're here to support them. I mean, we have everything on board to freshen trannies, to fix any breakage they may have. We have a complete stock of torque converters, so anything that they need, we're here to help.
And of course, both of these guys are insanely killer racers, and you race continually with a lot of the people that are on the grounds here. When we start getting late in the rounds, do you guys kind of have the book on everybody else? When you go in, you know, okay, this guy's tendency is to try this guy's tendency is to try that.
Well, we definitely get to see all the tactics that they do all over the country, but you know, a lot of that stuff, not saying it'll change for this kind of money, but a lot of people don't get quite out of the box. You know, they're really going to try to square it up and make it as easy as you make the car's performance and all that stuff take care of what it can. I don't think that, you know, there'll be anybody just flat holding tents or doing anything real crazy or stuff, but it'll definitely...
They probably won't get too creative for this kind of money.
And I guess the last question, both of you have run for big amounts of money over the course of your careers. If you get yourself way late in the rounds of this one, does it feel different? Do you think it'll feel different? I mean, you know, obviously nobody's ever run for this type of money, but 100,000 versus 1.1 million. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to probably feel different, but you're going to try your best to make sure you don't race it any different. You still want to try to do the same thing you've always done to get to the round before even, you know. You got to win the first round to win the last one, so you got to try to win all of them, but you know, you definitely want to do anything stupid late in a race. So just the main thing I do is double check stuff more, just mainly with the car. I just double check stuff more. That's about it.
I mean, I think you'll be able to cut the tension with a knife. I mean,
oh yeah.
I just think back to the first few actual, you know, $1 million race that was a couple $100,000, you know, ultimately to win. And I just know the tension and everybody's attitudes there. You know, everybody wakes up early in the morning that day, you know, and it's a different feel. I can't even imagine whenever they come down and tell you, you know, basically you have at 16 or less, they're going to come down and say, we have 1.2 million. What are you guys going to do? You know, and it's going to be like, whoa.
Oh, that's going to be like a hostage negotiation. Figuring out the split is going to be unbelievable.
The amount of time it'll take for that will probably be longer than the whole round.
I was telling Gary on the way here, we ought to sketch some stuff out, just try to figure out about how the cars are going to fall and get some stuff written out so it's not that bad, but hopefully we're involved.
The Williams boys have been in the late rounds of big money races before. Odds are they may be there again this week. Stay tuned on the feed all week long, Motor Mania TV. See how many transmissions they fix and how many rounds they win.
On the right, dial 593 in the Roadster. Lynch is in the Nova. 5 cars remain, so we're setting up a semifinal here in the door car category. Lynch going to be waiting on Rockwell a little bit. Rockwell with the 593 dial-in, Lynch 536. This is where the rubber meets the road. We'll find out who's got the guts to make their way into the semifinal round. They're locked in. Both reaction times have the number 1 and 6 in them, but it's one that has 0016. Brian Rockwell goes 594.3 on a 593 dial-in at 0016 reaction time. Gets the win light as Jason Lynch breaks out, going 535.6 on a 5:36 dial-in. He was 16 on the tree to Rockwell's 001, and Lynch broke out by 19-10 thou, 3.8 inches. Oh. So Jason Lynch is eliminated by breakout. Brian Rockwell advances on to the next round. Tim Sloan and Mark Daniels coming next. Almost the same story on the starting line as we get to the stripe. It is going to be Mark Daniels. 007 reaction time, 5:26.5 on a 5:25 dial-in. Took the stripe by 2 thou. Margin of victory 6.7 inches. Tim Sloan was 487.1 on a 486 dial with an 014 light, but Daniels combined at the starting line and nice finish line driving got the win light. And Jeff Ledford has the bye. Ledford dialed 527, the Pro Systems Carburetors Corvette Roadster. $14 on the tree, and he will coast through 5:56.3 at just 99 miles an hour. Ladies shootout round 3. Ladies shootout round 3 to the staging lanes, please, as ATM Innovation round 8 continues. So now it is the dragster side of things here in ATM Innovation. Semi-final round, there is 4. Donnie Burleson, 455 dial right side of the racetrack, and Swain, 466 on the left side. 4 dragsters left. And once again, we have a raffle going on right now. $100 per entry. We're taking 17 entries, and that is a raffle for a spot and entry in the $1.1 million race. You can invest $100 and potentially win $1.1 million. Only taking 17 entries, so get your registration now. Put your $100 down and see if you can get yourself a spot for $100 in the big race. Burleson's all in. Swain's all in. Swain looking stout, but it's going to be Donnie Burleson. 55.0 on a 55 dial. Burleson took 20 thou at the stripe. 5.2 inches gets him a win light. Bill Swain was 002 in the tree, but he ran 13 thou off the dial, and Burleson ran 10 thou off the dial. Burleson, a surgical strikeout there against Bill Swain, moves him to the final of Dragster. Swain was that's a very competitive run. A very competitive run for Bill Swain. But Donnie Burleson laid waste to him. Scruggs and Lane Dickin head down the racetrack. Bryson Scruggs left side, Lane Dickin right side. You can see the little smoke as Dickin works the throttle, goes 4:55.3 with a 14 reaction time, takes 2 thou of stripe, and wins the race by 5.8 inches. Lane Dickin, you're moving on. Bryson Scruggs dialed 476. He ran 477, had a 003 light, and that wasn't good enough. The good news is, sure everybody got a piece of the pie on that round, but the bad news is for Bryson Scruggs, he will not be able to move on. Lane Dickin, very nice job. Donnie Burleson, very nice job. That is going to be a very exciting final to watch because 2 drivers, both dialed at 455, punched their way in to the final round of Dragster. Now we have our ladies shootout presented by Fuel Tech. We are missing 2 ladies remaining in competition.
Jegs.
So we understand that the first raffle has effectively sold out or is very close to it. We're opening up a second raffle. So there is now a second raffle open up. Same rules as the first one. 17 spots, $100 investment. We can get you into raffle number 2, and that will be for an entry in the $1.1 million race. There and get your gear. If you're done for the evening, you can go over there and grab yourself a t-shirt and other Jegs SFG $1.1 million stuff. You want to make sure you commemorate your time here at this historic drag race. We are missing Carol Ann McCarty, I believe is the missing McCarty family member over there. I see the station wagon. So we got one. We need Carol Ann McCarty. There she is, right there on cue. Ladies shootout round 3 coming around the corner.
It's a game, it's a pleasure, it's a party, it's a trick, it's a fire. Keep it up, never quit, quit, quit. Let it out, take a sip, sip, sip. You're pulling me from a higher elevation,
All right, so here's our final determination of our $20,000 race. Tonight, we'll run Dragster round 2, and that's it. Tomorrow, we'll run round 3 for everybody after the re-entry race for the next $100,000 race. So if you're in the 20K race, tonight we will run Dragster round 2 and then call it quits. Round 3 will be run tomorrow. Caroline McCarty left lane, Brittany Harrison right lane. Round 3 of the Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout, and Brittany Harrison was 6,000ths too quick to leave. So Caroline McCarty in the station wagon, 6:13.2, 6:13 dial in. Moves on to the next round, and Brittany Harrison just too early. Carrie Belvisioni coming up 5:01 on the right side of the racetrack. Nicole Mendices 4:89 on the left side. Carrie Bell dialed, again, just over 5 seconds. Nicole rolling that black, purple, and blue dragster ahead slowly on the left side of the racetrack. Carrie Bell left first and left best. 5:03.7, 5:01 dial, 17 reaction time. Took 37th hour stripe at the end for Carrie Belvisioni. She moves on to the next round. Nicole Mendices, 72 on the tree, and then runs the dial, 88 with a 9. But starting line differential for Carrie Bell was the big deciding factor there. Samantha Coughlin and Marilyn Laster coming up. Coughlin left side of the racetrack, 4:59 dial. Laster, 4:78. Right side. So our round 7 and 8 best losing packages. Penske Racing Shocks, round 8 best losing package goes to Hunter Patton. And then That was the round 7 best losing package of Penske Racing Shocks. Hunter Patton in round 8, Bill Swain. ATM Innovations, as we just saw Samantha Coughlin go down and snag a win light. So we need Bill Swain and Hunter Patton to the stage, to the timing tower, please. Thank you to ATM Innovation for the gift certificate of $200 for a 4150 style carb, or $400 off a 4800 style carburetor, and for Penske Racing Shocks, $100 off shocks, parts, or service. So Samantha Coughlin, 459-1, 459 dial, but it was really decided by Marilyn Laster, going 005 red on the starting line. Now it's Katrina Carpenter and Maria Cross. Maria Cross, 5:15, will be leaving first, and here comes Katrina Carpenter. Carpenter, not the reaction time she was looking for, and that's going to be the problem. 5:19.2, 5:15 dial. Maria Cross advances with an 0:24 light. Katrina Carpenter went 4:79.3 on a 4:78, only 13th thou off her dial, but the 84 reaction time left a very wide open gap there. Maria Cross took 32 stripe, 6.8 feet worth, and drove to a convincing victory. Now we have Madison McCormick and Carol McCarty coming up. 465 right side dial, 451 left side dial. Round 3, Fuel Tech Ladies Shootout. Final pair of this third round. Down the road they go. Madison McCormick, 16 on the tree, a 55 on a 51. Taking 5 thou at the stripe puts Madison McCormick into the 4th round of eliminations. Carol McCarty, 466 on a 465 dial-in. She was 49 on the tree and could not get to the finish line on time. Madison McCormick advances on. And once again, a $100 investment, 17 spots, a second raffle open because of demand. The first one filled up instantly. Get over there to registration and spend your $100 to take a chance, 1 in 17, of getting an entry into the $1.1 million race.
Jegs.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at Jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at Jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is Jegs.com.
Truck owners know the dilemma. Settle for a harsh ride with heavy-duty performance or a nice soft ride that won't haul squat. With strutmasters.com, you can have it all. Introducing our heavy-duty air suspension kit that comes with everything you need, and it bolts right on. Your truck will haul like a boss and ride like a caddy. Get a complete air suspension kit for your truck at strutmasters.com or call us at 866-597-2397.
Star TV, the premier bracket racing channel on YouTube.
I'm stuck in the heat. Go easy on me. When you steal my heart, easy on me. When I fall apart, easy on me.
So we've reached that all-important part of the evening when we have run out of cars for a couple of minutes as our competitors are fueling up, making their adjustments, making their decisions on how they're going to set these things up for the all-important semifinals on both sides.
Short line of finish, the Pollard. Top of the racetrack. Red light.
Well, it took us a long while to get here. But Gage Birch, you are a $525,000 winner. How's that gotta make you feel?
It makes me feel great. I'm just glad I got the support I got from everybody around me. Thank you, Matt, for letting me build this thing. It's kind of a last-minute deal. I never sat in. He trusted me. I don't know. I got to thank my parents for letting me be me and go do what I want very much. Everybody who supports me.
Well, being you turns out it's a pretty cool thing because you have now won the largest paying drag race in history. Congratulations, and hopefully you can pick up another 50 tomorrow. Gage Birch, our $525,000 winner.
Fuel Tech, Ladies Shootout, lanes 1 and 2. Fuel Tech, Ladies Shootout, round 4, lanes 1 and 2, please. Fuel Tech, Ladies Shootout, round 4 to lanes 1 and 2. We do need those Lady Shootout competitors, lanes 1 and 2, please. Lady Shootout competitors, lanes 1 and 2. They are rolling this way. Running race cars, I like that sound. Jeff Ledford. Monk just did a very accurate simulation of a running race car as well by yelling vroom vroom. I thought it was another set of cars that had started, but it wasn't. He's like that Michael Washington guy that did all the voices on Police Academy. Yeah. And for you kids that are under 50, what Police Academy was 100 movies, sequels of each other. It was awesome. Carolyn McCarty and Madison McCormick. And frankly, we've probably all had enough time at home to watch all of them recently. McCormick and McCarty were the last pair down in the ladies' race. Now it's going to be Mark Daniels and Jeff Ledford as we are here. 3 cars remaining in the door car category. 526 to dial in for Mark Daniels. Ledford dialed 527 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Who is heading to the final round? Indoor car. Locked in. And a red light start for Daniels by 16. 527.1 for Daniels after a 16th out red light, and Ledford goes 005, 527.9 on a 27 dial-in. He is ready to rock and roll. And it wasn't long ago that Ledford collected $50,000 down there at the FTI 350. So he is looking to really stack up the bucks. If you need a barrel of M1 fuel, we can make that happen immediately. Was not Ledford winning $50K down at the FTI 350. I got my notes all jacked up here. Words is hard. Needless to say, Ledford has had a successful season so far. He's looking to make it a $100,000 season. We are missing 2 of our female racers. 2 female racers we're missing. Brian Rockwell, the DragRaceSolutions.com buy run into the door car final round. Rockwell hits the tree for 003 and goes 595.7 on a 594 dial. The DragRaceSolutions.com buy run to the final round. So an all-Michigan final in the door car side of things here with Brian Rockwell and Jeff Ledford. And I've just been told that all the door cars are still in, have still had a bye, so whoever wins this particular pair has a free pass to the final round for $100,000. Burnouts complete for Lane Dicken and Donnie Burleson. Burleson backing up 454, the dial right side out of Richmond, Texas. Dicken dial 455, left side of the racetrack. Pre-stage for Lane Dicken. Donnie Burleson, Burleson tweaked his dial in by a hunt. He was dialed 455 last round. Dicken stuck with the 455 he had in the car. Oh, brutal reaction times, just what you'd expect at this part of the day, and it is going to be Dicken. Dicken goes 455.0 on a 55 dial, and he's 005 on the Christmas tree. Burleson, 52 on a 54 with a 0005 reaction time. Took 18th thou, a stripe down there, 3.9 feet too much as Donnie Burleson breaks out and Lane Dicken goes with a bye run into the final round of the main event.
Jegs.
What it is, it gives racers that's totally out of the race after the 3rd round another chance at $1.1 million or $500,000. And the way it will work, after the 3rd round is over, anybody that's completely out of the race, you can pay $250 to get into a raffle, and it'll be kept separate. Door car and dragster will be separate, and we'll pull 50 names total, 25 door car names, 25 dragster names. 8 of those guys will go back into the race on each side. The other 34 racers will win $1,000 cash. So you go from being totally out of the race to maybe able to win $1,000 or $1.1 million or $500,000. The way it will work, we'll put the 25 names in with poker chips and we'll pull them out. The first 8 out will go back into the race. First 8 out on the dragster side will go back into the race. The other 16 racers on each side will win $1,000. So, and the way it will go, they will go directly into 4th round racing each other. The door cars, the 8 door cars and the 8 dragsters, they'll be racing each other. So the winner of that will be in the split round with $1.2 million to split up. If you lose in that race, don't go to the cooler yet. Just hang around till the following day because we got a 2-day format now.
Which is good news this time of the day.